Hello everyone, how are we doing? Happy Christmas. Hope we're all feeling good. Hope you're all ready for some StarCraft as we have WardiTV Christmas Day games. This is live Wardy. This is the pretty much only time today you're going to see me live as we do the usual thing for Christmas Day games, which is has been how we've done it for a few years now, where we pre-record these matches. I casted them over the last few days. All these games were played exactly 1 week ago. So that's when they were played, and I've casted them over the last week here and there, put them together, and we're going to obviously enjoy basically what should feel like just a live broadcast. It will have me talking, me casting, we go between games and stuff. So it's going to be a whole lot of fun. There's a little bit of an intro on the video as well, but I do think we've got some great games today. I'm just going to go through these with you guys together, and we'll start off very shortly. But yeah, the games are really fun. I've already cast them, so I already know what happens. I was not going to give you guys any spoilers, but yeah, I'm sure the Wardy, the pre-recorded Wardy also has gone through these matches as well. So you probably hear this twice from me. But we've got just some great players and some great matchups. Hero versus GuMiho, Clem versus Solar, MaxPax versus Shin, and then ByuN versus Dark, followed by the semifinals. And that's going to be the matches today. So 6 best-of-5s and a best-of-7 grand final. All plays today, and yeah, this event usually does extremely well. A lot of people seem to like sitting back and enjoying some StarCraft 2 on Christmas Day, so super excited to be able to bring it to you guys once again this year. Of course, it's never been possible without your support and so on, so hope you guys do enjoy my little Christmas gift to you all, which is this $2,000 tournament. Yeah, there's honestly not too much else for me to say. Helen on the 73-month resub. Merry Christmas, everyone. Hope you have a great day. You sat on the stairs, Helen. Yeah, just out there. Hello. So yes, do you think 11 pints of ale will be enough for 8 hours of StarCraft 2? I think you might be okay with that. I think you might be okay. So yes, there's not really much else for me to add. I just like doing a little bit of an intro before we get started and everything. But yeah, this is gonna be coming up, about 8 hours long, thereabouts. So I'm gonna press play on the video. If you guys could just confirm that you guys can hear it and it sounds good and stuff straight away, that would be great. And then I'll just, because I don't know why, but when I play the video, I don't hear it on my side, but it does look like it's making noise on OBS, so I think it's just going out to you guys. So if you guys just confirm it sounds good, I will double check it myself. And I will leave you guys to enjoy the WardiTV Christmas Day Games 2024. Some great matchups, like I say, 7 series today. And then at the end, I'll just return the stream off because I'll probably not be home when it gets to a close. So, yeah, enjoy the matches, guys. I hope you all have a fantastic day. And yeah, last chance to say anything or ask anything right now. Otherwise, I'm gone. I'll be around in chat, hanging around and stuff as well. Hey, Wardy, appreciate like my map El Dorado. Hey, no, we love El Dorado. It's great fun. I think El Dorado gets played a little bit today. It's some cool games on El Dorado. This map keeps on delivering, actually. It's going to be, I think, a very interesting map for a while, so. Alright, guys, I'm going to leave you to the Christmas Day Games broadcast. Like I said, just double confirm with me that it's working right from the start, and I will let you guys enjoy the games, enjoy the next 8 hours of StarCraft 2. Sit back, relax, and enjoy some Christmas games. And welcome to the WardiTV Christmas Day Games 2024. Merry Christmas to you all, and I hope you all have a wonderful holiday. However you're choosing to celebrate it, we have got you covered for the next many hours of StarCraft 2 action, as is tradition here on WardiTV. The way this used to work is that we just used to cast on Christmas Day. I used to do my family stuff in the daytime, and then in the evenings I'd go and cast some StarCraft 2, whatever that might be, some replays, or an event that was on. Sometimes there was actually live events happening on Christmas. Those were the days. And eventually it got to the point where I like the idea of streaming on Christmas, but it's not always possible to stream on Christmas. I know there's a lot of people that love watching every year. This event is one of the highest viewed events that we run. So I'm super excited to be bringing it back, and I'm super excited to be bringing you guys a whole bunch of StarCraft 2 that you can enjoy over the course of today in the WardiTV Christmas Day Games 2024. Last year, Clem took out Dark 4-2 in the grand finals of the WardiTV Christmas Day Games. A little bit of a prelude, because that was kind of played just before they went to Atlanta. Clem went to Atlanta, beat Dark in the finals there as well. Then on the Christmas Day Games, you guys saw that Clem beat Dark in the Christmas Day Games too. Last year's games were very, very fun, and a lot of great matches. We actually have, what's kind of funny, I didn't realize this, we actually have very similar players this year to last year. just because some of the top guys declined, and the next set of players that accepted are pretty much all the same, apart from one kind of guy who's going to be a bit different this year, which is going to be Shin. So let's show you guys the bracket that we're working with throughout the day. This will be the only time I show the bracket on stream, because throughout the rest of the day, it just won't get updated, because obviously I'm casting this ahead of time. This is what I was kind of meant to explain before, but yes, TLDR, this is pre-recorded, guys. This is all being broadcast a few days prior, within the last week of this being seen live on stream. So within the last week of this being seen live on stream, these games have been played. So these are not super old games or anything, very fresh, recent patch, all of that. Just designed so you guys can enjoy StarCraft on Christmas Day, and I can hang out and chat while also doing my own family stuff. So these are the matches we got coming up. Hero versus GuMiho. What a great way to start. We'll obviously delve into that more deeply, more quickly, as our Home Story Cup champion takes on Hero. Clem versus Solar. What a battle that is. The eSports World Cup champion, our world champion of StarCraft 2 here, to take on one of the very best Zergs out of Korea, and someone who is consistently at that highest level and has pushed Clem to his limits. We know Solar can be a very strong Zerg. I'm very excited to see how he looks today taking on Clem. MaxPax and Shin are going to be playing in that third quarterfinal matchup. That's a super fun one, because I think that's actually just really, really interesting, because we've seen MaxPax and Shin play a whole bunch against each other, right? We've seen this series happen a few times, and it keeps going both ways. We've seen it be won by MaxPax. We've seen it be won by Shin. So these guys we know absolutely can come out and can play a great series. I'm hoping for a really fun one today. Excited to see how MaxPax and Shin's PvZ turns out. And we've got the all-Korean Dark versus ByuN matchup. I think this is a great one. I always think Dark and ByuN is a very exciting series. Always very interesting. A Dark who's maybe on the verge of leaving to the military. Maybe one of the last times we have him in a WardiTV tournament. He's a dad now as well. And he got the finals last year. He's going to have a tough road to get there today, especially against a ByuN who seems to be so heavily in form, consistently putting up great games, and I think ByuN should put up a great fight against Dark when we get to that quarterfinal matchup. Following those quarterfinals, we'll head into the semis and the finals. The only thing I will note is that we will do the semifinals ordering based on the matchup, actually. So sometimes what I do is I do matches in order which I think is best for the stream. So if I think there's a matchup that's a better semi-final, we will do that second. We will not necessarily do the top semi, then the bottom semi. So it kind of depends. For example, say for example there's a TVT at the top, we'll definitely do the TVT first. Say for example, I guess the only other mirror matchup that can happen is like ZVZ. If the ZVZ was in the bottom semi-final, we would probably do the bottom semi-final first, then the other semi-final, then the finals, just to kind of get the semi-final, which I think is not as good, out the way, just to be completely clear on why I'm doing it. Just to kind of really build up hype and momentum into the grand finals. So it's potential we do the bottom semi first. We'll figure that out as the day goes on, and as we figure out the matches. It may not come into play at all. We might end up doing that top semi-final first. So all of that said, all of that explained, that is our bracket. This is the WardiTV Christmas Day Games 2024. And I've heard there's one thing that you guys would really like me to do, which is probably to go in game and to cast some StarCraft 2, shall we? Shall we? Yeah, you guys into that? I'm very into that. I really am. Super excited to get into some games and to cast us some StarCraft 2. So without any further ado, let's get this going on. All of these matchups, of course, are best of 5, as in the lower left corner of the map. Our eSports World Cup semi-finalist, the blue Protoss player, is Hero. He takes on the red Terran, back-to-back Home Story Cup champion, did you say? Yes, that's right, that's GuMiho, and he's over here in the top right corner of the map. So that is going to be a huge situation. Him winning Home Story Cup back-to-back, what a storyline that is for GuMiho. So excited for him, just as a player, to be able to come through and to have that kind of level of success. I think that is absolutely amazing. So happy for him. Congratulations, GuMiho, on that success. I'm so excited for us to watch his games today. I think this is a really fun matchup. Not an easy matchup. Obviously, no one's going to come in and say that Hero is an easy opponent at all. In fact, I mean, that's actually a very difficult matchup to start us off with more than anything. But I really do believe in GuMiho being able to kind of get this done, though. You know, I think this is a matchup where he can show up. I think it's a matchup where he can put on a bit of a performance. I think it's a matchup where he's going to be able to show us some fun games, if nothing else. Like, do I think he's going to smash Hero? I would say Hero's the favorite, especially if Hero plays well, but GuMiho always has fun builds. Yeah, I mean, part of the reason we invited him last year, this year, is because he's always got fun builds. He's been playing in all of the WardiTV events. We love the guy, right? He keeps showing up, he keeps showing us fun stuff. You know, maybe we'll even see something crazy. He's not been away from kind of playing mech in TvP even. I don't know if he's going to crank that out against Hero, but these are the sort of things that are absolutely a possibility when we've got GuMiho in play. I did just see an expansion coming down. In fact, this is going to be a pretty regular kind of start for us. I mean, all around you see the CC coming up, a Nexus on the way. Nobody is going to get crazy in the very first game of the Christmas Day games. Everyone's going to play this in a very nice, safe, standard manner just to start us off as we get ourselves into this one. So, a couple of probes, just going to go mining up for a few moments. Going to be seeing a hallucination popping out. Of course, that new energy overcharge is something that we've been enjoying as well, I think is fair to say. So, been enjoying that energy overcharge and, yeah, being able to just overcharge a sentry, get a hallucination out super quickly. I think it's always a lot of fun as well. So, super happy to see overcharge in the game. It's so much better than battery overcharge. I mean, yeah, what a great improvement from this year to last year in the Christmas Day games. Brilliant. All right, loving that as our hallucination does come to check out. There's not much to really see here. Starport is on the way up. That's kind of about it. There is a Reaper of GuMiho coming around the bottom side of the map at the moment as well. As we get ourselves, again, settled in just for a couple moments here. Reaper takes a few shots, goes back around the right-hand side. Sentry going to set up as well. The gateway coming up, Blink and the plus, and the warp gate coming through. 2 more gateways. That's going to give us some blink pressure while GuMiho just tries to set up in towards a bit of a Widow Mine drop, it would seem, as his current destination. I think is a pretty fair, a rough guesstimate as to where this is going, I guess. Gonna see our sentry gonna hit there. The Reaper will take a few more shots of damage. And we again get ourselves settled down. A couple of gates coming online as mentioned. And even Hero moving out to take this third base. We're gonna get that third base set up straight away as we move over to the edges here. Just gonna get that straight into play. And away we go. Sentry probe moving back. Stalker gonna be warping in here once more. Again, get that blink coming through. The Reaper still sat there. I think it's actually going to be very passive, as, like I say, Blink Flare has obviously really been extremely popular as of late, so not really anything too surprising about that. Seeing Blink to open up with. I do think throughout the series we'll see a bit of Blink and a bit of Phoenix from Hero. Do we see any Robo Openers? I mean, that's always going to be something of a possibility, right? That you see like a Robo Opener or two in a PvT nowadays. I'm not immediately 100% convinced, but I'm not... I don't completely disbelieve it either, right? As our Stalkers and Sentry are going to sit here. Widowmine's going to get burrowed up. Stalker's in trouble. Kaboom! We have the blink, though. Sentry and the Stalker just still go down. So while we did have the blink, obviously once you've blinked, you can't blink again. The Sentry was left there. I mean, we're going to get a full cleanup. Sentry and a Stalker. I feel like GuMiho's pretty okay with this. But it was 3 Widowmines, which is a bit more expensive. But like I say, you're usually kind of happy if you get a probe per Widowmine, and a Stalker is more valuable than a probe. A Sentry is pretty valuable too. That's information throughout the game. If a new Sentry warps in, that's a good gas investment from Hero. That's now not going to go elsewhere. And he's coming across the map with just 4 Stalkers, which is the magic number to, yes, hit down a couple of SCVs back-to-back. So maybe that is just the goal of Hero at the moment. Hit down some of those SCVs and get that on the go. As our Stalker's ready up for a little bit of action. And they are actually going to get straight in. They're going to get 4 SCVs, so not bad at all. Actually going to come forward there, pick off a Marine as well. So also going to do very well to just grab that, as we are going to end up blinking away. I'm going to say I'm pretty impressed by what Hero got done there. That was quite a few Marines. So he's really shaving off units and making up for the fact that GuMiho was the first to strike, perhaps, in this matchup. Hero says, no, this is not going to be how it remains, which is kind of what we expect of Hero, right? He is the kind of guy to say, no, I control these games. It's funny because GuMiho likes to control games. GuMiho likes to play that more aggressive style as well, but like I say, I'm not sure Hero's going to let him kind of do that. I don't think Hero's going to let him kind of play the way that he would like to. That probe moves about, charge and +1, both coming up. Probe's going to go take the watchtower. A few Stalkers still hanging at the front as well to try and see a little bit more of what else is happening at the moment. Again, +1 combat shield on the way, Marines in a medevac, +1 in charge. And just listing things off as we wait for a little bit of something to come around and for us to be able to figure out where exactly we are going to be going in the next stages of this. Those Stalkers have to back away as the Bio comes through, hunting them down. Obviously, bio upgrade not far from finishing here, and as those bio upgrades finish up, we are going to be able to see the Terran obviously taking a bit of a stronger stance on the map and being just more, typically stronger in the game in general. So, end of that stage right here, the Stalkers continue to blink out, and the Marines and the Medevac move around for the moment. Again, all the way back here is they're going to go and run into the natural. I thought they were going to hit the Immortal, but I guess that doesn't make too much sense. We can blink to the battery here. It's actually a pretty good defense from Hero. This doesn't do much, however, the third base is now under attack, and so we are going to take some damage over here as the units do take a bit of a beating. The hallucination goes down. The sentries actually had to pop their Guardian Shield. The Medevac still moving through with a few Marines inside as well. I mean, this was a pretty good defense from Hero. He did not lose much. In fact, since that initial Sentry Stalker, he's not lost anything bar a single Zealot, which, like I say, is a pretty good going for you. That is pretty reasonable. Definitely I've seen a lot worse trades in the history of StarCraft 2 as our units move up and around to the top. Again, look to see if there's anything exciting to be done here. I'm really not sure that there is, to be honest, as we just see the bio can try and stem forward a couple of force fields. I think that's too much bio. I think the Protoss play obviously recognizes this as well. Hero says, okay, I get it. I'm not going to break through on this position. And accepting that, he does just back it up a little bit as a few Stalkers continue around on the right side as well. Just going to keep bringing those across and into place. Eye on the Wooden Mine joined together, +2 attack, extended thermal lance, all continuing to come on out right now. Stalker still joined up, a few more Stalkers in the middle of the map as well. Where are they going to go? Good question. Would love to find out what their plan will be. As they patrol a little bit, the Bioforce of GuMiho moving over again to that far left-hand side, definitely seeming like it has something of a plan as to where it would like to get to. See some more force fields coming down. The Zealot's going to be tanking at the front. The Stalkers blink to the right side, do not get toward the Medevacs, unfortunately. That could have been an opportunity for them, perhaps. There's another Wooden Mine comes through as well. Stalkers blinking up. Wooden Mine's going to go off, and the Zealot's Hero feels like he can chase right now, and I'm not sure he's incorrect about it. I actually think chasing is absolutely a doable thing for him, and he gets a lot done. One more Widow Mine burrows, and as that Widow Mine burrows, we do decide, yep, that is probably enough. Going to back away from this one for now. More Widow Mine shot as we again take a chance to just step back now. A little bit of a scan still coming out onto that army. The rest of this Protoss force just gathering together here. +2 attack coming through, 7 additional Zealots. And that Marine Marauder just going to once more hit a set of rocks right here. So rocks will just take some damage, and we do open up some other rocks as well as Hero right now. So again, just doing what we can where we can. Continue to try and poke through for the moment. I mean, this base is in a little bit of trouble. 5 SCVs already going down. GuMiho has no counterattack on the map or any way to kind of make up for being the one to take the damage at the moment. Force fields are still grabbing unit kills. Those two Colossus just sitting in the back and really not taking much damage at all. Heroes really only lost Zealots, which really speaks toward, again, just how successful this has been. Because if you're only losing Zealots, you're having a good time, right? Plain and simple, you're having a good time if all you're losing is Zealots. Yeah, I mean, this is looking better and better and better. If you are Hero, his position in this game really does just improve. And I am liking where we're at in this game number 1 for our Protoss player. Like I say, for me, definitely the favorite coming into this series. Guess we'll see. There we go. As GG gets called, Hero is going to grab game number 1 of this best of 5. And congrats to Hero for picking up a pretty convincing game as well, right? I mean, he really did just play a very solid start. GG's. All right, we are going to head to game number 2 in just a few moments, guys. So just a couple of mentions. First of all, obviously this is not just live on Twitch this year, but we're live on YouTube. So hello, YouTube viewers. Again, this is a pre-recorded stream. Something different that we do for Christmas Day. Some great games, and hopefully you guys are enjoying the StarCraft 2. Appreciate you guys being here. But also, a couple of things I want to mention. Obviously, if you are watching on YouTube, like and subscribe. And if you're watching on Twitch, do consider following. Obviously, you guys will not see notifications or subs or donations popping up throughout the stream today because this is pre-recorded. So those things will not pop up, just as a little bit of a pre-warning for you guys. But if you do support, obviously, thank you so much. We really appreciate it. This is one of those WardiTV events that we try and run. One of those events we try and make sure that you guys have StarCraft with. So if you do enjoy the stream, obviously we really appreciate if you do support, but absolutely feel no obligation to. The most important thing is you sit back and watch the StarCraft 2. I will also be having some ads running throughout the day, guys. The Christmas Day games actually does pump ad revenue. Plain and simple, apparently advertising on Christmas Day is... I don't know if it's just because Christmas Day ad revenue is higher, or if there's just not a lot of other streams going on, so we kind of soak up all the ad revenue. I don't know what. Usually it goes a long way towards helping us run this event. At $2,000 for a one-day tournament, we try and get a little bit of return of investment. So as much as it's Christmas, there's still a little bit of business going on. With that said, let's head into Ultra Love for game number 2. We're going to head into Hero vs. GuMiho. So just if you hear me yapping on between games, even though these are replays, it's just because I'm probably buying time for some ads to play out so they don't clip too heavily into the game. Exactly like this. This is exactly one of those moments where I'm just yapping on just to probably buy a little bit of time, you know? Sometimes it's like that, guys. Sometimes it's like that. Sometimes Wardy yaps. As we get into game number 2, in the bottom left-hand corner, we are going to have our blue Protoss player. This is Hero. In the top right, our red Terran player. Down a game, but I really believe in his ability to bounce back a little bit here. I think he's going to show us some action. I really do, honestly. I believe in this guy. It's GuMiho in the top right. We get going here on Ultra Love. A barracks coming down at the front. And away we go. Alright, couple of gases coming up, gateway and the assimilator coming through, and the probe just going to move up into the high ground as well. As we take a couple of moments here. Just going to see our SCV going to go nibbling away as well. It's just going to go for a little bit of damage. Obviously, probe just trying to scout and figure out a bit of what's going on early in. SCV going to nibble at that probe as well, so again, just a little bit more damage being dealt for now as we work our way through this. Coming up, orbital command on the way through. CV still moving over. CV kind of low, but the probe should not really be able to catch it, right? If we really need to, we should be able to repair it as well. Apparently doesn't want to pull another SCV off the line just to repair it and spend that money. Which is kind of funny, because if you pull another SCV off and just repair it a little bit, that probe probably would have just been... You know, I don't know if that would have saved more mining time. That's probably not that big of a deal, but just one of those interesting things to think on. As we do have our factory coming up, the Reaper on the way, Nexus building from Hero on the natural, and the Reaper just makes its way on the bottom left-hand side. It's going to be heading down there and seeing if it can have some impact as it moves through, get into the other location to try and make something happen. Deb is going to come shading about, and the Reaper... I'll have to back it up a little bit. A little grenade goes down. Dep's going to get the shade. It's going to get the Reaper kill, so Reaper gets denied. So yeah, you get in with the Reaper. You get a bit of information to start out with. You saw the Twilight Cancel. You actually have a second Reaper, but I actually feel like that's even worse. You've built a second Reaper. Usually those two Reapers combo to really have a chance to maybe pick off some workers, but without the first Reaper, there ain't no combo, right? The dangerous Reaper duo ain't a Reaper duo when there's only one Reaper still, so... Yeah, the second Reaper now might come as a bit of a surprise for Hero, because it's like, okay, I got rid of the first, and so it might still have a chance to do some damage, but, you know, microing against one Reaper is very manageable, whereas if this was two Reapers showing up, you know, a probe dies here. Now, obviously, if there's two Reapers, if that first Reaper doesn't die, Hero might be more prepared still for a Reaper, but like I say, just with one Reaper, it feels unlikely that we should really get too much more done, especially as additional units come out. Obviously, we mentioned that GuMiho scouts the Blink, or the Twilight Council. We're going to see Blink for the second game here, so we actually do end up with a second probe kill. Okay, maybe I shouldn't have doubted Mr. Reaper here. Maybe he did a little bit better than I gave him credit for being able to do. As that Reaper will jump back onto this probe, and that probe will go down. The Adept still trying to get the Reaper, is going to kill it off. So that Reaper will go down, and that is our Reaper denied. Stalker gets grenaded backward, by the way, so Stalker goes backwards there for a moment or two. Again, Blink's still about halfway done, a couple more Stalkers coming out. Banshee Siege Tank and additional Marines continue to build for the moment. So got that Blink coming through on the side of Hero, so bringing that online as well. So Blink coming up, Gateway and the probes coming in. Yeah, let's see what he can do with this Blink play. I mean, last time it was obviously kind of Hero defending, then he counterattacked only with a few Stalkers. He never got like super overly aggressive or anything along those lines. I see those Stalkers walk up into the natural. Orbital Command will take some nibbles, so the base going to take a few shots. Hellion, Reaper, Tank and Marine's going to step forward. The Stalker's going to be there. The Adept going to try to shade. SCV pulling back over. Tank Siege is up. Again, Marines and Hellion and the Reaper continue to gather in right now. Stimpack is building. SCV's on the way through. Hallucination still pinging and ponging. Just pushing that barracks back down onto the ground. I mean, obviously, Hallucination does no real damage, but keeping an eye on things. As the Banshee on the other side of the map is going to try and play the denial game. Gets the probe coming across to build the third, so that's immediately going to get figured out and caught. Banshee still staying around the bottom. Stalkers and the Adept gather together. Again, Combat Shield, Stimpack continue to come through. Other units from Hero just sitting out the front for the moment. Our Adept will shade forward into the natural and toward the main base even as the Marines just going to pull back there momentarily. Prism, Charge, Gateways all coming up. There's Adept still moving forward. Marines shooting, Hallucination still taking damage. Obviously, the Stimpack and Combat Shield will be coming online here very shortly from GuMiho, so bringing those upgrades into play. Marines still chasing forward. The Stalker's going to get pushed back and Adept going down. And GuMiho going to get a pretty good shove across the map right now with a couple of siege tanks involved. Going to be able to come straight down toward the bottom side. The Stalkers get there. They're going to ping onto that Hellion a little bit. So the Hellion takes some damage there. The Stalkers go blinking away now. So they're going to make a little bit of a getaway just for the moment. So you have the Banshee is putting some work in onto a couple of probes. 6 workers go down. So our Banshee successful. Guardian Shield pops. We drop some force fields. This was like a Zealot in 3 centuries. A couple more Zealots showing up now, but not exactly great. I mean, the tanks get sieged. The good news is that it's not immediately near anything, but now Hero's going to decide to go as the Immortal comes from the left side. The Zealots charge in from the right. The Immortal survived a little bit longer than expected. During this, we're killing SCVs across the map. So Hero gets 11 workers as he's just about got a cleanup here. He is going to get the cleanup. The tank goes down. The Marines will fall. That is done and dusted. So we are going to be able to clean up. We are going to be able to save the day. And Hero, like I say, because he's killed 11 SCVs across the map, that Prism on the other side got some Zealots there. It got into the main mineral line. And now GuMiho, third base not finished, is actually in maybe a bit of trouble. Because yes, he's ahead on workers, but Hero has 3 bases to reestablish some workers with. And he's already coming across the map as this Prism is going to take some attention. But actually just the attack at the front is going to be a problem as well. So that alone is likely going to cause you some issues here. Engineering Bay goes down, going to start focusing some depots as well. Hero has a forge coming up, so you can start to work on that. As our Marine Marauder will come back through, targeting those Zealots, trying to chase those away. And just pushing them back as best as we can. Sentry coming online in just a moment, +1 attack upgrade on the forge. And it looks as though Hero is starting to pull back. Still got a few Stalkers, though, hanging around, seeing if they can do anything exciting over these next few moments. I mean, may as well just leave them at the front. With a blink, you should never really lose these or be in danger of losing them, right? So that should always stay fairly safe for you. Now you're having those Stalkers starting to go down. So some Stalkers taking shots. Marauder getting a good concussive shell. So a couple go down. Blink wasn't fast enough. Robo Bay building on the side of Hero. So we get that coming up, and that's going to be his next tech as GuMiho attempts the drop in toward the main base. Just going to drop that straight into the main here, or at least try to. Artifacts hanging about, probe. Moving over, Marine Marauder hanging at the front as the Order Command will set up in the center as well. Zealots, the hero still moving about over to the right-hand side, just going to move forwards and actually going to run into the mineral line, which is just as a lot of GuMiho units ran off, so moving away there, just going to be seeing the Zealot go down. Guess the Bio just coming across now as we get a grab. The Medivacs come over. You're seeing those units dropping off again, but Hero's going to defend this. At the same time, there is a push from GuMiho on the right side. This might be the more dangerous push at the moment. As we get in, a pylon goes down. So we're seeing the Colossus and the Sentries here. Going to get jumped on a little bit. Force fields, man, there's been so many force fields this game, and they've been so good at kind of protecting this hero army. So they've been really, really good at that. Another Widow Mine going down already. As the Medivac moves up the right. Seeing what we can do, where we can go, what our current plan is. Regather just out the front. Our 4th base coming down as well. +2 attack coming through. Going to chrono boost that. A few stalkers coming online. Get that underway for the moment as the Bioforce of GuMiho moves about as well. Going over to the right currently. And split pushes from GuMiho as he tries to come around the left-hand side too. So there's a little bit of bio on the left, a bunch of this bio over on the right so far. Step forward, the Helene will chase the probe for a few moments. Pylon already here, going to take a few shots of damage as well. Like I say, the attack on the right side. Well, this one Hero's on top of. Good unit split actually from Hero. A couple Colossus here. The army on the left is sizable enough to fend anything off. Great unit split actually from Hero, doing a very good job of just denying his opponent from being able to set up in any form of a comfortable kind of manner, you know? Keeping him from being able to do too much. Which is kind of your goal, right? At the end of the day, like, if you can stop your opponent from really, you know, diving into those bases, you stay online, you get more tech online, your position in this game is generally going to be improving as the Bio trying to fight on the right side. We actually see Hero even confidently pushing forward with this little group of units, so he clearly feels as though he has what he needs to keep pushing on in. A few more shots coming about as we do have our Protoss army now gathering everything together. He's done this very systematically, where obviously at first he's kind of set up in the game a little bit, right? And now we're just going to say, well, basically, you know, I forced you to kind of, you know, regather your units defensively, so now I can gather all of my units and really push at the front with everything at once, rather than kind of what was happening before, which was he had to kind of have all of his units split about in different places. It's a little bit of a different approach on this one, as our Zealot Stalkers and Colossus pushing through here on Ultra Love. Bio taking damage, SCV's trying to step forward as well. Viking's going to fire back. Colossus taking shots against Outstalker. Trying to figure out what more we can do. Ghosts, Marines, and a Viking in production. I mean, obviously Ghosts are a great addition. We're going to knock these rocks down so that we actually kind of choke up this area a little bit further as well. That's genuinely a good win. I like to see that. I think that's a big plus. Stalker going to blink away so we can kill off some Widow Mines. Zealot going to get sacrificed now instead. Actually, Widow Mine didn't set off, so it doesn't die. It didn't kill anything at the same time. The Zealots kind of went down anyway, so nice little move from GuMiho. Bio gathering, Stalker's just going to get shot at. Colossus still moving over as well. And Hero's army looks very good when you gather together. He's actually on 5 Colossus, which might be a bit overkill, but then 7 Vikings, I mean, they can chip at the Colossus slowly, but the Colossus count is going to stay alive for a very long time just because there's so many of them. So when you consider that factor, well, let's see. As the Zealot's going to start coming through, Stalkers blink up. The Vikings will begin to go down. Those Zealots are just going to jump on this army. We do have the Vikings trying to put in some work, but the Colossus are living so far. One Colossus, oh my god, super low HP, stays alive. I mean, that's a kick in the face for GuMiho, who's just going to have to say GG. And I gotta say, so far, Hero is playing a very, very good series of PvT. He's playing very well defensively. He's splitting his units up very well. To me, Hero is really kind of spot on with the defense so far, and I think that's one of the most important things when you're playing this TVP matchup. Stay, defensive. If you have to split your units, don't be forced to run this way, then run that way, right? Just, having everything controlled in that way and not letting it get out of control in favor of the Terran is absolutely huge for you. So, good job here by Hero as he takes a 2-0 lead in the WardiTV Christmas Day Games 2024. $2,000 on the line in this one, guys. And that money is spread across all of the competitors, so everybody is going to get a little bit of a Christmas present today at the very least. Obviously, first place is all the way up to $800, I believe. And then second place, $400. Top 4 is going to be $200, and it's $100 just for showing up and playing your best of 5, even if it doesn't go your way. So, some benefit, even if it's not going to end up going your way, which right now it's not going very well for GuMiho, who is going to be down 0-2 already in this best of 3. So let's go into Hero GuMiho Game 3 as we speak. Let's get this going. Hero versus GuMiho coming up right now. Let's see what we can do. All right, let's go into a third game. I said sometimes we're going to try and kill time. I guess I don't need to kill time all the time. In the past, we used to do legitimate breaks where we'd have straight up just downtime and a countdown timer, which led into the next match, but or even between games. But I think this year we're just going to wing it a little bit more. Probably between matches we'll still have the countdown timer, especially because I'm not casting live. It gives me a chance to actually notice when the stream's on break, and I should press the add button and so on. So, yeah. But yeah, for now, let's go into game number 3, as we have this series potentially and its finale already, as we have in the bottom right-hand side the Blue Protoss player. He's honestly, like I said, played some very good PvT so far. Maybe this map will give him some issues, as this map's a little bit smaller and maybe opens up some more of the aggressive options for the Terran. In the bottom right, up 2-0, our Blue Protoss player is Hero. In the top left, we do have the red Terran. Of course, down 0-2. So time to give him some love and give him some energy. Time to cheer him on. If you want to see him winning today, it may be your last chance for GuMiho, who will try to amass a comeback here in our opening best of 5 of the day. Again, beautiful part of this tournament. Even if this first best of 5 is a 3-0, we've got so much more to go. We've got a full bracket to play out. 3 more best of 5s in the round of 8, 2 best of 5s in the round of 4, and a grand final best of 7. Hopefully promising to be an epic finale to the stream today. Looking forward to all of that. Alan at the front, as it does look as though we are setting up for the expansion in the early moments, so get the expansions ready. I would not say we're kind of looking to kind of peel apart toward anything too crazy. Otherwise, back going to start up a Marine. Down at the front again, Cybercore coming online, Marine in the orbital coming up as well. And there is a CC over in the corner of the main base, so we get that put in place right away. Very safe from GuMiho. Just going to take zero risk here pretty much by building the CC over in this location, right? So just going to get that CC going right off the bat. And yeah, reactor starting up on the barracks. Nexus coming online. Marine first opening, which maybe is the reason for high ground CC. Get the factory a little bit sooner, but you're not going to have a Reaper even kind of early on to kind of micro with. You've just got this Marine, so just being safe against any early Protoss harass is not necessarily a bad thing in that regard. Hallucination flies up. The Marine going to shoot at the hallucination a little bit. some damage done as that Twilight Council finishes, and we're actually going to see Hero switch it up from that Blink play. So we might see some Stargate this series, we've not so far. We are going to see Charge instead of Blink, so that is a way of changing it up, and that's going to lead us into a Robo Facility. And from there we can very likely go into kind of like a Robo, like an Immortal kind of Charge Archon comp. Very kind of swarmy, overwhelming kind of army for the early stages would be the kind of typical way to look at this and to expect this to turn out, so that's kind of where we go for now. As the NR Charge coming up, the Warp Gate coming through, Robo Facility building as well. Obviously, if you're only going to build Zealots, you're only going to spend minerals there, right? So it gives you a lot of gas to spend on the other tech, and that's why you can afford the Immortals, the Archons. Actually going to go Dark Shrines, so going to be seeing DTs. They can still then morph into Archons, but not going to go for the Templar Archives as the choice here. Does mean you don't maybe have as good of a Storm follow-up as you might have had otherwise, as that Hallucination still moves over for a couple of moments. The Robo Facility getting an Observer started up as well for now. Medevac comes around the right side. 7 Marines inside, going to go drop toward the main base. All those Marines begin to unload over into the corner. Observer sees this, so actually Hero's going to pick up on this. I mean, he already had 2 Stalkers in position now. Everything else can come in position. There is a Cyclone at the front hitting the battery. Hero steps up as though he wants to take the Medevac down, but he doesn't go for it, and now he loses a Stalker. The Cyclone gets pushed away from the battery at least, but we lose the Sentry in the main as well. A little bit disastrous as Hero just doesn't quite have what he's, hoping to kind of be working with right now, which is just enough units. The thing is, the Dark Shrine's just finishing. Now the Prism pops out. I'll say one thing. GuMiho saw the Dark Shrine, but did he recognize the Dark Shrine? That's a fairly good question, right? There's always that kind of question mark of like, well, yes, like it was in range. That doesn't mean he noticed that it was up and online though, right? Like there is a world where you kind of just think it's a pylon or something. Now, missile turret starts. I actually do think that's in response. Yeah, okay. I think he's fairly aware. I don't think this is going to be too crazy of a scenario. As that DT walks at the front, a couple of tanks are going to scan immediately. So yeah, he's super ready for the DTs. They are not going to do anything. What a great shutdown for GuMiho. Now going to be prepped against DTs for the future as well. So should be able to handle that. As the Prism drops into the back. This DT will take a few shots now. The Viking turns onto the Prism. Prism gets pushed away. And the Medevac continues to boost around as well as... Yeah, Prism just going to recall. Like I say, a bit of a disaster so far from Hero this game. The drop in the main base wasn't too terrible, but he did lose some units to it. The Dark Shrine has done absolutely nothing. We even lose the first DT as well. And he lost a Sentry. I mean, yeah, he really did just... He's just been losing out so far. Marine tank moving down. DT actually swipes at the Cyclone. Some damage being dealt to start us off on that one as we have the rest of these units coming over. Big push from GuMiho. I mean, I like it. Considering it's been a good start for him, this feels though one of those situations where GuMiho likely can be very happy with the situation here. I think he's going to be fairly okay with getting set up. However, he kind of gets caught up. I mean, Taylor tank's not really siege. The tank that was forward gets taken down. We do knock the Prism down here, but it looks as though Hero's going to be able to push this back, and I just got to kind of ask, what were we doing? what was that, GuMiho? Why didn't we siege the other tanks? Surely if those other tanks siege, that is such a better scenario for you. I'm kind of a little bit confused, to be honest. I'm a little bit confused as, oof, that's a Stalker going down. Now Zealot's going to charge forward as well. They're going to jump onto that siege tank. The Medevac loads up and going to peel away. And start heading back towards the top left side. +1 attack. Colossus coming up. Next is about to finish. Probe still building through. Stimpack and +1 attack upgrade. Building also here for now. Okay, well this was a bit of a weird one. I felt as though this was going very bad for Hero, but the cleanup for Hero feels very good. So this does kind of feel like it equalizes the position for him in a big way. Definitely should set him off into a bit of a better place, as those Zealots just going to sit out at the front. A couple of siege tanks are right there, looking to try and get involved. Again, Blink building, Colossus, extended thermal lance, and +1 attack is on the way through too. Just going to see a couple of siege tanks immediately going to push those Zealots away. Stimpack combat shield +1 coming up. The missile turret is building. So far, so good. As the few Zealots continue down the other side. Gonna get the Zealots to jump onto the rocks here, so start to nibble through those. Obviously, open up the map a little bit is never a bad idea. That's exactly what Hero will do with this, although these Zealots are going to get spotted and GuMiho might be able to catch them. One medevac here looks as though it's been spotted, and Hero is in position immediately, so... And these Zealots don't even die just yet, so they actually get to stay alive too. I honestly feel like this is going pretty well so far for Hero. Medevacs do continue over. So it's just going to chase in, just going to be seeing the Bio taking a few shots at the Zealots, playing cleanup a little bit here. Like I say, Hero's done a great job all series long so far of just being very, I would say, very confident and consistent with the army movement. You know? He's been splitting the army very well. I mentioned that in the last game. He's been, I feel like, really stepping forward at good times to take fights and to initiate engagements. He's been very confident about some of those moments, especially, which I think in these kinds of games is actually very important. Confidence to be able to be like, oh, yep, this is my moment to fight. Like, not hesitating on that, knowing, you know, when your moment to go is. I think those moments are actually very important as our Bio steps up. I'm going to go knock down this pylon, so that will go down as well. The Blink about to finish. Shadow Stride coming through, +2 attack coming up. Colossus production continuing as well, so Hero is not done in terms of adding Colossus into play. So it's actually going to really blast forward. A few of those Zealots already starting to go down. Medevacs dive into the main base. Again, the +2 attack there is going to be about halfway done. We're going to jump straight onto that with the Bio units, so bye-bye +2 attack, and now bye-bye Robo Facility as well. GuMiho with a great drop, finally finding some success with this army kind of movement and this mobility of his army that he's just not really had success with in these matches so far today. Oh no, though, a full medevac goes down on the retreat. Always painful to lose a full medevac. Oh, that's very sad. That really is very sad, actually. You just... Because if he gets out with an extra medevac, it's just even better, the damage that he's able to get done. Oof. 2 more ghosts coming up. Shadow Strike coming by. Robo Facility and probes. Still building up. We still got a gateway coming in as well. So all of that continues on in for now. Ghosts continue to come about. DT's moving over. The +2 attack is on the way. Double forge here from Heroes. DT's actually blink across into this mineral line. It's just going to come straight over for the moment. As the Marines and the Ghosts continue to get going. A lot of SCVs actually go down. So very successful attack from Hero. Remember, the DTs got absolutely just hard denied earlier in the game. So the fact that they finally get to kind of come in and have their moment right here is really incredible for them, and obviously really incredible for Hero. Something invested into so much earlier in this game now has massive benefits. A run by here and a few probes go down. A couple of Widow Mines actually. Is that the reason that all those probes went down? Okay, well, a little bit hectic, a little bit chaotic as things happen around the map for the moment. Like I say, GuMiho definitely coming out worse for wear. Resources lost is a bit better for GuMiho, but he's down 20 workers, losing economy. And Hero's army comp, I mean, right now, 3 Colossus against only 2 Vikings. We do have the 3 Ghosts, and obviously EMPs can really dictate and change how battles go. So that might be a factor. As our Stalkers will sit there, the Woodmine is going to unburrow. 2 more Vikings building up on the far right-hand side, a new Nexus. In fact, we're double expanding this Hero. Talk about showing your confidence in this game as GuMiho just scrambles up to a 4th. Hero double expands to base 5 and 6, so absolutely no doubt that he's feeling good about this current situation and this current setup. He's got to be absolutely loving this right now as the Zealots get to work on the depots. A couple of Vikings going to come poking through on the Colossus as well, so some damage done there. And we pull back. SCV's going down again, and I mean, GuMiho's not really in a position or in the business of losing SCVs at the moment, right? Like, this is not looking super pretty for him as the Viking, Marine, and Marauder all continues online. So all of that coming through for now. As the army turns back onto this set of rocks over here. So we're going to open up these rocks and work on those. +2 attack and +1 armor continuing in. Our Nexus building on the far right. Like I say, those double expands are going to be online soon. So Hero has all the bases in the world to mine from. And at the moment, he's got all the probes in the world to mine with as well. So double whammy of goodness for Hero as we continue to regather in the middle of the map. Army will push up, and Colossus going to fire a few shots off onto a couple of units there, as they're actually going to come diving back through. Disruptor shots, going to get just a Marine. One Colossus goes down. Good chase from GuMiho. This DT's going to get rid of the fourth, though. GuMiho's not in the business of losing bases, right? If he loses bases right now, he's going to be in trouble. However, he's going to get so much damage done, he's going to maybe clean the entire Protoss army out. If he gets rid of every Protoss unit here, he can maybe continue across the map to, massive success. Obviously, this base going down, he pretty much is all in, I guess. 50 army supply lead for GuMiho as he stretches into Hero's bases. One Colossus living off over to the edge. I wonder if we can even bring that back and into the fight at all. That feels like a challenge in itself right now as we try and stay alive. Robo facility going to go down. That Disruptor doesn't do much. I mean, you have one DT here that's going to get cleaned up as well. If units here left behind, not sure what that's about, as GuMiho dives heavily onto the right. The DTs actually do make a dive in. Now the Zealots showing up as well. A lot of Zealots, in fact. Not a lot of units to help get through those Zealots quickly. No splash damage at all. The Colossus is making a reappearance as the Stalkers try to kite away. You're going to see pretty much all the Stalkers going down. The Stalkers fall. GuMiho gets out of there. Oh, the problem is, we just said it right. GuMiho's kind of all in because of how much damage he's taken. He's on 3 bases. He killed off 1 base of Hero, but that obviously is not a fair trade. Hero is still a 5-base Protoss with a 40-worker lead. GuMiho has to win this game right here and now to stay in the WardiTV Christmas Day games, but I just don't think he's going to be having a very Merry Christmas. I think Hero is going to take this one down and is going to be jingling all the way to the semifinals. Stalkers blink to the right side. Colossus still firing. Zealots up in front. And we are, I believe, going to see ourselves a big push through from Hero as he cleans up this army. And GuMiho, yeah, he's going to say GG there. He's not going to make Hero come across the map, which he maybe could have. Hero's army supply is not huge, but he has the money and the income to reinforce and rebuild out of it. GG says GuMiho, and Hero is going to come in and win the first match, the first round of 8 of the day. Hero will be our first semi-finalist in the WardiTV Christmas Day games. And just to remind you, obviously, the section of the bracket that Hero is in is the same as Clem versus Solar, which is our next best of 5. So Hero will be sitting there and waiting to play either a PVT or a PVZ in the upcoming series. So that's Hero, PVT, or PVZ coming up later on today, because we've got to figure out who's going to be playing against him. It's going to be Clem versus Solar up next for us. That's a really exciting TVZ. When I think about Clem versus Solar, actually look at their Ligula quickly just before we go into a quick little break before this next series, everybody. But I look at Clem and I look at Solar, and I think Clem usually does get the better of Solar, but Solar usually gets maps. Clem 3-0, Clem 2-1, 2-0, 2-1, 2-0, 2-0, 2-0. Man, it's been a while since Solar won. Holy, we've got to go back to January of 2024, where Solar won in the group stages of Masters Coliseum 2-0. Since then, they've played some close series, some 5-game epics, including Katowice this year. They played a best of 5, but went to 5 games. Man, that's actually a crazy set of stats that Clem has been that good against Solar, because Solar always feels like he can get so close to taking on Clem. Let's hope that today is going to be one of those days where at the very least Solar can push Clem a little bit to his limits and force him into a fully fledged best of 5 series in today's WardiTV Christmas Day games. That is coming up next, guys. Hero is in the semifinals. Clem versus Solar in the round of 8 is our next series. Later down the line, we still have MaxPax versus Shin and ByuN versus Dark. We're only just getting started. Merry Christmas. We'll be back in a few minutes, and we'll be going into our second series, which is Clem versus Solar. Welcome back, everybody, to the WardiTV Christmas Day Games 2024. As we are one series deep, and we have many more to go. We got 6 more series coming up, starting with this Clem versus Solar series that we've been hyping up a little bit already. Can Solar knock off what has almost been a 1-year losing streak against Clem, or is the world champion of StarCraft 2 just going to be a little bit too good? Hard to really bet against Clem, isn't it? It really is kind of difficult to bet against the kid that is just doing it all. We might not see his Protoss today. Definitely think we're going to be sticking to Terran for this TVZ especially. The winner of this does play Hero in the semifinals as well. Definitely a star-studded half of the bracket. That Hero match really was very impressive already as well. I think that was actually very good from Hero. Just thinking back on it, like, just very well played. Very well played indeed. Alright guys, shall we do this? Shall we get into some StarCraft 2? Once again, let's do it. You know we like it. We know we want to. Let's go into our second best of 5. Here in the WardiTV Christmas Day Games quarterfinals, our second match starts off with the red Terran player, who is going to be in the bottom right corner of the map representing Team Liquid. We have Solar. Nope, that's Clem. Why did I go to Solar so confidently there? Oh, okay, guys. Christmas jokes. Yeah, something like that. It's Clem in the bottom right-hand side. That was such a great intro up until the point of just botching it completely. Actually, Solar in the top left from Falcons, our blue Zerg player, as we get him involved and we get him ready to play some games. Oh, that was embarrassing. You know what it is as well? It's like, I could just scrap this. The power of this being pre-recorded is I could just scrap it right now. No one would ever know the stupidity of this intro. But you know what? I'm genuine. This is unedited. Apart from stitching the games together, this is how it happened. It wouldn't be a WardiCast without messing the intro up to some extent, you know? I'm sure you guys are all having a good laugh. And we'll see you again here on the Christmas Day Games. These games are pre-recorded. I might be hanging out and chat with you guys right now, also laughing at myself. So, yeah, that's what's going on. Thank you so much for joining us, and we are excited to get into this TVZ. I really do think Solar versus Clem has the chance to really be pretty darn fascinating. I really think this one can be a lot of fun because Solar is so good at surviving a lot of the time. And when I say he's so good at surviving, one of the best things that I see from Solar is if he can just get to lurkers, then my goodness is he probably going to go into beast mode because he is so good at the game. Once he gets to that lurker phase, he really is able to amp it up. He's really able to play extremely confidently at that sort of a stage of a game. So yes, definitely expecting Solar to, if he can get there, put up a good fight. I think the problem for Solar is absolutely going to be getting there. And there's no shame in, you know, saying that because Clem's freaking good at StarCraft 2. And he is going to make your life difficult. He is extremely good in TVZ. I mean, TVZ is the matchup that Clem probably first really kind of made a bit more of a name for himself on. You know, he was always very good and building up and growing, but his first real successes came from TVZ, and obviously that's continued this year. The results against Serral in the World Cup, for example, as this Reaper comes through, tries to catch a drone, is not quite able to. The Zerglings get there, trying to chase our Reaper around instead. As the Spore Crawler will cancel, but the Ling should be able to zone, and I don't think Solar's in too much trouble outside of a supply block. Overlord not yet ready. So we wait on that as the Queen comes through. Reaper will get turned the other direction. And a couple command centers on their way up as well. So just bring all of that into play for the moment. So not really any messing around by Clem, just going straight into the triple command center, straight into the 3CC. Going to give him a really good economy to play off of. As this Reaper continues to linger just out the front of the base over here. It's just going to be hanging around for a little bit. Again, SCV, Starport, all coming through. The Reaper on the top side going to move about. Queens are going to be there. And that Reaper will hold off for a few moments at the very least. Able to really jump in. I mean, it could probably move forward if it wanted to, but it's not going to gain anything right now. If you could get that creep tumor, that would be amazing, but that doesn't look likely to happen. And he's going to hit the hatchery, which is a forward hatch here from Solar on Whispers of Gold. One of the shorter maps. Wonder if he's going to try and use that aggressively, or if there's some kind of a plan in play for him. As we get this opening game started now, these Reaper are going to get chased by these Lings, and we do not have support for it yet. 2 Hellions on the map. Somehow that Reaper is able to stay far enough ahead of the Lings that it does not get caught and surrounded, so nothing really comes of that one in the end. And obviously with Hellion showing up, we're going to be much safer against those Zerglings in the future. Clem also going to follow with the Banshee, which is a very typical Clem move, in all honesty. Get the Banshee up, puts you in a very safe position, the kind of position where you can control the game. And his TVZ really is all about controlling the game, right? That is exactly what Clem is up to 9 times out of 10. He wants to be aggressive from the start, in your face. He wants to be the one that says, okay, the game plays at this pace. You got to do things at my timings. So that's exactly what we expect from Clem. Banshee does a good part of that because A, it keeps you map control, it keeps you very safe in case your opponent gets aggressive, and it gives you harassing opportunities too. So it can just be another way to control the map, get harassment damage in. As a few Hellions will now peel around to the top side, and there will be a creep tumor that they're able to nab. So creep tumor goes down immediately. Still got our Banshee and our cloaking continuing out as well as the Hellions get back toward the middle. Just wondering what we might kind of aim to do here in these next few moments as we have the Hellions going to go around the right. Clem oftentimes does play quite aggressively with his Hellions, but it does seem like it's a case of if the opportunity is there. I was talking to him about it at Home Story Cup a little bit, and he's like, yeah, I do like to, but it's just because these Zergs keep trying to be so greedy. A lot of the time if they, delay that link speed and so on, my first Hellions have a good chance to dive in and really kind of create some good threatening damage. So why wouldn't I try and take advantage of that? And obviously that makes a whole lot of sense. As the Banshee here has poked about, found a single kill. The Hellions got pushed back by the Queen as well. And now a Roach Roaring coming up from a solo, so showing us some roaches in the early stages of this game number 1. So yeah, some roaches coming out. The Hellions will continue to move around. Again, the +1 attack, +1 armor, stim pack building in here as we speak. So again, all of our upgrades online, getting this bio army ready to rumble. Perhaps we can get some damage off onto these hatchery while the Banshees do make their appearance on the left-hand side for 3 drones, now 4. So 4 drones going down. The Hellion's going to relocate back in the center. Kind of surprised we don't see a scan for some creep, but instead we're going to find a way to a mineral line. Over here we're going to come through, and that's now 9 workers killed as the Hellions get to go a-burning and barbecuing. They get some good damage dealt as we come back around to the left, but that's going to be a Queen in position. That is going to be a turn away also. Man, love the play though with those. We lose a Banshee, unfortunately. Love the play with those Hellions, just so active, and finally just says, I'm going to cut it all the way. The thing is, when you're over here, the Zerg usually thinks, it's like, okay, well, you can't break into my base from there, right? You're going to stop on this hatchery. And Clem says, well, what if I just run straight through the middle over here, Like, what if I just do this completely opposite to what you're expecting me to do? And I guess you can do that because of the layout on the base in this map. Being here is just away from this base, right? He runs across the creep to get there. And Clem is able to catch Solar unprepared in that location and really is able to strike very nicely. Hellions join together. And do have a few moments. Going to be seeing that Hellions continue to hold map control. Meanwhile, the first Marines and Medivacs are on the map. Widow Mines accompanying a super fast drilling claws actually from Clem. Going to get drilling claws very early in this game. You see that as a prioritized upgrade. As one of the things that these Marines are going to do already is push back the creep massively, get on top of this base. Now Hellbats approach the left-hand side, going to threaten the mineral line of Solo over here. The Roaches show up to defend the right side. The Lings are not really meant to be the defense on the left when the Hellbats are there, but there's not really much choice right now. On the plus side, we might not lose too much. Can we transfuse these Queens? Solar gets the transfusion here. That should be a defense now. The Medivacs, though, are still looming large and being a threat to this. Definitely looking for their chance to once again have an impact in this game. Dropping into the back, but they will not do too much else. Solar needs to re-establish his creep spread, losing the creep here. He's got some creep from the center that will probably help to replace that. But yes, you got to really get rid of the creep denial and get back to kind of creeping up yourself, because if you're not going to be able to creep up yourself, you really do end up in a lot of trouble eventually. So this does feel pretty necessary as the Medivacs join up. Again, drilling claws, 2 upgrades on the way out. Baneling speed and a hive coming up as well. Now Marines will push forward and going to get rid of some creep tumors here. Baneling's going down also. The Banes are going to drop. The Roaches step forward. Medivacs go boosting along. 2 Medivacs in the top left, as these Queens apparently having a little bit of a party stuck behind that Roach Roaring for a few moments. Let me slow this down and regather as a couple of creep tumors will get knocked down. The Ling Roach Bane right there as well. Keeping an eye on the Medivacs on the minimap. The ones behind that base definitely could be a concern if the correct sort of moment arises. So yeah, just gotta keep our eyes on that as we do have the Bane Speed and the Vipers coming through. Solo's gonna hit Hive Tech, but obviously the way he's playing, it's more of a Hive rush than like a, oh yeah, I'm gonna get to Lurkers or so. So while I said I really like Solo's ability to survive, to me he's not quite going into what I think is his absolute best case of survival right now, which would be Lurkers. His game is not set up to play Lurkers, to be fair, just to be completely clear. This is not like a, oh, why the heck is he doing it? Because he's not meant to, but the Hive Tech is coming through. Just wanted to mention it's not quite the scenario I was thinking of earlier, where it's like if Solo gets to Hive and Lurkers and so, I mean, I guess maybe that's obvious because, you know, there's no Lurkers, but there's a couple of tanks will unsiege and relocate. Clem's push up this left-hand side has already laid claim to one of the bases. Now the Spore Crawler going to shoot away. As Ultras step out onto the field, Clem will have a little bit more difficulty. And Clem is on 4 bases right now. He is adding on an additional planetary and command center. So his base count is good. Ghost Academy coming through. Right now, there's no immediate answer to the Ultras, though. So as long as there's no immediate answer to Ultras, there's always going to be that little scenario, I think, where it's like, okay, you know, Solo should be able to get a couple of fights off here where he can push this back, where he can hold this off. So I feel like that stage of this is kind of becoming just a matter of time. Tank sieges again. Our units press forward. Units are going to get blasted by a handful of Banelings, so they're going to get some damage done. And those 2 Ultras coming out. 3 upgrades coming through as well. We turn around. Tank still whacking away at the Roach Baneling Ravager. Nice abduct in on one of the siege tanks as well. Just going to bring that forward, drag that into play. More shots coming down. We had to get rid of a hatchery top right-hand side in the meantime. Clem's everywhere, dropping in the back of the natural. Solo deals with that. He's actually going to deal with the attack in the main base too. This drop is also going to get dealt with and cleaned up. So, progress, honestly. Progress as our units get to the right side. Marines will have to lift up again. Gonna try and drop another hatchery down right there. Try and drop that hatchery down. Just going to be seeing a couple of queens. Going to drop a couple of creep tumors into play as well. Now we do have 14 more Zerglings coming out and about as we speak. So getting those up as the Ling Ultra goes crashing in on the other side of the map. So going to come crashing forward. Now CVs pull away straight immediately here. This is the question of, does Clem have enough of a deal with Ultras right now? He only has a single Ghost. Obviously Marauders do help, but Solo's able to make a stand. Still has Marines and a Marauder on the other side to handle, and Clem does lift those up, saving them and preserving them for the moment at the very least. And now the Bioforce back onto this map. I'm actually going to kill an Extract on the left. Man, just random little groups of units here, there, and everywhere so far. And they do come through and play cleanup. And again, the rest of the medevacs coming over as well. As we are going to see a scan coming out, and our Crypt Tumors are going to get cleaned on up. So you pick off a lot of that creep now, pushing into the creep spread here. Those Lings and the Ravager just going to come across too. A couple of Corrosive Clouds dropping down. Wooden Lions continue to spread out. The Ultras and the Banes and the Ravagers continue up. Lings and Ravagers move forward again. Wooden Mine shot very good on a group of Zerglings. Another Wooden Mine shot is still going off. Overseer's going to be taking a whole bunch of damage there also. Again, Clem has to lift up and back away. Sola is going to come chasing back across to try and hunt this down. Sola going to make his way across and see if he can take advantage of this at all. And the Bio, we're going to sit here, we're going to borrow up a Widow Mine. The Ultras are going to get on top of this base once again. Again, it's just not enough Ghosts right now for Clem to really help handle the Ultras properly, and just being met by this kind of initial force of Ultras, consistently ending up taking some damage from those. As a couple snipes come through, that Ravager gets picked up. In the end, Clem's army masses up to be good enough, which I don't think is the issue. It's just kind of having those units preemptively positioned is the kind of problem that we're having right now. Those units just do not keep getting into the right places quickly enough maybe for Clem, which is allowing Solo to do some damage and to draw this game outwards, because it doesn't feel like a game of Solo has much of a shot in, but he's making some plays. He's staying in it. He's standing up at least. I do think Clem is still controlling it for the most part. I mean, we're on 5 bases here as Clem. The worker count is good across the board, honestly, but obviously a bit better for Clem, I'd say, being only 5 workers behind. It's not like Solar is building up a massive bank, and I would also not say that Solar is on the most incredible of armies, right? An ultra-based army, to me, is a little bit lacking in terms of what you really want to end up on. I'll go back over to the left-hand side. Gonna get rid of the Hatcher on the left. Ling and Bane Ultra coming over again. Bio gonna stim away for a few moments. Well, Ultra's actually do a good job of chasing down. Clem is already kind of back to his base, though. Again, the size of this map is definitely an issue for Solar, as he's really, when you look at the minimap, as well, in trouble. I mean, we'll watch this fight as the Banes might get a chance to crash in. We actually will get rid of a base. We're going to reset this to 4 bases each. Not that Zerg is typically going to be happy on 4 base versus 4 base, but hey, it's better than nothing, right? You got to take something of this, right? 13 SCVs killed. I was going to say is, you can see Solar's just so confined. He's got his 4 bases and then barely nothing else. A little bit of creep through the middle of the map that Clem hasn't cleaned up. Knocking Clem down a base, like I say, does put Clem maybe in a little bit of a tougher spot here. Maybe just slow him down ever so slightly. Infest is still coming through. The Ultra production continues. Even getting the upgrade still, plus 3 melee. We already had Carapace, so the Ultras are fully upgraded in terms of their armor and being as tanky as possible, which is usually one of their main goals. So that part is a victory so far. There's our Ultra Ling Bane regathers. A little bit of Bio going to come stimming in on the left-hand side. Going to find a hatchery to cancel immediately. A few Zerglings going to step across there. Those Medivacs will lift up and retreat. Couple more transfusions, keep the Ultras healthy. The problem is bar these couple of infestors, I don't know if Solar's army's getting any better. and if it's ever going to get any better. Whereas Clem's army definitely just gets better with quantity of quality units, if that makes sense. If, you know, as you add on more ghosts and so, Clem's army is going to become so freaking good. As the Bio gets chased, the Ultras, the Ravagers coming to chase this down. CC setting up as well. The Queen's in the middle of the map already. The Liberators will continue to gather up as well. Just going to get the sieges going. Going to stim up the left-hand side as Ravager, Ultra, Queen gets hunted. There goes an Infestor. Going to get picked off as well. Plus 3 melee upgrade, not far from being done. More ghosts coming out. Marine still coming through, and I'm able to step forward once more. If you can just deny this 5th base of Solar, I really struggle to see Solar getting back in this game. You know, at that point, you're talking about just being denied bases that you really need to be mining from realistically. And it's just happening too consistently now. In this case, Solar actually just stepped forward and does a very good job of pushing Clem off of this. So actually, Solar's going to stay in with a chance here. As we pull all the way back towards that Liberator circle. Now Solar steps away. You know what? It's actually a pretty fun game because Solar is definitely keeping this in a position where it's like, well, I kind of couldn't believe that maybe if Clem missteps a fight, there's going to be a chance. You know, the supplies are staying competitive. It's just, for a Zerg to really be competitive, to me, they need to own more of the map. They need to be in more control than what Solar is in control of here. To me, this is Terran winning because if you look at both players, their numbers are similar. But that's not how Zerg wins these games, right? They don't win games off numbers being similar at all, on being, you know, confined to 4 bases for an extremely long time. Those are some nice parasitic bombs, but Clem's 5th base economy is absolutely going to be good enough to keep him kind of active for the moment. Like I said, I do not think he is currently feeling any concerns. Like I say, he can mess up a fight, and maybe that is going to be what would nudge you in the direction of like, okay, right, messed up a fight, and maybe now I'm in some trouble. We're just not there yet. I guess the Infestors obviously add that potential of messing up a fight. You get caught in a bad fungal, and that really does accelerate the problem a lot of the time as well, so there are issues there. Although Clem taking more control back himself as he sieges up the Liberator. Just going to be an annoyance with that too. Liberator going to fire a few more shots off, but that will not go very far at all. That will be cleaned up. Just hold tight on that left-hand side. Corrupt is coming through. We've got ourselves the Infestor and +1 flyer attack on the Spire. Also coming into play currently. The right side of Fjord is going to try and counterattack down, maybe try and take Clem's attention elsewhere. I do think this is just one of those maps where, as I've said before, the layout of the map is definitely not going to do Solar any real favors. As that Bio steps up, a couple of those libs already very nicely sieged. Maybe you have to attack into those. There's no way to actually deal with Liberators properly right now, like abducts and parasitic bombs. Okay, there's a few Corruptors showing up. There's obviously not bad fungals to kind of help Solar out, but I mean, Clem's essentially just playing with him. He's like, oh yeah, come fight back through my Liberation zone for a second and a third time. How many times are we going to run through that Liberator? Liberator has 5 kills, but it's mostly shooting at Ultras. That's pretty impressive. Because obviously we're right next to a base, so the fact that Solar is able to get here does mean he can now kill some SCVs, and He's going to wipe out Clem's 5th base. And Clem is actually going to lose a lot of economy, where, to the point now where maybe if he loses a little bit of his army, maybe that's where Solar can overwhelm. The economy of Clem suddenly losing 25 workers is an issue, as these Ultras have refused to be kind of put down on the right side as well. Okay, I'm becoming a little bit convinced by Solar, honestly. As I said previously, obviously I was not immediately convinced. I was definitely feeling as though Clem was in control of this game, but I am seeing reasons to worry if you're a Clem fan now. I mean, those workers going down. Clem's army's still competitive for the moment, and again, the size of the map is going to be intriguing because it shouldn't take Clem much to get across the other side. But look what Solar's been able to do. Top right base, now operational and mining. Far left base will stay alive and keep mining too. These are important bases for the Zerg to have an economy to go toe-to-toe deeper in this game. Resources lost is even, which is pretty good for a Zerg as well. Clem has actually not had the best of fights, as we do drop one snipe down. The Infestor falls. About to hit the 20-minute mark here, and Whispers of Gold. He's not sieged up with these lives. He's going to get jumped on. I actually think this is the sort of fight that Solo could absolutely win, although I guess the Banes aren't catching, though the Lings are going to get a wraparound, and that means the Ultras are going to go chomping their way through, and some Christmas dinner for them as they eat up the Marines, and they are going to make their way straight through. Planetary Fortress in trouble. Clem has actually lost this game. Wow. Sola's resilience with an army that I just did not think was going to do it, and I wonder if Clem almost got too aggressive, almost baited into aggression because of the size of the map and so on, and if he just sat back, Sola would have always been like, I can't really compete now because I can't attack into you with this army. Every time, I tell you one thing that I think made a big impact in this game was this right side base of Clem. Yes, it got mined out, but Sola constantly found damage here. He repeatedly showed up in this position and was able to succeed. And I think that success goes a long, long way for you in a game like this one, so damn. Couple medevac's gonna get up the top, pulling Ultra Corruptor. It's gonna come over, it's gonna be seeing the Ultra taking damage. This is a push from Solar right now that's threatening to end this game, as Clem is going to have to fall back, eats a fungal growth at the front. These units are going to have to keep cutting backwards. Planetary Fortress there is going to try and stand its ground, but it's not going to be good enough, and Solar is going to open up this best of 5 with a win. GG's. Alright, well that is that, and it is going to be Solar opening up with a 1-0 lead. That's a fascinating result to start us off on, and now I'm even more excited for this series, because that means Solar is here, and Solar means business. He is not going to mess around. Oh yes, I'm excited. I'm very excited. Solar gets the first game, and what a fascinating game. I maybe should have checked a little bit sooner how Clem was trading in terms of numbers, because when we looked at it, the resources lost was not really very good. Yeah, the resources lost were not really very good, but then it just felt like Solar was so confined. But I guess Clem was also very confined to his 5 bases, so yes, Solar didn't really get a 4 base very easily, but I guess neither did Clem, so... And the trades were good enough for Solar. I do think Clem maybe just was a bit overly aggressive, right? If he just slowed it down. Solar's army, to me, was never in a place good enough to truly attack in. It only attacked in because Clem was out on the map and then was immediately pushed back. I get it, though. Clem probably felt as though he was controlling this game, was in a good position, and he just was able to keep on pushing, right? Was able to keep on pressing forward. And in the end, that wasn't the case. Man, fascinating stuff. Fascinating stuff. Actually really happy with this first game, because now we've got a potential upset on the table. Solar leads by a map as we go to Amygdala for map number 2. And can Clem bounce back, or is Solar going to maintain position in this best of 5 quarter final, looking to fight his way through to the semis of the WardiTV Christmas Day Games 2024? In the bottom left-hand corner, the red Terran player representing Team Liquid. This is Clem. Oh yes, I got the name right as well. The introduction went properly. No messing around this time. You know, well, that's how you know this series is serious business now. It's kind of funny. I'll do the top right intro. Our blue Zerg player from Falcons is Solar. It is kind of funny because, obviously, you know, for you guys, you're going to watch me casting all these games back to back. But for me, I kind of cast one of these games here, one of these games there. I'm basically like adding a series here and there each day on the build up to Christmas to get these games ready to go out for you guys. So for me, I kind of just sat back down after having some food to cast this match, so I'm not quite in like full StarCraft mode in my head, so it's like it almost takes me a minute to turn back on, which is why I was kind of laughing so much about the epic intro into just saying Solar's name, because I was like, no, my brain's in like I just ate mode, not we just casted a pretty fun GuMiho versus Hero War mode, now let's go into the rest of it mode, you know? Overlord moving about. We do have a couple of Overlords in the center. As we have the hatch, gas, and pool all building. Nothing too awry from the norm just yet. Overlord going down the bottom left. The SCVs will begin to move onto the map as well, so they will just step forward here for a couple moments. Well, as if he comes to scout, obviously we'll just be seeing this as a hatchery first. So Clem just, taking his precautions. Not going to risk too much, especially down a game. You'll probably see Clem be pretty safe about things right now, not really rushing into situations and so on. I think he's going to play this a little bit carefully, to be honest, as the SCV moves around. There is the Reaper coming across the map as well, so we'll just follow that for a moment or two. See if that gets up to anything exciting. There's a drone right there, but actually doesn't see it. Doesn't go close enough to see the drone. If that was a hatchery, he would have seen the hatch, but the hatchery goes down now. As yeah, this Reaper will end up just fighting for some drones and Zerglings in the early moments of this game, so just trying to find something with that. As the Reaper goes back and forth, Queen pops out. Reaper will be taking some damage. Again, factory, command center, all continuing up as Zergling speed continues in as well. Get some additional shots off. 4 drones going down so far. Speed halfway done. This Overlord just chilling out overhead as well. This Reaper still moving back over in this right-hand side direction. He's going to get there. Reaper gets turned onto the low ground. A little grenade going down as well. A couple Hellions trying to come about themselves and see if they can make a stand on what's going on here. The Reaper again pulling back. The Queens gather in the middle of the map with that Overlord to accompany them. So far, so good. 3 Queens on the way up. Barracks on the way through. Additional factory ready to go. Barracks is going to lift off, go to the reactor. Starport will drop into position. It's going to be a 2-on-1, but with a triple CC. So, going to have that kind of bio-aggression accompanied with the very strong economy that is, natural for triple command center play. So, Clem will be able to do the best of both worlds, which is have a great economy, and also potentially be able to get onto the map and make stuff happen fairly early with that stim pack. The Zergling scouting around us all would love to just see a little bit of what's going on right here. Just get an idea of, okay, this is what's up, this is what I need to be prepping for, this is what I've got to be careful about. He's going to be able to grab a kill. Again, the few drones and the Queens coming online. The reactor finishing on this factory in just a few moments as well. It's just going to get that up and online as well. As again, Queens and drones coming up. The engineering bay. All 2 dropping down in the back of the natural. And our Hellions will take the watchtower in the bottom right. Stimpack not far from finishing. Medivacs in production. Extractors continue to build as our lair comes up. The hatchery drops onto the 4th. A couple of Hellions come through again as continue to get those engineering bays are rolling. Medivacs coming by, the Stimpack coming up. So just having Lings and drones producing through for now. Hellions pull back down the bottom left as our mule drops onto the 3rd base. SCVs are going to keep on producing as well. Keep going through with all of the good stuff here so far. And combat shields and +1 both building from Clem as he gets his first Medivacs onto the map. See how Solar deals with this. No Baneling Nest just yet. fact, we're only going to have about 20 lings on the map, so just got to be very careful with how the engagement here goes. Do not attack into a choke. Do not let these Marines take advantage of you too heavily, because that could definitely become disastrous very quickly. The Queens push away onto the Marines step forward. The Queens take a little bit of damage again, and they step back, so a little bit of back and forth here just for the moment. There's 1-1 upgrades, and the combat shield continue to produce. Speed coming about, melee upgrades on the way in. Clem does not do too much with the initial medevacs, although we'll jump across here and get a creep tumor, which is nice. Trailing by a game, Clem looking to try and bounce back and to stop this series from getting away from him super early. He's going to force a lift up on those Marines. The Marines lift up, they're going to back away. Still got a Hydra Den building from Solar over on the natural. Marines are going to unload and fight their way through. We're going to take a bit of damage. The rest of the Lings coming back across. Let's see if they can make enough happen here as defense continues. Clem back at home. 3 more barracks going down. So we're going to power it up to 8 racks here on Amygdala. And he is going to be pretty aggressive. Now, Clem has this tendency when he 8 racks to oftentimes kind of bail away from the 8 racks. Like, he will 8 racks and start a transition way faster into a 4th and stuff than other Terrans do. This seems like a pretty straight up 8 racks for the moment, as Bane Speed is about to finish on the side of Solar. Groove Spines is on the way up as well, so we bring all of that into play. A couple of Banelings already getting knocked down immediately. The Marines get there to play that cleanup too. 1-1 upgrades coming in on the side of Clem. 11 additional Marines, armory producing. Marines will continue to play, and the Queens will put some work in. Marines in the back. Gonna have to lift up and move in towards the main base as well, so they're just gonna hop on over here. And there's a couple of Banelings actually end up approaching. They're gonna come straight through, and the Marines now gonna have to go elsewhere as they pull over to the left-hand side. We actually have 1 medevac cleaned up in the bottom right-hand side too. So I'm taking some losses. Zerglin's trying to catch reinforcements, but that reinforcement wave is large, as it's obviously a full-on 8 racks. Starting to step forward right here. Marines and the tanks coming through, just going to be seeing that melee and carapace upgrade still continuing up as well. We're going to step forward. The Queens take some damage. In fact, a lot of the Queens going down immediately. Clem's also got a drop into the main base right now, so we'll check on that. Okay, nothing happening just yet as we see Solar trying to break through this position. I'm worried that the Hydra's in the front. These Lings and Banes need to step forward and protect these Hydras a little bit, but that ain't happening. Hydra's in a lot of trouble, in fact. And Clem doing very well. He had to load up in the main, drop to the low ground instead, so that will continue. But over here, Clem is absolutely annihilating this army. He doesn't have too much left over, but reinforcements about to arrive. A fresh set of Marines. And with some fresh legs on those Marines, it's good enough to get the GG. And to even out this best of 5, we're tied up now in the quarterfinals as Clem and Solar will go to 1-1. Clem bringing it back with a pretty speedy game here on Amygdala. GG. GG. That was actually a pretty speedy game right at the end of the day. Pretty quick stuff coming through there, as we will be jumping ourselves into more action. In a few moments' time, we're going to be heading to ley lines for map 3 of this series. And if you guys are enjoying the content today, if you're enjoying the Christmas Day games, I urge you to follow the channel, keep on track of when we're doing more StarCraft 2 in the future. And of course, you can check out, I keep looking over here because that's where my YouTube chat usually is. And Cass and I keep looking at Twitch chat and YouTube chat, and neither of them are there. Yes, but of course, if you are enjoying, do consider, liking this YouTube video as well. The more likes the YouTube video gets, the more YouTube is like, oh my god, people want to watch this, and then it tells more people to watch, and that would be amazing to get as many people here watching as possible. So yeah, TLDR, if you're enjoying the stream, you want to support, just do the things, click the buttons. We really appreciate it, as I'm just killing about 30. You might tell, I'm killing some time. The ads are probably playing right now. Some of you guys will not be seeing them, others will be. We appreciate you guys sitting through the ads and everything. As I just want to give it a few more moments just in case we need the ads to clear up the clear the way. On Twitch we have scheduled ads, so no matter what, ads will run at some point. So by me killing some time here, hopefully, real-time Wardy right now sees it, presses the ad button, and then you don't get ads during the games. Instead, you just get ads in these moments, as I think we've probably done enough. We can go to ley lines. So Clem versus Solar, game number 3 of this best of 5. It's all tied up. Whoever wins this one, I think, gets to start making a little bit of a statement in these matches, right? To me, this is the point where it becomes, you get up to 2-1, and if you're at 2-1, I think that becomes a very dangerous position to play out of as the play out of deficit. There's no room for mistakes at that point any longer, right? So definitely a interesting moment or two that we've got coming up. In the top right side, our red Terran player here on ley lines is Clem, bringing this series back into action for himself as he takes that second game, ties it up, and he has taken on the blue Zerg in the bottom left-hand corner of the map from Falcons. We have Solar. Game 3 of this best of 5 series. Let's follow the Overlord across the map. It takes us on a beautiful little journey of ley lines. That was just a barracks building at the front. Just going to get that barracks on the way nice and quickly. Get that started up. Barracks in the SCV building. Hatching and gas coming online. Those couple of overlords are going to spread out in a couple different directions. And the hatchery coming down in the front as well. So continue to bring that into play just for the moment. And our barracks still coming through. Early game TVZ. Doesn't have too much going on. Like I say, please share in the chat how you guys are feeling, how your days are going. Would love to hear from you guys as well. Like I say, I may not be there right now in the chat, but share throughout the day, and I'll be there at certain points enjoying the games with you guys. It's one of the rare times I obviously get to sit back and watch my own stream. Usually I'm out here on the caster side, but I'm actually going to get to be in chat and watch a few of the games with you guys as well. So super looking forward to that. And yeah, I hope you guys, like I say, just going to enjoy all the games. Have a great day with us. And family and whatever else, or whatever your traditions are. Hope you enjoy some Christmas Day StarCraft 2 as ISCV pulls away, gonna patrol a little bit, a couple of queens and some zerglings are producing on out. And drone just gonna chase that SCV, the Reaper on the high ground just gonna hop up as well. Fire a couple of shots, some lings will be taking some damage. Drones going to be coming through. And as we go back and forth there, the Zergling speed is coming online as well, so all of that continues to come out into play. Obviously, we go to triple CC from Clem, which is not too surprising. The SCV blocking that third hatch on the bottom side. Third hatch does go up to the top in the end, so just going to get that online and into position right off the bat. And a couple queens still zoning at the front, trying to keep this Reaper away for just a little longer. Let me just take a moment to breathe. So obviously the last game kind of culminated pretty quickly, pretty swiftly. Starport coming through to get up and online. Here he gets chased away by the queen. Ling's just going to jump up. That Reaper gets turned around and takes some hits pretty swiftly there, so some damage being taken. Reaper hurting, but has a little bit of life left on it. We do have two Hellions coming up. The queen's on the way out also. And the units continue to gather for the moment as we get resettled. A little grenade, the queen just going to get jumped on. Two Hellions and the Reaper, just going to come moving about. Token coming up for the Banshees as well, so we bring that through for the moment. Obviously Clem once more just kind of back to the Banshees, went for the Banshees in their first game as well. Like I said at the time, it gives you a lot of control, it lets you do a lot on the map. It really gives you a lot of confidence to set up into a solid TVZ. So Reaper around the top, just going to see the Overlord flying past them for a couple of moments. The Overlord will see those units moving through. Queens are going to step in, the Hellions and the Reaper get turned the other direction. Couple barracks, couple engineering bays. All on the way out as this Banshee is going to split apart and go all the way around the top. try and reach a destination here and try and get something done. Careful, Banshee, you nearly got blasted. What is this? Is this a ley line? Maybe. Well, maybe that was a real-life ley line right there. That was really just kind of blasting through, wasn't it? I was kind of surprised when I saw it. I was like, what the hell's that? Simfacon +1 coming up. Orbital Command continues through the Hellions, and a Reaper will move about as well. Let's see, the Hellions going to jump onto this hatchery. Reaper going to continue to tap that. As that hatchery is going to take some burn damage. Hatchery taking some hits. Banshee firing through. 8 drones going down. A Hellion still fighting, so it's going to be this Banshee in the back that's actually done a lot of the damage. It got 9 kills on the corner. This Banshee's crazy. We're watching all the action in the front, but maybe so was Solar, as he does not get the Banshee in the back and does not do anything to clean that up quickly enough. I mean, 11 drones going down now. This is exactly what we missed. 12 workers killed. That Banshee, an absolute hero. What a start right there. That is absolutely massive damage right off the bat. I see a Hellion's going to go after a few of those Zerglings. Queens are going to come through also. Again, 1-1 upgrade. Stimpak coming by. Baneling Nest. Going to get that Baneling speed, but that's just huge damage done to the point where Clem's attack, as he hits 5 barracks, may become extremely difficult to stop, right? This might just be getting to one of those points where it's going to be very tough to stop that. We have our siege tank coming online. The medevacs are going to come. I mean, this first pusher Clem already moving. Let's see if Solar can get together a defense, or if he is going to face some issues here as the Marine tank steps up. So has some Hellions as well as Clem, which means that he can use those to tank for a little bit. No Armory, so no Hellbats. And the Armory is late. It means he will not be able to go directly into 2-2 upgrades, unfortunately, for himself. So that's going to be a little bit of a shame. That's definitely going to be missing for him. The Queens and the Hellions have a little bit of an altercation. He's going to step through. Zerglings are going to come about. Actually going to continue to take some damage for a few moments as our Queens continue to take hits. Tanks are going to siege up. They're going to get set. This hatchery is actually going to straight up fall. I mean, you don't really get away with losing 12 drones to a Banshee against Clem. Plain and simple. You just do not get away with that. That is kind of an illegal move. Yeah, disallowed. As you do see the Lings continue to spawn out. They are just dying as they spawn in at the moment. Definitely not a pretty situation at all. Marines continue to push. The Overlord goes down. The medevacs will load up and peel through the bottom side of the map instead. Just getting the hell out of there, as they will now unload to the south, where I know the Overlord will be taking a few more shots of damage one more time. And we got ourselves melee and carapace upgrades coming through. Hydra still producing. Banelings on the way up here from Solar as well. These Marines are just going to step forward. These Queens are all hurting and on move command. Well, what an awful position to get caught. And your Morphing Banes are going to get caught there as well, which is not exactly going to do you any favors either. And the Wing Bane will chase, but we're going to let the tank do its job. Pick off a little bit more of this right here. And yeah, I mean, you just pick off those Banes so that everything else can prosper. Looking very, very good for our boy Clem, who is going to go up to a 2-1 lead. So after a draining first game where Solar really fought back into and was able to stand up in a game we didn't think he was going to, we see Clem come back and just kind of back-to-back fast victories, especially so in scenarios where he's just able to get damage done early. Damage done early catapults him into a great position, and he really capitalizes on it. And Clem now sits 2-1 and a map away from closing out this best of 5 and potentially sending himself into the semifinals, where he would be battling up against Hero. Remember, guys, that's also a little exciting. We're going to jump into that 4th game in just a couple moments. So we're just checking something out. So yeah, let's go into El Dorado. I don't think actually we need to kill too much time as we go into game number 4 and see whether Clem is going to be able to take this series down, or if Solar will fight back. Come on, Solar, give us 5 games. I mentioned it, how there's been a few times in this past year where Solar, even if he hasn't battered Clem, has been able to take him to a 5th map in a best of 5. There's been a lot of series where Solar's been ever so close. Come on, Solar. I'm going to be greedy, and I'm going to request one of those times be right now in our Christmas Day games. Clem's in the bottom right. Solar is in the bottom left. Representing Falcons is Solar. Representing Team Liquid is Clem. As we enter what could be the final game of our second best of 5 of the day. But of course, we're all crossing our fingers and hoping that that is not going to be the case. As the Overlord moves on over to the side. So we're coming off on a bit of a journey. Now we're a couple of drones are coming through as well. Drones moving across, Rex and the gas coming over. We got ourselves settled. It's a hatchery on the natural. No surprises there just yet. Everything going as planned for the moment. Now as drones continue out, our Overlord going to be coming across through to the bottom. Right there as well, so just bring that straight across the other direction. El Dorado, what a fantastic map as well. What a fascinating map. This map has been one of the ones brought about from the recent to the new maps. It was in TLMC. This map, I think, is going to be one of the favorites from this map pool for a long time to come. It has that golden wall element to it, and it definitely has so many different ways in which it can play out and so, which obviously makes it very fun. So yeah, we love this map. A lot of people love this map. How much did Clem and Solo like this map is the question. Again, Clem leads this best of 5, 2-1. Would play Hero in the semifinals later on today. Before then, we still have MaxPax versus Shin and ByuN versus Dark as we work our way through the rest of the quarterfinals. Factory will start. CC on the way up. Hatchery and the Extractor coming by. So you have this Reaper Clem just going to dive through and is able to start going after a couple of those drones. So some drones will begin to take some shots, damage being dealt to begin with. Things will chase. The Reaper gets pushed back just a little tiny bit. Again, some damage being done here for the early stages. Couple of CCs coming through from Clem. The third hatchery from Solar comes down to the bottom side of the map. So wants to try and play the bottom side. You can maybe try and take this gold on the wrong side as your 4th base, for example. Expand down to the gold over here for your 5th. So there's a lot of benefits from taking this kind of direction on the map as the Zerg player. So it does not surprise too much to see Solar trying to take advantage of that immediately. And we'll hit the Reaper a little bit as we start to push up there ever so slightly. Continue to follow this Reaper because that's pretty much where any of the action on the map is going to come from for the next foreseeable few moments. And a couple more Hellions coming on out. And the Reaper really is going to try and kind of make its way up and about. It's going to be low. Going to come down the bottom here and check and confirm that base is online. The Hellions are moving through to the top. If you can keep the distraction over here with the Reaper, maybe the Hellions dive into the natural. This is one of those scenarios where Solar's playing a very late link speed, so Hellions have a lot of diving potential. Going to go in against the 2 queens. The drones have to pull, and he misses the evolution chamber block, so the Hellions get in. Going to find 2 drones. That's going to be it, though. Pretty quick cleanup with the Lings getting the wraparound and the surround. It's actually going to be a very good cleanup compared to expectations. Still got the Reaper and the Hellion, or 2 Hellions even, gathering on the bottom side as the Stimpack, the Starport, all that continues up for the moment. Let me get back on track a little bit. Coming past the Watchtower as well. And Starport coming online, Stimpack still building up. The Hellions will move forward one more time here. Still getting their way over, as we do have our drones going to pull across themselves. Just going to be having the Hellions actually do with the Reaper in tow slip into the main base. So they're going to get straight into this as they continue to fire. A couple of those drones still going down. Damage still being dealt. The Roachron and the Lair coming up. I mean, I don't hate it though. I mean, yes, lost mining time, but all of these early game Hellions die, right? And early game Hellions now means that Clem does not have anywhere near as much map control. He's even stopped building Hellions, so now he's just on a Marine Force, so no map control in the slightest for Clem. You can see why I find it a little concerning, right? It's always a little scary to... And you know, yes, you got 4 drones. Yes, you denied some mining time. But was that worth being completely blind on the map for the foreseeable future? Especially in a game where you're not even now building the, you know, you're not even building the Banshee or anything, right? So there's no map control coming through from there as there's been in previous games. It's going to be all about these medevacs as they make their way across the map. Lifting up a couple more Marines. Maybe shouldn't have used that boost so quickly. They will start to make their way straight through the bottom of El Dorado. Away we go to try and have our say. Yeah, these 2 medevacs move over. 1-1 upgrades coming up. Siege tank, Marines, barracks dropping in. The Marines are going to step forward. The Overlord in trouble. Roaches going to get jumped on a little bit as well. Now another Queen going down. Roaches still getting caught. And you see our Queens coming through. The Roaches gathering. Evolution chamber building. Again, the Marines will go after the drones once again. Medevacs will load up into the main base. We had Queens going to fire back onto the medevacs once again. You're going to lose a medevac because it couldn't get into a safe space. Is there no safe space for this medevac? There's got to be somewhere. I've seen medevacs hide here before. No? There's not? No, there's not. The medevacs go down and Clem loses those. Wow, what a win for Solar. That feels absolutely massive for him, being able to get so much there. That feels like a huge loss, honestly, as the rest of the Marines coming down. The SCV going to take a depot. The Overseer goes moving about as well. Factory will drop down. The bunker in the front going to settle too. Our 1-1 upgrades on the way in. Infestation pit building up also. This Overseer on the bottom side still gathering together. And with the Baneling Nest now building from Solar. So we got that Baneling Nest coming up. The drones are going to get a mining as well. A couple of Ravagers coming online. And the rest of our Overlords coming about. Our Marines and our Medevacs going to come stepping up as well, just for a little bit. We're going to try and get ourselves a Roach, and we are going to pick that up, going past the Creep Teamer there. As we move about. Just a little bit. And we have ourselves the Medevacs with the Marines inside moving around. So we've got our 1-1 upgrades coming about. The Overlord speed and the Baneling speed coming up. Solar. Definitely in a good position because of those Medevac kills. I mean, you don't just lose 2 of your early game Medevacs like that without feeling some kind of heat off the back of it, right? So yeah, Clem definitely a little bit hurting there. Two upgrades coming about. The concussive shells is building. Medevacs get to the middle, they're going to unload. Just going to come straight through with a few more of those Marines. Ever since the Roach is coming across, those Marines will take a bit more damage on the bottom side. Clem is pushing with a couple of Medevacs also. You can see the difference in this game. This is why I was so concerned for Solar in game number 1. Because, for example, in this game, you can see how Solar has so much more creep out in front of his bases. He's got, you know, extra bases already being established too. The game is so much more controlled for Zerg. And I'm sure there's people who are just like, wow, Wardy really just hates Solar. You know, he never gave him a chance in that game number 1. He was counting him out so soon. But this is why, because the map setup and the game layout was looking so bad for him. Because you look at this game now and I'm like, yeah, this is good for Solar. This is a much more playable position. But I don't look at this position and think, oh god, Clem's in a ton of trouble. Because to me, this is what TVZ is almost meant to look like for a competitive game. And yeah, maybe Solar got here a bit accelerated because he killed some Medevacs of Clem, so Clem was not able to do as much. My point is that that's why that first game was looking so terrifying for our Zerg. Because, you know, so many of the things that are in play here that look good for him were just not a thing at all in that previous map. So, definitely a factor set up for this one. He's going to fight. Roach is going to be there. Medevac's forcing a lift up. By Army still stepping through. Those few Banelings going to get chased a little bit. Couple of Banes going to continue in after those Marines also. It's just going to come straight back and across. More siege tanks will go down. Our Marine's going to get chased back by the Lingbane Roach for the moment. Here we go again. Actually, as the Roachbane Ravager Viper starts to head through. Blinding Clouds coming down. A couple of these siege tanks going to get caught in those Blinding Clouds. Nice Blinding Clouds, but the position is so good for Clem, right? The choke points are so good. His tanks created additional chokes on top of the chokes, essentially, as well. So that is an extra bonus that Clem sees there. And that helps him a lot as he comes top left with a drop, although that gets dealt with well by Solar, who has made his way onto these Ultralisks. And does get rid of one. They didn't have Kindness Plant yet, so not as tanky as they should be eventually. And he's chasing down. Clem just pulls it back. That rock tower kind of low. You've seen that be exciting in the TVZ once this year between ByuN and Rogue, as we do have the hatchery does fall. So Clem's persistence in that position is going to succeed for him. He knocks down a base, but Solo has other bases, right? He's got the top left of the map and the top of the map in general. Obviously nice for Clem. He's working through the bottom, takes a gold base himself, and may even continue through the bottom to take this gold base. So maybe it's Clem that will dominate the bottom side of the map. Maybe Solo has to start playing the top, pushed away from some of the gold bases, and get maybe control up here and take these additional bases over time. It's now Clem. Problem is this bottom position. We saw this when Golden Wall was a map as well. If Terrans can get here, they're essentially on a constant push towards the natural / main. This map's actually a bit better for this than what Golden Wall was in terms of defending it. It's not as bad or as punishing for the Terran to be here. It's still a factor though, as we do see one Viper or two Vipers going to get their Blinding Clouds out. In fact, hits a lot of the tanks. I love the Blinding Cloud on the Bio, because that stops the Bio from running back into, or it forces the Bio to micro back properly without running back into the Ultras, and just forces a bit more micro on the side of the Terran player. So yeah, I love to see that as we continue to chase down these Ultras being hunted. Two more Ultras on the way out. Infestor in production. 2 melee upgrades coming about as well. Bringing all of this into play currently as we step back up to this high ground, and Clem continues to swing through the bottom side of El Dorado right now for Game 4 of this best of 5. We get rid of an Ultra. We're going to see a couple Corrosive Vials coming through. The 2 melee upgrades all on the way up as Ultras and Infestors continue to build in for the moment here. These Zerglings just going to kind of leap themselves forward. I mean, Clem, Solo might say let's counterattack, but kind of where is the question? That's more easily kind of said than done, realistically. Because at the end of the day, there's not a lot of positions to attack into. Now, if the depots get left down, that does become a much more attackable position. So maybe that's where you had some opportunity, but we kind of stopped on the depots for a bit. Now he kills some SCVs. Clem will clean that up. Major fight about to happen over here. Infestor surely have a fungal growth opportunity. We get it! It's a huge fungal growth on the ramp. So many units getting caught. So many units will begin to go down. Damage being done, to say the least. That is an absolute massive amount of damage there. Ouch. That is going to hurt Clem a lot. Now, Solo lost a lot too. I mean, you look at resources lost right now. Clem is still trading effectively despite the big fungal. What I don't like for Solo is a lot of his army is this kind of Roach Ravager still, and that's going to become very increasingly difficult to trade out with as this game progresses. That's going to become tougher and tougher and tougher. As these 2 medevacs load up, they are going to go elsewhere. Fire regathers, medevacs and the Vikings join up. Some Lings going to run through them, probably not going to meet their end as the main army is here, but at least Solo gets that info. A few Lings over here, going to try and keep an eye of what's going on as well, if at all possible. Just trying their best to stay in touch with this game. Solo needs to kind of know the situation. Problem is, Solo just constantly has to defend on the bottom left. A couple of those Vipers nearby. This is just bio tank as well, by the way. Clem is not kind of tech through to Ghost. He's got the Academy, but he doesn't have the Ghost actually coming onto the map. It's another decent fungal to start us off here. We've got one more available. Tanks get the Infestors, though. Surprised not to see any kind of Ghost at all, but I guess Clem's dealing well with it anyways, or without them. It's going to be seeing those Ultras still trying to chomp through, and Clem just kites backwards and puts his bio to work. I'm just worried about these Ultras as Solo bleeds them out. Still has a little bit of money to spend in terms of rebuilding potential, but it's not endless. It definitely is not. At least he is holding that more 12 o'clock kind of position base. That feels important for him at this point in time. I think without that, we'd be in a lot more trouble here. As we see, and Parasitic Bomb actually, some of those medevacs low. What? How do you pick that medevac out from the group? That's disgusting. No, how do you pick that medevac out from that cluster? Maybe I missaw that, but that looked absolutely ridiculous. As the Banes are going to come rolling through, the Lings, the Roaches, the Ravagers would like to try and get across here, but Clem continues to stay consistent, now drops to the top side, keeping some of Solar's army over there. So you can't put as much army into defending this position right now. Clem says you're going to nerf the supply of the Ghost. Who needs the Ghost? Again, the Bio Tank is getting this one done for him at the moment. Now, he's not, like I say, winning necessarily, but I like where he's at. I like that he's still the aggressor. He might actually finally get cleaned up on this bomber side. It looked like he maybe missed a little bit of a fungal there while we're checking up on these medevacs. Now things are settling back down. So unit's just going to drop off onto the watchtower for a moment or so. Some Zerglings going down. I'm just going to see the Ultras running across as well into quite a lot of Marauders here. Let's see how they go, as we're just going to be seeing that Ultra going to drop. The Bio going to come back the other direction. Bio coming over, Ravagers and Roaches going to get chased down also. Going to see that +3 armor coming up on the engineering base. Bio, of course, continuing to resettle. At this point in time, Ultras and Ravagers coming online as well, as our Bio Medevac force gets back in the set. When I get up to the top, just going to be seeing the Ling Ultra going to come down and onto the watchtowers. Just going to set up there. +3 armor coming through. Marauders in production. Continue to get all of that coming through as well at the moment as our Lings, Marines, and Marauders set up. +3 armor coming through. Bio actually going to get a hatchery on the top side as Ling Ultra still running by. Continue to try and do as much as we can with all of that. Ultra's going to jump onto the factory. The Marauder going to go down. Bio going to get there as well. You're seeing the fungal growth still dropping. Nice blinding cloud actually going to land on a bunch of those siege tanks, so they are going to get jumped on. Now a couple of Lings going down as well, so a little bit more happening here. Fire still coming across. These Ultras are going to end up in a little bit of trouble, I think. Being attacked from both sides. Clem can kite back on one way, chase on the other. Banelings are not going to get morphed in time at all, so no splash damage available for Solar outside of the Ultralist Chomper Chomps. Pretty much the only thing we got going there as the +3 armor continues to come up and online. Big push through the bottom side from Clem. He's starting to be just always ahead of Solar that little bit in supply. And that's a little bit concerning for our Zerg as a couple of Vikings try to go after the Vipers. Well, Lingbane Ultra coming through the bottom right now. Tank going to siege up in the back. Clem is still doing this with... sorry, I don't know why I opened the unit's lost tab right there. But I was going to say without a Ghost, right? I don't think he's built a single Ghost in the game. He's added on some Liberators, so there has been some progression of the army that he's made. Ravager, Bane, moving about, just going to be seeing that +3 armor coming up. A couple of siege tanks are coming through as well. I will gather back over. Setting up here once more. He's just going to run through. I feel like those Lings aren't doing anything on the bottom. Finding some Banes crash through his siege tank. The Ultra's going to get through the gap. Clem, again, just defensive position is good. Up that ramp with the tanks. These few Banes will try and make into this mineral line. It's a very minimal effect. We'll get a few SCVs. Obviously, Clem gets pushed away on the bottom side a little bit, but we're setting up so well elsewhere on the map, so I'm not really that worried for him, I suppose. At this point in time, just going to be seeing the Ultra, the Infestors will continue to come through as well. It's just bringing up a whole bunch of that right here. Things are going to continue to run about again, looking to be as scary as possible. Just going to be seeing the Marines loading back into the medevac for a little bit. Just going to be seeing some of the Bio stepping through. Just going to get toward that hatchery for a few moments as well. They step up, their fungal growth comes down. Clem, obviously, having defended, now turning this into offense for himself and pushing through to the top side. Obviously, again, threatening that base is going to be a little bit scary for Solar. Definitely has to figure out how to deal with that. Fungal growth goes down. Those ByuN's going to get caught. These Ultras are still running across as well. Siege tanks going to be continuing to fight. There's a few more Banes crashing through too. Siege Tank's really being a great supporting cast there, and now Clem is able to step forwards and step up a little bit, able to jump onto a lot of these units, and I think this one is starting to get maybe just a little bit out of hand as a Parasite Bomb goes off. That's going to get chased away. We're going to step forward again here with the Bio still coming through. That Queen going to get jumped on as well. Lings, Banes, Ravagers continue to run across. The Siege Tank's going to try and fire. Bio is going to get the GG as Clem takes game number 4. It was an effort. It was back and forth, and definitely still having to try and hold off on that bottom side for so long was one of the big problems for him throughout this. Definitely made this problematic. Definitely made this very tough for him. In the end, we're going to get there, though, in favor of Clem. And Clem takes it down 3-1 in this best-of-5 quarterfinals. He advances on to play against Hero in the semifinals of the competition, guys. So Clem advances to play Heroes for TVP round of 4. And on the other side of the bracket, well, that's what we're about to start jumping into as MaxPax battles against Shin. ByuN takes on Dark. Dark, our finalist last year, lost out at Clem. Can he get there for revenge again? That would be an upset on that bottom side. I mean, Shin's played great lately. MaxPax is amazing. I think ByuN has been very good too. Never count out Dark, though, right? Dark's always got to be somewhat of a danger whenever he's in a bracket. So, yeah, we got some great matches still to come. Obviously, Clem Hero is a fantastic semi-final, guys. I did mention earlier that the ordering of the semi-finals will not necessarily be top semi-final then bottom. So we might still do the Hero versus Clem semi-final of Series 6 instead of Series 5 today. So just a quick mention of that, especially because Hero Clem is a very good series. It's definitely the kind of series where it's like, oh, maybe we put that one just before the finals and build up to that final viewership as best that we can. You're watching the WardiTV Christmas Day Games 2024. It's amazing to be here with you guys. When we return, it is going to be Shin battling MaxPax in a PvZ best of 5. A matchup that's happened, like I say, a few times this year, especially in WardiTV events. They've had quite a few very fun back and forth battles where it's really been kind of intriguing to see their development and to see how they kind of play against each other. Shin's been very cheesy. MaxPax has kind of gone through a set of builds himself, figuring out how to play against Shin. I think this one's actually really going to be a lot of fun. PvZ best of 5. I'm hoping it's one of the fun MaxPax Shins, because sometimes they can kind of 2-0 each other. I'm hoping this is one of the back and forth where they kind of find a little bit of everything against each other, kind of PvZs. So let's see if we get that. We're going to be back in just a few with more WardiTV Christmas Day game action. It is going to be MaxPax versus Shin on the other side of this quick break. Hello everyone and welcome back to the WardiTV Christmas Day games as we continue our way through the action here today, and we look to see how these matches are going to keep on going. We have had a couple of fun series so far. If you're just joining us, the bracket so far has been Hero knocking down GuMiho 3-0, and Clem gets there against Solo 3-1 after a first map loss. He brings it back in that series and looks good while doing so. And that sets us up into the bottom half of the quarterfinals, which is going to be beginning with MaxPax versus Shin, a series we've actually seen a fair amount of lately. In terms of this, these are two players which we have seen in WardiTV events and in other tournaments. In fact, I'm even going to very quickly bring their Religulac up here just to really emphasize how fun of a series this has been as well, because when they've played, it's fun, and the scores, I think, really reflect that as well. So just going back to recent meetings, MaxPax 3-2 versus Shin, and then 3-1 against Shin. Then Shin won a couple of times, 2-0, 1-0. That was the time they had a tiebreaker in the WardiTV event as well. You know, you can tell that these guys are playing some fun matches. Shin won just before that one. MaxPax won a couple in a row before Shin won 3-2. And again, a lot of these are in WardiTV tournaments, which I thought why I thought it was just such a fitting matchup to have here for the WardiTV Christmas Day games today as our third round of 8. So we're going to have MaxPax versus Shin after this. We still have ByuN versus Dark, and then, of course, both of our semifinals will be taking place and going on. So we're going to be getting into all of that. As, without further ado, let's go into our next best of 5. It's ZVP, it's Shin, it's MaxPax. And like I say, I really hope that these guys have a fun series in store for us, because I really know that they can, you know? I really know that these guys can kind of do this, so let's do it. Let's get there. As we are going to start off in the top right-hand side of the map with our blue Protoss player. This is none other than the wonderful MaxPax. Taking on in the bottom left-hand side, our red Zerg player from the Gaming Gladiators. This is Shin. And we get into game number 1 of this best of 5 ZVP series. Now, I'm expecting this one, like I said. I actually do really think this is going to be fun. I don't just say this, I really believe it. I think we are going to have an absolute blast of a time here. And I'm really hoping that, yeah, we can see some games go back and forth. I think that's my biggest wish right now, is that we see some back and forth games rather than just like, because sometimes these two can have the 2-0s or the 3-0s. They can sometimes have that kind of aggressive attack or two, which just ends it. I want to see the Shin MaxPax games which do go longer, which do end up going a little bit deeper. You know, I want to see those things happen. And again, I'm so completely in belief that they can happen, that these guys can play like that. So I'm a believer. Let's see if these guys are going to give it to us today. Oh, let's see, I guess. Maybe I'm just asking for too much. Maybe I'm too hopeful. I'm out here wanting every single one of these best of 5s to be amazing. Typically, it doesn't always go like that. As our Overlord of Shin heads to the upper right-hand side. In fact, a couple of Overlords are heading up to the upper right-hand side initially here as we get that underway. And we get some scouting on the go here on ley lines for our opening map. A map which for PvZ has been pretty entertaining. You end up being forced somewhat to take kind of centralized bases, which creates very fun opportunities to try and attack up and into this high ground area versus someone that can kind of somewhat hold the center from there. Actually does create pretty entertaining Protoss versus Zerg matchups, I would say. So this map's definitely been in my good books, to say the least. This map has 100% been one of those ones that's been pointed out as yep, this map's pretty darn good. We like it. We think it's pretty neat, and we continue to hope to see more from it. As it's now in the map pool for however long it may be in the map pool for, hopefully for a long time. But hopefully not for so long that, because, you know, hopefully not because the map pool just doesn't change forever, but, you know, if it does change, I would not mind seeing ley lines as a map that kind of sticks. I know it's maybe early days to say that, but I don't know, this map just has that good kind of, to me, it's a very interesting, fairly standard / larger map, where it isn't actually that large kind of base to base, or at any point in the game, it never really feels large. But there are a lot of bases on it, and it just forces a lot of gameplay, it forces a lot of interaction. I think those sort of things are extremely good and very healthy for good StarCraft 2 games, to be fair, so yeah, we've got our link speed coming up, the Queen on the way, hatchery and drones all on the way through, and the Queen against it at the front there, the Adept moving around, a couple of Lings nearby as well. The Adept will actually step forward and chase those Zerglings back just a moment or so. Actually going to threaten the Creep Tumor for a moment as well, but will not get there. Now the Adept escapes back over to that right-hand side. So Adept getting out of there for the moment. Again, our Lynx will be coming through. The Overlord and a couple of drones coming up as we speak. Add a hatchery on into that as well. And this Oracle will come moving down toward the bottom left-hand side. Our first tech of the game. You can see a second Oracle on the way as well, so double Oracle play from MaxPax. Double Oracle seems to be becoming kind of the standard. We've seen a lot of double Oracle. 3 Oracles don't feel as necessary with the energy overcharge, given the Oracle's a bit more access to energy overall. You know, a third Oracle is still nice because you can have 2 at harassing and 1 at home, but a lot of the time a third Oracle was kind of about being able to activate onto Lings while still having the energy to harass as well. Now with energy overcharge, you're way less limited in terms of how much energy you're working with. 2 Oracles can get the job done, and that means you can cut on a little bit of gas off, the total gas counter needed, before transitioning into the next stage of the game, essentially. Oracle activating, and a few Lings will begin to go down. So the Oracle and the Stalker there doing a good job of pushing some Zerglings back and away. So just going to chase that away for the moment. Honestly, pretty good cleanup. Again, exactly what you want to see with these Oracles. Not afraid to activate, utilize the energy, which they obviously have in these scenarios. Does a great job of this so far. As the Baneling Nest starts up from Shin, we begin to see a little bit of the plan from him. A Baneling Nest, while a couple of gates, the Forge and the Assimilator all coming online too. This Zergling will make its way around the top and try to figure out what its plan may be. 5 Lings dead, make it 6, and that's going to be a couple of drones as well. Just the kills so far from MaxPax as Adept Stalker going to poke forward. This one Oracle still looking around too. We'll join up with these few units and try and apply some pressure. There's actually quite a few Lings here. That's exactly where the Oracle can be very effective. Because all Oracle has to do is activate, and Lings just start to laser down. You can see this was a fair few Lings, and it would have been enough to maybe fend off these Stalkers, but it definitely was not enough with the Oracle killing Lings off so frequently up in the sky, so not worth committing through to that one. Stalkers will get there, knocking down that Overlord. Now Adept and Stalkers together. Continue to press around the bottom. A little Revelation coming through as well. I'll get rid of some Creep Tumors here as we step up to the high ground. Then we got that Stasis Ward in position. We just see the Lings moving around up on the top. A couple of Creep Tumors still being cleaned out as well, so all of that falling. As the Stalkers and the Oracle still hanging around, those Lings are going to get in and actually do pretty darn well for themselves. Picking up a whole bunch of probes. 7 probes go down. That is very reasonable. It's actually very good damage done. I think we'll be pretty happy about that so far. I mean, running in and getting 7 probes early. Now going to catch ourselves a Stalker. This Stasis Ward was pretty neat. It caught a lot of Lings, but there's not really any follow-up to that. There's not really any kind of like, oh look, yes, hurrah! No, there's none of that at all, in fact, so not exactly ideal. As our Lings still continue to try and fight a Stalker in the corner. Will not actually be able to get that. It survives. Blinking away after tanking a few shots of damage initially. Lings run to the third base where they hit the Assimilator. No further run-by potential, it seems. Shin has seemingly gotten what he can out of those run-bys for now. MaxPax not going to let too much else happen for the moment. Do you have drones? Hydra Den obviously pumping out too. Shin actually doesn't have a huge drone count, only 61 workers in the game. You would almost think it was actually Shin was the one that had taken some worker damage in this game, not the one that had dealt it. He is definitely hemorrhaged in the worker count area. It's not. It wasn't really a thing done by his opponent, right? Like, MaxPax only killed 2 drones this game. This was Shin just not droning up himself very heavily as MaxPax takes the chance, gets a Queen. Lings are now going to chase, looking for the wraparound on those Stalkers. Stasis Ward goes off on just 2 or 3 of them, so that's very manageable. And these Stalkers got to start blinking away. Oracle's overhead, so again, Ling count is going down fairly quickly if they are stopping to try and fight. Lings get chased away back to the left side, +2 attack. Storm and Charge coming online as well. We still see our units gathering on the top. A few Lings hiding over to the edges. +1 missiles and Baneling speed, as mentioned before, will continue to come online here currently. another nice set of stasis wards, which traps a couple of a few lings. The Stalker there getting trapped as well, and amongst the lings, as MaxPax just continues to poke around to try and find a way to do some damage and to get something done. So really trying to find something here, trying to get off to a reasonable start. And we're 8.5 minutes in. He is transitioning through to his Storm and his +2, so I'm saying off to a reasonable start. I mean, we're kind of just moving into the mid-game now, right? So the question is, can we kind of keep this up into the mid-game? Is this something which is viable to kind of keep on the go, or not? A couple more Oracles just going to join up overhead of those Stalkers, and again, the Ling Hydra moving about as well. Again, a hatchery over halfway done. A lot of Zerglings now going to morph into Banes on the right-hand side. Stasis Ward will set up. Again, that 4th Nexus in the middle of the map, something you love to have here. As the Protoss, as the Oracles just went on a 1-2 far, they just fly straight over ahead of the Hydras. That ain't gonna do it for you. That ain't a positive. That is not a positive at all, in fact. That's pretty bad. I mean, that is gifting away units that just did... You really could have done with just having. Like, at the end of the day, it's plain and simple. That is how it is. Mothership on the way up, by the way. The Stargate also producing in. The Ling's gonna get a wrap around on those Zealots. So they are going to go down pretty quickly too. We're going to take another turn in. Those Zealots will go down. Hydras and Banes still looking to get through as the Stalkers blink up. Banelings will take damage. Actually going to rotate elsewhere here for the next moment or so, as now the couple of Banes trying to get on the other side. Not going to be too successful. MaxPax on his way to a Mothership to help him in the defense here, as that first Storm is nice, but there's no follow-up Storm, which means these Banes are going to get to connect anyway. So that first Storm may as well have done nothing in the end. Fallon goes down, cancels the Stalker warp in. 11 probes go down, but more notably, the Nexus goes down. So we actually lose the base here on the high ground. MaxPax is going to get a base taken off of him. That is a little bit of a shame, right? So that base goes down now, +3 air weapons coming up. A couple more High Templar coming through. Mothership and the Archon coming online as well. The rest of this army from Shin splitting up in a couple different directions, some to the top, some to the bottom right. In we go as another Storm drops through, but Shin is obviously very happy to keep on pushing here. He wants to keep the pressure going. He wants to make something happen as he drops one gateway down immediately. The Stalker's blinking across, aiming for the Ling Bane Hydra army. Seeing if there's anything that can be found there. Answer so far is no, not really. The Banes are going to now run into this forward base, but I think MaxPax is on top of this, so Shin, he'll make do. He hits some sec defense down. Sometimes that's all you're going to be able to get out of these scenarios, right? And in this case, it's very much so all he's able to get out of it. So for now, that will be that. As the Ling Bane Hydra continues back down to the bottom, retreating away. As we also have our +1 air weapons, +3 ground weapons. I mean, again, upgrades still coming through from MaxPax. Just having to rebuild one of his Nexus initially was not exactly ideal. He's now going to start going into carriers as well. So MaxPax making that next step in the tech tree, moving in toward the carriers and the later game Stargate tech in general. Stalkers will move over to the left, now moving over to the right. Just going back over all the way. Another Storm comes in, a few Lings are going to get caught. Game's going to crash through. A couple of Zealots will go down as well. And again, Hydra's still coming over. Stalkers will push over. Crashing on this left side, a few of those cannons going to get knocked down as well. Probe still gathering up. Lings up to the top, going to get rid of a Nexus. Archon going to fly away too. A few of those Banes maybe wanting to try and jump on top of this. Those Lings getting wrapped around also there. Seeing the Ling Bane Overseer continues to gather and together. A couple of those probes going down. Shin definitely still looking to be the aggressor. I mean, he's had an aggressive stance in his game all game long. Now, MaxPax comes over the left-hand side. We'll be seeing the Extractor and the Viper coming about. Stalkers blink up the other way again. Ling's going to get chased down. So, Crypt Tumor's going down. 11 drones dropping as MaxPax is on the bottom side with these Archons as well, so they also have some impacts. These Elves come back through. Ling's going to wrap around next on the far right side. He's going to take some even more shots. Now going to jump back onto the pylons. So pylons will take some hits. The rest of this still gathering in the middle. Shin's is going to say GG as MaxPax has apparently just counterattacked and done so much all at once. What a fallen apart of Shin. I mean, Shin was... So this was a weird game in a way, because Shin was the player throwing stuff at MaxPax all of the time, right? Like, at this moment right here, you look and you're like, okay, this doesn't look so bad for Shin. So you're like, well, is he in trouble? It's this army that's the problem. The lurkers are not ready, and there's a couple carriers in there as well. And the thing is, as he starts to get ready to fight this on the left-hand side, then this army shows up, so you're going to lose a base. You're in trouble there. And then with this force, it's just about those lurkers, but we can kind of hit a lot of harassment without seeing the lurkers, and Shin's just dying in this moment. Like, Lings are going down, reinforcements over here went down. He just starts losing units, and he has a ton of minerals, a little bit of gas, and he has a ton of lava as well, which is why I'm kind of surprised when he leaves the game as he does. But clearly he just does not think he can fight that army, which I'm also kind of surprised about, because he does have lurkers. It's just getting them into the right fight. Could argue he doesn't have the Spire yet, and so he needs Corruptors, and he doesn't have enough gas, and losing the base here loses the gas. I'm surprised to see the GG, like, at this moment right now, because I see GG, and I'm like, well, yes, like, the supply's not good, but you could have probably been building up a little bit more. Very, very, very interesting kind of... I felt as though Shin was playing such an aggressive game too. I mean, over here, those Lings are going to get pushed back, but you still got MaxPax only on 4 bases, so it's not great because you're only on 4 bases trying to get 5 here, but obviously the army is kind of denying you mining it. There's reasons, don't get me wrong. I think you look at this and you're like, yeah, okay, I understand why that's like why that's been a GG, but I almost thought he would have a bit more fight in him just because we never really saw a rebuild with that money. GG's. Alright, there you go. And it is going to be game 1 going the way of MaxPax. So he opens the series strongly. Our Protoss player gets the job done for the opening game with the second map ready to go in a couple of moments. So we'll get into map number 2 here in just a sec. We're going to go to Frostline for map number 2 of this best of 5 series. MaxPax takes the 1-0 lead and threatening to obviously have another good showing against Shin. Like I say, these two seem so well matched for each other lately, though. Great game from MaxPax, great match from Shin. They tie up with each other, they trade series all of the time. These are two players that I really do think can go the distance just in this best of 5. So let's see if Shin can tie it up, or if MaxPax is going to start to run away with it a little bit. We're going to head into Frostline for game number 2 of the best of 5 series, guys. Let's head into this. In the bottom left-hand side, taking the 1-0 lead is our blue Protoss player, MaxPax. While in the top right, our red Zerg is Shin. Game number 2. I mean, where did Shin go wrong? I mean, he did play kind of an aggressive Ling Bane style, and I guess MaxPax started to get the tech up with those carriers coming online as well. So I do sort of think that, kind of looking back a little bit on it, I'm like, okay, well, yeah, I can understand that game. You know, that game was kind of like you were doing some damage, you got rid of the base of MaxPax, and then he maybe didn't capitalize, and MaxPax continued to tech up during it. Overlord Shin heading down to the bottom left side. Hatch gas and pool coming up from Shin. The gateway coming up from MaxPax. Probe on the way as well. We'll just follow this Overlord for a moment as we take a second to settle down in the WardiTV Christmas Day Games 2024. Our third matchup of the day. Again, thank you so much for joining us. Hope you're all having a fantastic day as well. I hope it is whatever you wish it to be. And yeah, we really do appreciate you guys tuning in for some StarCraft 2 with us. We're super happy to be able to provide you guys what has been so far some very fun games. Hopefully you guys agree with that as well. And yeah, just super happy to have you guys here. If you are enjoying, obviously do consider dropping a follow on the Twitch channel, liking the YouTube stream as well. I'm going to be very excited to see, very interested to see what the YouTube viewership turns out to be on a Christmas Day stream, because obviously the YouTube streaming thing in general is pretty new to us. So yeah, it's going to be kind of interesting to see how well this does on YouTube, because this is actually one of our biggest hits of the year on Twitch. I wonder if that carries over to YouTube. You guys probably like sitting there right now, well, yeah, what do we can see? The viewership's great. Or, oh god, what do you think is going to be good and it's actually terrible? But yeah, I'm interested to see that when it gets to that point. Very exciting. Pulls back, a couple of adepts join together, as we do have our Stargate beginning in the main base, so we get that started up. A few lings are going to come across as well down the bottom side. Queen on the way. Overlord still moving through, and the Adept continues to go toward the upper right-hand side, so we'll continue to the top for the moment. As the Adept just shades coming through. Couple of depth shots being taken. We actually lose 3 probes on the other side as I'm busy checking out that. Was that just a couple of things getting in for 3 probes? Man, I'm following this Adept around, but the Adept was very unexciting compared to 3 probes. So actually Shin gets rid of some workers early, and he's going to take a slight edge at the very start of Frostline. So Shin off to a very happy start as this probe comes back over through the bottom. Oracle coming up, and the Nexus coming about. Going to be seeing the warp gate coming in as well. Another gateway just going to drop down to finish the wall off here. And again, our Queen's producing through from Shin. Like I said, I'll be very happy to have gotten in for a couple of probes super early on. As MaxPax just takes his 3rd base, we'll see what the plan becomes for him as we continue forward. Couple of True Queens, handful of drones all coming out. The Spore Crawler building from Shin as well, so we continue to get that all online. Drones coming by. The Zero Chamber built to try and protect the drone from an Oracle, as Shin just tries to preserve workers as best as possible. Down a game in this series. As a couple of Zerglings will make their way up to the upper right side as well. Again, just going to be seeing a few extra gates coming online. The Twilight Council coming through. Oracle activates. A couple drones coming over. Queen gonna fire. That's gonna be another couple drones going down as well. So actually not bad. Oracle's finally finding some damage, and we're still before the 5-minute marker, so getting those worker kill counts up. MaxPax able to put some work in here so far. Extra gates coming through as he prepares with the blink. We'll get the Forge as well though, so we'll have Forge and blink play coming through. I mean, all very standard stuff realistically on the side of MaxPax. Nothing really too outrageous there. As again, the Roach Roaring Extractor going to show us where Shin's starting to go to. The Roach Run especially, get those roaches ready. It's a big deal as our Oracle flies into the main base, drops a little revelation down, going to turn back away and come back to the middle of the map, heading down to the bottom left as we go. The other Oracle down on the bottom side here. We still have that blink and the +1 attack coming through. Additional probes are coming online. Pylon in production. Continues to skate around over to the far bottom right side. A couple Stalkers are going to be there. They're going to turn the Zerglings away as well. These Lings get turned the other direction also. Still got our lab building up from Shin. Drones and Roaches in production. And add a couple Gateways onto the rest of this too. So Gateways coming up, Battery and the Pylon coming into play. Will step forward with these Stalkers. A couple creep teamers go down pretty much immediately, so a few creep teamers being dropped right off the bat. Stasis Ward will come down again, and just going to be seeing our Stalkers and the Oracle still pressing up. A couple of those Lings and Roaches and Queens. And I want to come chasing through too. Creep teamers will continue to drop off. +1 missiles, Roach speed coming online, the extra gates and +1 attack coming through as well. Our Stalkers continue to blink backward here as a lot of those Lings will continue to drop. Now, Lings on the other side have not really done much. They're going to start to return. They would rather come back home and potentially protect against these Stalkers than stay out on the map and not necessarily get much done. Ling Roach Queen stepping up to As again, the Roach's Hydras, +1 missiles, screw spines, Roach speed, all the good stuff is coming in as we speak right now. Stalker's going to get there and grab the Queen. Another creep teamer gets picked off. Lings are still going to come a chasing. On the bottom side, those Lings going to move through the center also. And +1 attack about a finish. Charge is going to be coming online as well. And again, the Hydras producing from Shin, so we get all of those up and into play. The Zerglings are going to get jumped on as well by the Stalkers. The Stalkers able to pick away through a lot of those Zerglings. They will take quite a bit of damage. The MaxPax is 124 supply here to Shin's 131. Has an upgrade already in tow. And Shin is going to scrap together some Hydras with these Roaches and see if that's enough to hold off what is pretty much a purely Stalker army. MaxPax has not done a lot of kind of improving the army quality here. Has not really had to just yet, so that makes sense as the Hydras and the Roaches together will help to push those Stalkers the other direction. So far, so good. The Stalkers would like to come up here one more time. A couple of stasis wards still in position. The Stalker's going to come whacking away on the Lings. The Roaches and the Hydras still coming forward. Stalkers continue to take some hits. For the moment, stasis wards popping and a few of those units getting caught. Hydras continue to produce, and again our +2 attack and our charge upgrades coming online also as our Stalkers will still step through. The Oracles here to throw some stasis wards down as well. And move back toward the top as blink upwards. A couple of those Lings are going to get jumped on. Roaches and the Hydras and the Ravagers will continue to go after those Stalkers as well, so we just push those back the other direction. Zealot's going to go over to the far right-hand sides. They are going to continue to chase to try and get some damage done, but there's a couple units showing up defensively. Probably not enough to really play cleanup just yet, though, so as these Zealots do get cleaned up in the end, so MaxPax will not do too much there, and Shin is pushing MaxPax away. And my concern for MaxPax, I guess, is that this is still just Zealot Stalker, right? This is not going anywhere until just now a Temple Archive start. I think he's added one in Waterland, but yeah, his current army composition is far from the best it can be, right? And so MaxPax's force right now is maybe not quite the everything that he wants it to be. As our Ling Hydra Roach Ravager going to step up and begin to dive into this position. Pylon's going to start going down. Cannons are going to be in some trouble as well. So this army of Shin showing up and just getting some of the initial static defenses. More of his army will reinforce from the right-hand side of the map there. I'm just going to get chased away. The Stalkers pushing those Hydras back. The rest of this army from Shin looking to get set up as we're going to run up this ramp. Zealots will begin to go down. Roach Hydra Ravager pushing forwards as the force fields get blasted. Whereas the Pylon and the Cannon continue to come through. The couple of Zealots will go down as well. And continue to chase all the way through this at the moment as Stalkers will turn back around onto the rest of this army. Stasis ward popping on a few of those Zerglings. 9 probes going down, and that number is rising quickly as Shin, with a very successful attack here, is doing a lot. And even as MaxPax tries to push back towards him, he's just like, no, I've got some Hydras, man. Do you know how much DPS these things do? He's like, watch, look, they're great. And MaxPax is like, god damn it, I know it. I'm having to blink back every second right now. Having to try and blink the hell away. There's another stasis ward attempt coming through right there. So we see the Hydra still trading, Stalker still taking big chunks of damage. They're going to turn back around onto the gateway, which will take even more damage for a few moments. So a little bit more being done on that one. Again, Roach Ling production continues through. +3 attack, Nexus, and the Cybercore coming online as well. Zealot's going to chase the Hydra down. Now the Ling Hydra going to come up the left-hand side. Couple corrosive vials getting set to land as well as a few of our Stalkers will begin to take damage too. The Stalkers will continue to blink back. Our +3 attack, Cybercore. Again, all of this good stuff continue to come in as our Hydras will get on top of this Nexus once more. Here come the probes, here come the Zealots. As they start diving forward, the Oracles are going to be in some trouble as well. One Oracle goes down. I mean, the Stalkers are going to be right in the front. I mean, MaxPax is losing a lot, but he will clean up. At least it seems like he will. Like, reinforcing Lings might have had something to say about it. Shin will back away, and I think smartly so. His damage has been done. 21 probes have died. The bottom side base gone. You know, you are left on a third base that doesn't have workers on it currently, so MaxPax is going to come across the map and basically see, can I kill you? or can I do some serious damage myself to equalize what you've just achieved? Because if I don't do anything right here, I'm probably going to end up in some trouble. So the Zell trying to lead the charge forward. The Ling Roach Hydra going to come through and chase those Stalkers down a little bit as well. A couple of those Stalkers beginning to drop. Continue to turn into this. The Archon goes down. The Stalker's still getting clipped away at. The Queen's going to be right there as well. Now having the rest of this army coming back over. Let's just have Archon and the Stalker still trying to step up. Roach Hydra Queen going to be there to push the other units away. Some Lings trying to get active on the left-hand side. Zealots with the wraparound. High Templars morphing into Archons. Stalkers and an Archon from MaxPax as well. Gathering up in the center. Hydras will be there. Stalkers get turned the other direction. Infestors coming about, Roach Hydra coming about. And just going to see those Hydras able to be there and able to push back a few of those Stalkers already. The rest of the Zealot Archon continues to gather up together. Get a couple of those Zealots walking up to the front, and MaxPax looking to try and surround this force to make something happen. He does have +3 attacks. His army is very effective. One Infestor goes down. We blink away from the second, from the Fungal from the other. And so both the Infestors are pretty lackluster in what they can achieve. It's just a question of, do we have enough units to fight this Hydra force? I actually do not think we do. I think those Hydras are looking good. There is a Fungal that will land on some Stalkers, so no blinks available on those guys. And MaxPax is going to say, yeah, you're right, this is GG. I do not have a way to keep on fighting against you. GG called, and Shin is going to tie this up 1-1 with MaxPax. And we are going to see what actually is exactly kind of the series that I want to see from us here, right? This is a back and forth where the games are kind of interesting and not kind of just like straight up standing like, oh, I attacked you and you died. This one had some intrigue, right? Like there was definitely moments where I felt like MaxPax was doing good aggressively. Shin pushes him back. Shin attacks, but then MaxPax at least has one more push forward, right? Had a little bit more to try and go for toward the end. GG. Alrighty, friends. We are going to go into game number 3 of MaxPax vs. Shin in just a few moments. Remember when I talked about sometimes talking for a little bit longer just to try and drag it out so the ads have time to play? That's what we're going to do right now. This is the WardiTV fill time moment. Yes, brought to you by insert sponsor here. Great idea, actually. We should have a sponsor whose specific job is for us talking while we have to fill time for ads. Maybe that doesn't work because their content would always be during the ads. But look, if you're bad at marketing and you own a company or you have money to sponsor and you want to have your product right here in this moment, this could be the moment for you, the opportunity you've been waiting for. The opportunity you've been waiting for, yes. So yeah, we're just going to wait a moment or two, guys, and maybe another 30, 60 seconds just to make sure that we have... Yeah, it's plenty of time to roll through. We don't want them to overlap into the game or anything. The alternative is I put like a hard 2-minute timer on and then just go to a break screen, but hopefully me talking and yapping away is at least a little bit more entertaining than that. I'm trying to move away from going to the break screen as much as possible. You might have noticed this on the streams lately. We try and just stay live and talking all day instead of, like I say, throwing to the break screen and stuff a whole bunch, so... It's definitely an adjustment that we've been trying to make, like I say, on the stream, where we can, as we get ourselves more MaxPax Shin. It's been fun matches, actually. Yeah, I kind of feel like we're almost due the proxy hatch, like 5-minute game, or like the Glaive to Depths, like kill everything game. It feels like that's where we're kind of at, with 2 players who can play fairly aggressively in the matchup. It doesn't feel like we're too far away from like being like, yep, let's just grab that and just kind of have that faster game happen. It feels like that may be somewhat of what is on the verge of happening, or on the horizon, one could say. As we jump ourselves into game 3 of this best of 5 series, we go to Abyssal Reef to see who will take the edge. And obviously the winner of this map right now gets up onto match points. So it's an important map to take, put some pressure on your opponents. On a map that is obviously as well just a little bit on the large side and also a little bit newer, as we've new but old. It's new old. Come back from the previous map pools a long time ago, and here now as one of our newest maps in the map pool. And I say newest just because obviously all the maps are new, but we had the PTR for over a month where we had the 6 maps from the PTR. So they feel a little bit more kind of worn into at the moment than an Abyssal Reef, a King's Cove, or Neon Violet Square, which have not had quite as many games played on them in recent history. Obviously, overall, they had a lot of games played on them way back when, right? So MaxPax is in the bottom right-hand corner. In the top left-hand corner, our red Zerg player is Shin, as we sit 1-1 in the best of 5. Drone will come around the bottom here from Shin, so maybe we are going to see something a little sneaky coming in from him over the next few moments. Drone moves up to the high ground. It's going to get straight through over here. And there is the hatchery block going down. So he's going to block the natural expansion of his opponent. MaxPax will face some troubles with that. There's already going to be one issue that he has to look into as a second gateway coming online as well. I like this response. You get 2 gateways up against the hatchery block. It gives you 2 adepts and 2 zealots. It means you actually have a pretty good counter-attacking little squadron as well, which can really apply some pressure to the Zerg, otherwise they get left alone for a lot of this game. And it gives you the units in time to obviously shut down this hatchery in plenty of speed as well. They should not get out of hand, they should not get out of control. These things should all stay pretty well controlled with the way that this is heading, as a single probe just nibbles at hatch for the moment. As the Zealot out. With the second gateway and a second Zealot, you shouldn't have to build... Actually, you're not going to go second Zealot, you're going to go for the double Adept. I was going to say, I don't think you have to pull the probes. Your main goal here would be to get rid of this hatchery before the Queen spawns, because you do not want the Creep Tumor to go down from the Queen, because then you're going to have to deal with the Creep Tumor, and if you can't deny that Creep Tumor, that ends up in a lot of trouble for you. We actually are going to be seeing the hatchery just cancelled, so Shin can get the money back. So that shows you the kind of commitment he's looking for. He's not even looking to keep the units back here just yet, which means he should be fairly prepared to deal with the Adepts on the other side. Otherwise, maybe it would have been worth letting that finish, even if it costs you some money. Sometimes the money or the expense is okay if it keeps you safe in other regards, and that definitely could have been one of the cases here. So, possibility. As that probe continues to chase the drone around on the bottom, it's going to be seeing that chased about a little bit. A couple drones going down the top side as the Adepts have arrived, and they're going to get 2 drones, a couple of Lings as well. Not a bad start at all. 3 Zerglings, 2 drones. Yeah, like I said, I think we can be pretty happy with what those first Adepts get done. Now 2 more Adepts show up as well. And you really have a pretty scary little squad of units here to be dealt with as we threaten to move forward. It's going to send that Shade straight by. Great drones going down. And Ling speed coming up from Shin. That should help him play defense. Continuing into the next stage of this. The few Adepts will threaten that Shade one more time. The Lings are going to be right there following them. I think it's a little crazy to commit to a committed Shade or anything just yet. I don't hate that just yet. Robes joined together. The Steps are going to come stepping forward as well. Going to go and pick their way through this hatchery for a couple of moments. So, try for something. The Lings are going to run across. They're going to get a wrap around onto these Adepts. So Adepts will take some hits. And the few Lings moving back the other direction. 9 drones, 4 Zerglings, all producing on through. We do have a couple of probes in the Oracle continuing up as well, so we bring that all into play. 8 more Zerglings, as mentioned, coming online as well. Adepts step back over and we'll hit this hatchery for a couple of moments. So hatchery will take some damage. We're just going to be chilling there. A couple of Adepts come stepping by. Shading straight up. Again, Oracle coming by, the Nexus coming up and online. Four drones going down as the Oracles actually strike the left-hand side, so they're able to nab a few workers. Now the Adepts are going to threaten the Shade in. And again, just step forward onto the third base as well. There's no units just yet from MaxPax. That'd be annoying. We're actually going to lose a Queen. Oracles are going to be like, oh, we want in on this action. We get rid of a second queen right here, so 2 queens go down. The Lings will catch, the Adepts will start to fall. The Adepts will continue to shade back up to the top as Zerglings will continue to drop off here for the moment. And the Adepts are going to get surrounded once again, so Lings and Drones will continue to get wrapped around on. And the Oracles back down to the south are going to head straight in toward these bases. Just going to get straight in over here. They'll pick up of energy recharge as well, so the Oracle's going to pick up some energy right away. Also, the rest of the Zerglings coming around this right-hand side and moving to hit the third base, which is only just now being established. They realize, hey, there's 2 Adepts there, but if they leave that kind of gap with extra Lings showing up, maybe we can punish that. So let's go for the threaten of it. You know, hit the Nexus, force the Adepts to move, and now they're not as well surrounded, so we do wrap around them, and both the Adepts will fall. MaxPax on this other side, I was going to say, it looks as though his units are engaging, and he loses one of his Oracles, so he builds triple Oracle, but he's going to lose one very quickly. That feels like a real shame as the Ling's going to wrap around onto the Nexus once more. The Oracle's activating, Zergling's taking damage. Now the Zerglings get pushed back and away. Temple Archives, Robo Facility, charging +1, all continuing to come online. Let's pull back around the right again. Charging +1 coming up. Gates, Robo Facility, and the Temple Archives coming through for the moment. The Oracle and the Stalker will come stepping across, joining together, and it's even more Zerglings going to go running into this mineral line on the right-hand side. A few probes will fall. 2, 3, 4 workers going down immediately. Make it 5, looking for 6 and 7 and 8. And this is just a hell of a run by 9 workers. The Oracle could not clean those Lings up soon enough. I wonder if the probes should have just ran. I wonder if the probes, if they run over to the natural, would have taken less damage. I think so, almost definitely. They probably would have made the natural before 9 workers could have gone down in the first place. And Lings in the lair coming online, the hatchery building up in the front, so we get that going too. Zerglings do move out to the right side of the map as, again, our Roaches and our Roach Speed both continue to come up just for the moment here. Those Lings through, the probes are going to get wrapped around. And again, that +1 and that charge coming up. Going to give us a pretty good indicator of where we're at and what we can maybe try and do here as we continue on. Another centering the Zealot there to help against the Lings as well. And a couple of Oracles still flying about also. The Zerglings move around over to the far right, collect together. And Shin really dealing some serious damage early in this game. He's killed 11 probes to the 8 drones. He's lost to harassment. Just slows MaxPax down, especially as he reaches that 3-base economy where you're really going to start getting additional tech online and so on. And once again, just a threat on this right-hand side. Lings run through, the Zealots get caught, and you have to warp in more Zealots already. This takes away from the focus of an Archon push going on at the front. And especially if the whole idea of this is, hey, I'm going to go push with Archons and Charge Shots to support, well, suddenly you just used a warp in back at home. That ain't going to help you out. So the Lings are doing a great job of just weakening this push by getting involved early and basically forcing, like I say, that defense to have to come into play back on the other side of the map. A couple of stasis wards still landing in place. The Zealot Archon steps forward again. Roaches will continue to drop. Another nice stasis ward going to catch a few more units for the moment. Now we have the Archon drop that can continue to find some damage as they pick off an Overlord. The Queens will play the deflection though on the natural, so that will get turned around the other way. So still gathering up. Nexus still settling in here. Storm +2 attack coming through. Robo Facility and the Nexus coming online also. And Battery coming online. Robo Facility coming through. A couple extra gates coming online as well. This Roach Ravager force going to split across and come from a couple different angles, perhaps. A few of those Zealots already running up the left-hand side. And from the main base, the Mutas are going to show up off the back of that Spire now, so in they go as 11 probes drop pretty quickly. Stalkers Gonna get jumped onto as well. One stalker going down. Those mutas continue to play the escape out over to the far right-hand side. He's going to continue to obviously drag units around, which is going to give Shin good opportunity to move the rest of his units in position. I like MaxPax's ground army. For me, this is going to be a lot about how well he can control the defense, right? If he can keep units in position, if he can kind of keep the mutas from doing too much, I think his ground army will be fine, although he's not quick enough to kind of save this base. So this hatchery, this Nexus location goes down. The mutas are hurting and kind of back, not doing much at the moment, but Shin just fully focused on this ground attack. And why not? It's doing absolute wonders for you so far. No reason to kind of push this issue further when it is going as well as it currently is. The units continue to step forward. The Archons are coming through, chasing that Roach Ravager down. The Archons really do continue to play the chasing game here, and they get rid of a few more units as they go for the moment. List coming up. This one flyer attack continuing through. See the Overseer. Gonna take a few more shots of damage. The Phoenix will get there. Overseer will fall. On the bottom left-hand side, that's a lot of Mutalisks. My goodness, that is a lot of Mutalisks as they make their way over to the bottom right-hand corner. They're going to get set up there pretty much immediately. In they go. MaxPax has nothing in position on this natural expansion, so that's immediately just damage being taken as 10, 11 probes go down. Phoenix going to get jumped onto, and Oracle gets taken out as well. Nice kill on the pylon. Stalker's going to get depowered. A couple more Phoenix getting shot at. Probes continue to move about. Storm's coming in all across those Mutalisks. Mutas taking some big hits. And that hurts. That's a lot of Mutas getting hurt a lot. And for the Phoenix or two here and Stalker showing up, I mean, these Mutas are going to commit. Apparently, they just like the fight. They don't care to kind of protect themselves. I feel like it's a pretty crazy decision not protecting your Mutalisks here. Why the heck would you not want to try and keep those in a comfortable place? That I do not know, as our Stalkers, Archons, Immortals, and Zealots try and get there. 27 probes lost. MaxPax's economy hurting badly, but so much of the supply of Shin is still in these Mutalisks, and as long as he remains in these Mutalisks, he's not going to have as good of an army on the ground, so maybe MaxPax can always just hang on in there for a little bit longer. Maybe that is where we sit at this current point in time here. Game 3 of this best of 5. As the Mutas are going to fly through Archons, Phoenix. And try and play defense. They get a lot of splash done initially, and to be fair, the Mutalisks can once again take some heavy hits. I dread to even think how many Mutas we've lost so far, as we'll lose a couple more, and we'll check when these Mutas get out. Seems like that's going to be about now. Shouldn't lose much more from here. We've already lost 29 Mutalisks. That's 6,000 resources of Mutas that have gone down. Don't get me wrong, the Mutas have been good, but that many Mutas going down for how long they've been on the map does make me feel like MaxPax... Like, if MaxPax recovered, I'd be like, yeah, well, Shin really threw a lot of Mutas away to make this all happen, so it makes sense. Right? I feel like there could be a justification there. Now, right now, the way the numbers look, it doesn't necessarily feel like that will happen. But if it did, I will point back to how quickly Shin lost so many of these Mutas and continue to build back into them. Because that is draining his resources in a game where he's up 30 workers and, you know, could potentially be taking a sixth base and just kind of completely outmining his opponent. And building up a bank, he's not doing any of that because he's continuously having to remake the Mutas that he's losing because he's been extremely aggressive with them, and to a fault to a certain extent, I think, as well, is fair to say. I think there's multiple times he could have been a little bit safer with the Mutalisks as well, honestly. Two pros going down. Stargate about to finish. Phoenix is coming through. The baneline speed +2. Flyer attacks, +2 missiles. Roof spines all building up as well. So got those Mutalisks just trying to pick away at a few more probes. 3 workers going down so far. Now we move into the main, where we can not do too much else. What worries me for Shin is that he really doubled down on the Mutas again. Like, we're back to having, what, like 24 of them almost? That's 22 right there, I believe. He's got 23 on the map. He's lost 37 Mutas. The fact he rebuilt them so many times rather than having a transition out of Mutas ready Imagine he had, spent all those replacement meters onto, Hydras, then we're ready to go into Lurkers straight away. What a spot that would have been for Shin to play from, but now instead he has to stick with the mutas, which are not necessarily going to get much done immediately. Across the map, some Zealots actually run in. We saw the Baneling run by attempt, not go very far. The Zealots here are going to go for quite a few probe drones actually, so some damage done on that one. Lings do wrap around, the Zealots will fall. Won't be an easy cleanup as again, +2 missiles and +2 flyer attacks. Both build up from Shin. His upgrades continue to roll on in. MaxPax seems halted on just the +2 attack for the moment. Just continue to fly through, storm after storm going down. There's a lot of mutas getting stormed once again. We've definitely seen that one a couple of times, right? The storms against the mutas getting hit by the Phoenix. Definitely been a bit of a factor as 16 probes end up falling. Another nice revelation, going to catch the tail end of those mutalisks as they get pushed away. Mutas flying through once again. Zerglin's still in the middle of the map. On a bit of a move. They are going to step forward, going to try and get up this ramp. There's going to be a Stalker there already, just to be like, not allowed access here. And Phoenix still moving about as well, and we have ourselves the Greatest Spire coming up from Shin currently. So Greatest Spire on the way through, Lurkers on the way out, Hydras are producing. Again, Spine Crawler +3 missiles, the Seismic Spines, the Adaptive Talons. Like I said, the transition finally getting there from Shin. It took a long time, and to be fair, I think MaxPax has even recovered in a big way. Things get there, Overload goes down. In the right, gonna roll through here. Sempro is going down. Same time, we've got mutas in the main base. I feel like this is the scraps of the mutas, but this time Shin really is ready just to transition. So he's just gonna give these mutas up for a few more probes, and he is rebuilding into Lurkers. So that's that going right there. The Lings continue to gather up, and MaxPax still settling in the middle. Moving about here too, going to step forward a little further. Overseers, Hydras, Lurkers all coming online. A couple of drones coming through. Spinecrawler in production. Step up, those Lurkers are going to be there. They're going to turn the Archons with the Stalkers around immediately. Good damage done, pushing those units back a little further. Again, going to be seeing the Phoenix lifting up all those Lurkers. So actually going to have a pretty good fight here from MaxPax. The Lurker's going to get unburrowed. Now he can jump on those, even going to lift them up a second time to guarantee they can't run away. Clean up all those Lurkers. What a massive catch from MaxPax right there, as he gets so much done. Now units get ready to push up into those Lurkers again. On the right side, it's going to be a run by, but Storm and Zealot, I mean, there's a lot of units in position. Only some Bane snuck by, and they got some probes. But the rest of it getting dealt with pretty well. I would say MaxPax is having a good few moments. See a good defense coming out from him. Good play from his opponent in some ways as well. Yeah, things settled down a little bit for the moment as, again, Lings continue up. Banes and a Hydra on the way out. +3 flyer attack, +3 missiles. Continue to come through for the moment. As the Archon, Stalker, and Mortal Force will now step up the left-hand side. So a couple of those spines go down. Zerglin's going to get grabbed. Lurkers are going to burrow up as well. Down the right, a few of those Banes going to go straight in towards some probes, and again, the counterattacks from Shin, they might not be getting a lot done, but he is consistent with them, right? So he's constantly looking for the chance, and all you need is one chance to, to become an opportunity, and boom, all of a sudden, that's it. You do some more damage, and MaxPax is maybe in trouble once again. I do think MaxPax is doing a pretty good job of this so far. Back into one more time, just going to be seeing those Lurkers get burrowed up. And, well, going to be eating some massive storms. The storms hit everything. The Hydras finally decide to lunge forward, and they will start to kind of pick up the ground army. Wow, those Lurkers are actually going to hold out, and MaxPax is going to leave this game. Wow, this fight kind of went wrong. You know, MaxPax right here is obviously he's not maxed out, but 116 supply. This kind of looks like a typical, like, oh yes, I see the lurkers, I'm going to wrap around them, and I'm going to have a great time attacking into this. So what goes wrong for him? We run in initially, and you can already see, obviously, first lurker shots are good. The Phoenix will finally start to lift some of these lurkers up. Now, arguably, if you send the Phoenix forward initially, you might get some lurker lift sooner, but then the Hydra's probably target some Phoenix down as well. The first few moments not great for MaxPax. At this point, we see this Storm, and I think this Storm, personally, was going to be absolutely huge from my point of view, but this army on the right side must absolutely melt, because by the time the Storm dissipates, Shin starts focused on the left, and the right side army just dies, which probably makes a lot of sense, because on the left we have, what, like 3 Immortals? One of the High Templar that probably had energy left on it just died. And we have maybe 1 Storm available here. So if you dive left, which is what the Hydras do, he dives left to fight against a few Immortals on their own. The Lurkers are left to deal with an army on the right, which is just Zealot Archon, which is not the best against Lurkers. And it all falls apart, so here we go. We dive left. And the Hydras, they move to the left, they go to focus those units. The Phoenix is still lifting a good amount of lurkers up, but there's still 4 lurkers, 5, 6 lurkers on the ground, and these units on the right just get decimated by them as, yeah, the Hydras, like I say, with a few lingering reinforcements as well, start to wrap around the left side to actually play cleanup here, and by cleaning up those units on the left side, the army on the right disappears, and it's just Phoenix left over, and MaxPax has lost everything, does not have the money to rebuild, because Shin has been so consistent with harassing, he's not let MaxPax get to 5 bases and 70+ workers, and that's how Shin wins this game. This fight was actually kind of a very interesting fight, like I say, because it didn't look great for Shin initially. The setup looked like this was all in MaxPax's terms as well. He's like, I'm going to engage him from both sides. He is a little bit forced, because if this army steps up here, you're going to lose this base. So you're a little bit forced to attack in there, but the fact it came from 2 sides, even up 2 ramps, it kind of felt like it should have been alright. But you saw exactly why it went wrong, so GG's. And MaxPax has to tap out to give Shin his first lead of the series. More time to take it, as you're now 1 map away from an upset. Is it an upset if Shin beats MaxPax? Like, to me, no, because these two trade a lot. But in terms of, like, name status, I would say maybe a bit of an upset, because everyone looks at MaxPax as, like, the Protoss that was promised. And we really do. I mean, we had some ridiculous stat lately. He was in the finals of 12 out of 14 of our WardiTV Monday Cups, for example. Like, just ridiculous, you know? And 2 of those times he didn't play, which is why he wasn't in the finals. Like, he's only lost before the finals 1 time out of, like, 12 attempts. It's something ridiculous, you know? He's so consistent in our tournaments. So, yes, surprising because we just expect MaxPax to do very well, but not really an upset because we know that Shin is absolutely good enough to put a challenge on MaxPax and to absolutely step up against him too. So I guess that does work in a couple of different ways. As we will take a moment and jump into map number 4. Gonna go to El Dorado. Well, you know I'm excited as we go to El Dorado for map 4. Always, I think, a very fun map, as I've been talking about a lot recently already, and a map which I think is actually well set for some fun back and forth longer PvZs too, so let's see what happens. Let's go into map number 4. El Dorado. As we kick off. In the bottom right hand side of the map, our player that needs to make a comeback happen as he's down 1-2. This is going to be our blue Protoss. In the bottom right hand corner, we have MaxPax. Bottom left, our red Zerg player is going to be Shin. He's up 2-1. Yeah, interesting game. So Shin obviously plays the mutas, plays very aggressively with them, and honestly very carefree with them. I feel like he actually lost a lot more mutas than he should have done. I think he should have had a lot more. I really felt like he should have been punished harder for the amount of mutas that he lost, honestly. Like, you know, like, I'm genuinely surprised he got away with losing so many mutalisks, if I'm honest. I am genuinely a little bit surprised as we get our map 4 coming up here on El Dorado. Yeah, just giggling about the amount of mutas lost, because he really did lose so many. That's kind of crazy. Kind of crazy. Hatch gas and pool all coming online. Gateway and the probe coming up as well. So we get that all a building just for the moment. And we just watch as that Overlord moves over to the right-hand side. I guess we got a probe we can follow. Let's follow the probe. We followed the Overlord last game. Let's follow this probe as it nibbles up on some mineral patches and just tries to be a little annoying. Take a moment to breathe. To make our way through. A lot of very fun StarCraft 2. We're moving about. Just going to be seeing it get around the back there. A few drones going to get in position. Try and mine off these minerals. And a couple queens, couple zerglings, the Overlord and the drone all continue to produce. The Adept, the Nexus, and probes coming up as well. Stargate's still coming about. Probe on the way in. Our Nexus about to finish. Warpgate coming online from MaxPax as well, so we continue to get that online. And again, just going to be seeing the Adept making a little bit of a shade through, heading over to the far left-hand side for the moment. Going straight through there as our drones on our Ling speed coming up. We'll see what this Adept can get done as it makes its way over to the left-hand side of the map. Even just going to send a little shade up over here. Try and see what we can get done. One Adept probably doesn't really want to commit in, especially if you have a second Adept coming. Why put yourself into some trouble or anything, right? Those drones continue to gather together. He's going to jump through. I'm just going to be having a little bit of damage done. One Adept is going to get pushed away. So yeah, the one Adept gets pushed back. Ling speed coming up as well. Get that going as well. Looking good for the moment. Adept moving about, Oracle coming through, the Warpgate in production, Gateway coming online, the Oracle of MaxPax moving about a little bit as well. Just gonna see a couple of Queens and the Spore Crawler coming through. It's a lot of Lings also in production right there as the Assimilators coming up from MaxPax. So far. Obviously we got Oracle number 2 popping, so we'll see how we do with that. If we go to 3 Oracles again, he tried 3 Oracles on Abyssal, lost one of them kind of early, right? So I'm just going to maybe do the 2 Oracle again. Honestly, I do think that 2 Oracles is just enough. This seems to have been a developed meta. I mean, you're still going to get a bit more pressure out with triple Oracle, but I don't think we have to go rushing into that or anything. Just going to see a little recharge on the Oracles, getting some energy back. Stargate and the Fleet Beacon still coming through as the Lings move around the top side. Drones are going to be mining up on the gold base on this bottom as well. So this is actually a really cute position. Shin going to go to the bottom side, but not taking this base. Instead, taking the gold on the opposite angle. Queens have to be in position here to defend this, because obviously shots from the other side are going to become very frustrating if you don't sit in the correct place to deal with it. So makes a lot of sense. Again, the Lings and the Overlord gather up. The Oracles actually do zap for a few workers, but it costs one of the Oracles a lot of their HP. The healthy Oracle will try for the natural just to see if there is any opportunity there. I really do not think there should be. It's going to get turned around pretty quickly as it's forced to go the other way. Tempests, 2 of them on the way out. Additional probes and Adepts producing online as well. The Lair and the Overlords coming by. The Extractor and the Creep Team are coming up. Units still gathering in the middle of the map as the Adepts will go shading over to the far left-hand side of the map currently. Activating a Revelation, some of the Lings getting seen, Creep Team is going to be going down, going to get those Adepts, just going to jump onto the Queen here, the Queen can take quite a few shots of damage. Again, Forge and Twilight Council continue to come online, Spire building in the back of the main base from Shin as well, so we get that Spire coming up. The Adepts will hit, that Queen taking a lot of damage. The other couple of Queens going to be right there with it. Both those Creep Team is going down, the Oracle's still overhead. Tempest firing as the Overlord takes shots too. And the Queen's just going to come back across to try and hit that Tempest and push that the other direction as Tempest put some serious work onto the Queens just for the moment. And again, you're going to turn that back the other way. Still gather up. I mean, Tempest, yeah, faster to get kind of going on those Tempests. Interesting map because, I mean, I guess, you know, you usually expect this on a map where there's more ledges and stuff. This is really a ledge-heavy map on the bottom side. And I think Shin was always going to play the bottom side of the map, so I wonder what the kind of concept was for MaxPax, what he was completely aiming for when deciding to go for these Tempests here. Definitely an interesting choice, I think. Fairly fair to say as the Tempests come back over. The Lings are going to try and run it on the right side, not going to do too much immediately. Tempest going to get back to work. 4 drones going down. Queen going to be there to push back the other direction as well. Queens will continue to get onto those Tempests as one Tempest gets very low. Other Tempest just about surviving. 2 more Tempests going to join back up together. Cryptus will be producing +1 missiles and roach speed coming online. Again, the Tempest continue to push around the bottom of our Spore Crawler. Gets chipped away at. Going to see a couple of Queens going down as well. Seeing those Tempests still producing online, and Corruptor's actually going to show up. Going to get a catch. We're going to get rid of 2 Tempests here because the Queens can target the lower HP one down. The Corruptors get the other. 2 out of 4 Tempests fall, and that's a mistake from MaxPax, sticking around for a little bit too long and absolutely getting punished for it. So MaxPax getting caught there, and that is going to be a painful ending for him, losing out on those. Definitely not what he was looking for, as +1 missiles continues to come up. The Oracle moves back over as well. Once again, the Corruptors here just going to go caustic spray and try and put use on themselves, but I don't think we can justify going for the Nexus, especially as the Mothership spawns. It drops a Time Warp as well, so the Time Warp forces the Corruptors away. So as Corruptors get chased back, Oracle's to the top side, hanging around. Another Stasis Ward coming down. Blink now coming up on the Twilight Council as well. Tempests, Mothership, all coming through. Another Stasis Ward in the front as we try and play a little bit more defense here. And +2 attack. +1 arrow bomber. Corruptors and Ravagers coming online. The Corruptor's going to come around the right side. Going to get rid of an Oracle. Just going to nab that nice and easily. And we've got 2 Tempests producing at the moment. Baneling Nest about halfway done. Roach Ravager will try and step up a little bit as Shin is actually going to go just pushing forwards. Feels like maybe he did enough with those previous snipes. It's a massive stasis though. The Time Warp goes down on the other side of it, and that's not an intractable position anymore for Shin. He'll engage as a few of the units kind of push past the force fields. I think MaxPax getting a bit ahead of himself by doing that. So he actually uses the Corruptors going to chase the Mothership, which will probably die. Now MaxPax is going to get surrounded a little bit. Shin's about to get these units out of stasis as well. Corrosive Vial's already dropping into place. Push back the other direction. Ling Roach taking some damage. Corruptors are looking to come through once again. The Lings will continue to seep forward. Do you see those Tempests? Going to be dropping. Corrosive Vial's still coming by as well. Another Tempest shot or 2. Continue to come in for the moment as the Corruptors will go and try and knock that Tempest down. Mothership coming up, getting +2 attack upgrade, +1 fire attacks, and the Blink all coming online. The Tempest will be there, chase the Lings the other way. Looking reasonable as our Zerglings continue to retreat on down for now. Bane's morphing units into the center. Again, 14 Banelings, melee and the Baneling speed coming up as well. And these Stalkers come back over the right side here from MaxPax. Additional Bane's just going to come morphing straight through. As those Banes morph in, the Ling Roach Ravager gathers up as well. And the speed about to finish up. We are going to see the Corruptors in the main base. That's going to grab a Tempest that just spawned out. So, it's going to be a nice quick kill. And kind of firing back onto those Corruptors also as additional Banelings morph here from Shin. We're going to go around the upper right-hand side. The Stasis Ward already catching some Lings. Here we actually go, charging forward. Roach Bane Ravager coming through. The Corruptor's going to go for the Mothership. Mothership taking some damage right off the bat here. Mothership will fall. Tempest is still going after the Corruptors. A couple Banes get knocked down as well. Corruptors try and turn back into this. Shin is really desperate to try and clean up the Tempest, diving in again. So many stays towards caught up, but he's actually going to turn his attention to the top right base. So he's going to try and get rid of a location on the top right at least, knock one position down. Those roaches are still getting cleaned up, so MaxPax is able to just really put in some serious work there. A couple of Lings going to get back onto the pylon, continue on the Nexus, and just put some, again, further work in for the moment as we knock our way through all of that. 16 Banelings, 5 roaches, a couple of extractors, all building up right now. The Corruptors continue around the bottom of the map, and again will go hunting. They've been so successful in their dives into the main base, finding Tempests and other units ripe for the picking, so we'll continue with that possibility once again as we turn these Corruptors straight onto our Nexus here. Nexus will take some damage. So straight up pulls. Once the Stalkers come across, they're just going to go after those Corruptors for a little bit. On the top side, we're going to be seeing the Fling Bane coming through, and those Banes are going to roll up the ramp. Just going to continue to chase those Stalkers down as well. And actually get rid of the 5th base then from MaxPax, so Shin able to knock that away. But MaxPax is going to be holding on. I was going to say, I mean, his supplies maybe not the best, sitting at 167. He doesn't have a huge bank to work with or anything, but he's very much so staying alive in this, right? Which I think is a fairly important concept at this moment in time. Just staying alive is really not a bad thing, as the Corruptors, Roaches, Banes, and Zerglings get ready to come and potentially wrap around this Stalker force. We do have Stasis Wards to help us out. What are they going to do? They're actually going to do a great job. Just these Lings getting Stasis creates a force field effect where now the other units would have to filter through the gaps of those Lings to be able to fight, and that's actually such a problem. So it really adds a lot defensively for MaxPax, who will now have a massive Stasis on the top side of the map about to hit as well. Kaboom! That is every single Baneling caught there. So now you have time to set up units to try and help deal with that. Nothing goes through early or quickly, and obviously you give a professional player actually time to deal with a problem. Typically they're going to do it very well, although I don't know, he's making his way there now. He fought off the rest of the army, now he's going to show up. You want to leave units here that are not going to get killed off by the Banelings. That's going to be these Archons. Shin will try and run them the other way. We have a few Stalkers to blink after. We don't kill them all, but we kill a good chunk of them right off the bat. And Shin's attempted run by to the top right corner will go unsuccessful here on El Dorado. Well, Lingroach, Ravager Bane still gathering in the center. We got our Corruptors and our Overseers moving through the bottom right side of the map now. So they're going to move right across as that. And Caustic Spray, take a pick, I guess. Stargate and a Nexus. I think only one Corruptor's on the Nexus. That will not die, but the Stargate will go down. Always nice to shut down some of the production your opponent is likely to be relying on. As the Overseers and the Corruptors escape through the bottom. Just going to see the rest of the Roach Bane Ravager in the center morphing in. We have a Stasis Ward setting up in the middle of the map too, so getting that in position for now. As our Hive continues in, the Banelings continue up. Extractors are coming online. Plus 1 armor, charge, plus 2 weapons, storm. All of that continuing through as our units come around the bottom side here. Just going to be seeing an attempt to move in. And that army is going to get chased a little bit. A Time Warp comes down. Going to slow down these units chasing you. But we commit, we get rid of the mothership. The carriers are not going to last long. Those Corruptors are looking healthy. How is the ground army doing? Very well for MaxPax, not so hot for Shin. However, the supply for MaxPax is not brilliant. And again, he's not super rich to just instantly rebuild or anything. Shin already spending his money on 84 new Lings, 8 more Corruptors, plus 1 Carapace, and a plus 1 Flyer attack upgrade. Both continue to come online right now. As a couple of carriers in that storm come through as well. Well, you just pull back to the other side. Ultralisk Cavern coming up. Just going to be seeing the Lings going through the Watchtower. So while the units continue to move across, we are going to be seeing Shin spread out and ready to just attack in once again. As he is in the lead of this series, if he can find ways to break through MaxPax's defense on El Dorado, he'll be off to the semifinals. As some Banes crash through, Archons morphing in desperately. I mean, Corruptors are clearing out in the sky, so the Sky Army is gone once again. MaxPax cannot keep that alive at all, and he's on 117 supply, not looking great. Again, the ground army on MaxPax is the best part of this, but this time Shin doesn't have to rebuild much in the sky. He can fully rebuild on the ground, and it's going to be Ultra Ling Roach. Do we have a Great Aspire? No. Maybe it would be nice to have a Great Aspire so we can potentially build some Broodlords just in case these Corruptors never really have much of a reason to be here at any point in the future. It is possible that we just don't need those anymore, so that can also be a factor. Our Nexus goes down on the front. Again, extra gates coming through. Cannon and the battery coming online. And still stepping around as the Lings are going to morph to Banelings on the top side. But the Zergling going to come around the bottom. Just going to go nibbling away as well. A couple more shots coming through for the moment. Main base, we are going to see Corruptors Caustic spraying down the Nexus. So the Nexus will fall in a moment or two. Oh, no! We leave it alive. A little bit of a mistake from Shin. He just should have committed. One or two more Corruptors going down to actually kill the Nexus. It wouldn't matter. He sees, by the way, a carrier. And so he says, okay, I actually need Corruptors again. So he goes back into Corruptor production. MaxPax reestablishing this base. We're 18 minutes deep. He needs a 5th base, right? Without a 5th base, MaxPax is just not able to sustain. I mean, he's already struggling to rebuild, mining less than his opponent. Shin, who we haven't really been back on his side of the map in a long time, but he mined out this gold. He's mining down here. He has since expanded up to the top side. Honestly, this game's going strongly enough in Shin's favor. I wouldn't mind him taking this gold base here. I think he'd get away with it. MaxPax has done nothing aggressively for such a long time. So I feel like that is kind of somewhat of a given, is just to take that base and you can run away with this in a big way. Carries continue to produce on through, and plus 3 hour weapons coming up. And Chrono Boost is well off that Cyber Cores. The Stalker's blinked down, going to get a couple Lings also. Grab those nice and easily. There you go, Ling Bane Ultra Corruptor going to come running through. The Bane's going to get caught in a big way. A lot of those Banes getting hit. Corruptor's going to get jumped on as the carriers. We're going to get chased down a little. The Ultra's going to turn their attention to the cannon, turn their attention to some of these probes, perhaps. And some of the Corruptors trying to see if they can get anything extra done as the Ling Ultra finishes off this Nexus. That will go down, and Shin is able to break through that position. The supplies even out, though, and Shin, he's mining more, but he doesn't have a bank build up already. And so maybe, just maybe, he's thrown enough away that MaxPax is once more going to have an attempt in this series. Obviously, MaxPax loses this game, and this series is done. MaxPax would be knocked out with the loss on this map right now, so needs to try and figure that out. A couple more Ultras, the few Zerglings, all coming online still. Plus 3 hour weapons, gonna really again continue to power up the carriers in the skies. Get those ready to continue too, as the Interceptors spawn up. Ultra around the bottom, just checking there's no Nexus there, and there is not, so you're still keeping the MaxPax to the 4 bases. This 5th still struggling to get back online. 20 Lings, 6 Banelings, the Ultralisks all building through the Corruptor Ultra, middle of the map, trying to figure out what its goal is right now as well. So many Corruptors, but he's not wrong because there are carriers up in the skies, so you kind of need those Corruptors as well. You're going to see some Stormers to kind of soften up this army as we move through. The Mothership will not last long. The Corruptors spread themselves to minimize splash from the Archons that are now chasing them down. There's a lot of priority on those Corruptors, and they do die. MaxPax is able to get rid of them as his Archons do a good job. The Ultra's not really going to be able to stand up for themselves here either, so they're going to get pushed the other direction. There's another scenario where I feel like MaxPax does okay, but the supply is still a struggle for him just because losing anything is something he really struggles to rebuild into. Whereas Shin just has more income, so even if the bank isn't there, he's got money coming in that he can then rebuild with, and that's making the difference as we say remax, but it really is just a rebuild. Neither player is rich enough to remax, as MaxPax actually says, you know what? I can't just take damage like this forever, so he moves forward, and I wonder if this is because he wipes the Corruptors and he feels like he has enough carriers that he could maybe just have a good enough impact in the skies to basically lock down this game with a good push. Problem is, he kind of needs the carries to play defense, otherwise you're going to lose these bases. Can you afford that? Maybe you can, but I don't think you win a base trade in terms of speed, so... yeah, it becomes kind of awkward for you once more. He decides he's just going to send it, and I don't disagree. Right now, he basically wants to catch any carrier, any corruptor possible with these carriers. He needs to knock down anti-air. He needs to stop Shin from dealing with these carriers, because Shin clearly has power enough on the ground to do as he wishes. MaxPax's eggs are all in the Sky Toss basket at the moment. And the Sky Toss gave MaxPax an early Christmas present of, you know, a Game 5, because that's what MaxPax is hoping for right now. Hoping to force this Game 5. He's losing the bases, like I say. A base trade scenario is a very slow-going process for these slow carriers. Interceptors, they do damage, but they don't always do damage super quickly. Soldiers are chewing through bases and productions and structures. The production will be on the line next on the natural. And Shin is also able to, during this, build like lings and stuff, which obviously do a lot. We actually have the Corruptors here going to show up to kill off one of the carriers. Well, Shin's actually adding more and more Corruptors on. I think he's going to get to a point where he just gets enough Corruptors up that it's going to be enough to fight this. Because it's just taking MaxPax so long to stop anything happening. I mean, he's not even going to stop the production from coming in through, right? So, as long as that's the case, I think MaxPax is going to be in trouble, because like I say, all Shin has to do is get enough Corruptors up all at once, dive those carriers. That's all he has to stop. The Ling Ultra is still winning across the map. It's mostly Ultras, but a few Lings mixed in there. Obviously, MaxPax isn't rich enough to go and justify building units back at home defensively, so those units really will not be stopped by anything at all. But again, those carriers are just taking so long, and Shin has built up to, so far, 12 Corruptors. Against the 5 carriers, we're on the verge of being able to take that fight. The carriers actually recall back home right here. So Shin now knows where they are at, loses one Ultralisk. You just recalled home to a 2-base situation where you are not set up on any real mining. Shin still is mining a little bit on the bottom side. Don't get me wrong, you knocked down some of the healthier bases of Shin, but by going back home, you give him the freedom of the map to get set up. So if I'm MaxPax here, I think we've got to go again. Honestly, he's done extremely well because Shin... oh, he's going to type GG. I was going to say he's done extremely well because you can see Shin's not in a great spot. 20 drones, very low money in the bank. Income is going to be minimal. I think MaxPax is correct. 14 Corruptors will beat 5 carriers, especially when the carriers have 0 ground support. Damn. Man, what a great game. Actually, a very cool game. And congrats, Shin knocks out MaxPax as well. Obviously, the GG comes in and I'm still kind of analyzing the situation. I kind of wanted to see the Corruptors just kill the carriers just for a little bit of excitement. Man, what a series by Shin. 3-1 over MaxPax. And not the kind of games I thought we were going to see at all. I was absolutely convinced we were going to see some aggression. We saw a little bit of it, but we actually saw some much more drawn-out games. I mean, this was Shin on a more aggressive later game army, trying to push through constantly. But he did also have to deal with carriers and Tempests and motherships, so... yeah, really cool quarterfinal matchup. Shin advances to the semifinals, which gives us a Protoss in Hero, a Terran in Clem, and a Zerg in Shin in the top 4 so far. Which race will be the most imbalanced? Will it be Terran or will it be Zerg? Because we've got a TVZ that is coming up between ByuN and Dark. That will decide our final semi-finalist. The way it goes as well, guys, I mentioned potentially ordering of semi-finals. Basically, I think we'll do it like this now that we know what the bottom semis could be. So if ByuN wins, we will just do Clem versus Hero and then ByuN versus Shin. If Dark wins, we will do Shin versus Dark and then Clem versus Hero, basically. That's what I was kind of explaining earlier on in the show if you weren't here, just that we weren't kind of immediately set on our semi-final match ordering. We were just going to flip that around a little bit based on what we think is better, kind of keep the better series for the second semis. So if there's a ZVZ, we will do that first, basically, is what I'm saying. So yes, and that is a possibility if Dark can topple ByuN. Dark, who has not played in everything lately, he's definitely seeming to take a little bit more time for himself. He was for a long time the grinding Zerg, who was actually for 6 months just playing in anything offered to him. Actually, look at Dark's recent history. 3-0 against ByuN in the November monthly finals of a Lima League, 2-1 in a weekly. So yeah, in November, Dark is 2-1 against ByuN. ByuN beat him in the KSL. These guys trade series. And that's what gets me really excited, because I just don't think this is a foregone conclusion. That I think a lot of people would probably right now say, yeah, Dark is good, but is he good enough? And I'm like, actually, yeah, I think he still is absolutely good enough. I think he absolutely can have an impact here. It's been over a month since they played. Perfect time to see if ByuN has maybe been able to figure out what to do against Dark's TVZ. All time, by the way, Dark is 57 to 54 in matches against ByuN and 200 to 197 in maps. So if ByuN 3-0, there could be an all-time tied map score between these guys. Isn't that fun? Yeah, what a history these two have. Obviously, 2016 BlizzCon Grand Finals as well. ByuN won his World Championship off of this matchup. Yeah, I just love this one. I'm super glad it's our last quarterfinal. I mean, kind of sad that we're at the last quarterfinals already, but that is the way that StarCraft goes. At some point, the game's end. We're not even halfway through yet, right? We've got 3 more best of 5s and a best of 7 still coming up. Guys, you're watching the WardiTV Christmas Day Games 2024. We are going to take just a few minutes here just for some ads to play and all the rest. Do consider supporting the channel and so if you can, but most importantly, continue to have yourselves a very Merry Christmas. We'll be back after this break with Dark taking on ByuN and then the semifinals. We are back with our quarterfinal, the final quarterfinal of the WardiTV Christmas Day Games 2024. Yeah, that was another Wardy script that I could have just re-recorded over, but you know what? I'm just going to roll with it. That's how we're doing things here for the WardiTV Christmas Day Games. It's ByuN versus Dark coming up as we have got some TVZ to round out the round of 8. We will see who is going to be joining Shin in the semi-finals after that upsetting win over MaxPax. So Shin gets to the round of 4. He will play the winner of this series. Will that be some more ZVT against ByuN? Will that be some ZVZ over Dark? Like I say, if it is Dark that advances, we will be doing the ZVZ first for our semi-finals. If ByuN advances, we'll probably just do the semis the other way around. Let's see what the result of that is, and then I can just tell you guys at the end of this series which match we are going to do first. Simple as that. So, without any further ado, because we've already had the break, we've already had a little bit of waiting around, it is time for us to go into ByuN versus Dark and kick off into this best of 3 series. Let's get us going, as we're going to start off on a fun map as well in El Dorado. You guys know I've been loving this map. I really do think it's just a lot of fun. I just consistently have fun on this map. It's always great. Very excited to see how 2 titans of the scene in ByuN and Dark will approach it, as we have got ourselves in the bottom left corner the blue Terran player representing the Shopify Rebellion, of course. We have ByuN. And in the bottom right-hand corner, our red Zerg player here is Dark, as we kick off into game number 1 of this best of 5 series. And we look to see what we can get going, what we will get added on in, what our players will do with these early stages of the game. I do think El Dorado already, like I say, a fun map for these two to play on, and potentially that kind of map which can 100% go a little bit longer, right? This is a map that can get drawn out. It can definitely be, you know, I get a lot of bases, you get a lot of bases, we all get a lot of bases. So perhaps we have a longer game in store for us. We know that Dark can play a longer game. We know that ByuN can definitely turtle up and play a longer game as well. As we get ourselves our barracks coming up on the high ground, get that started here for a few moments. Overlord moving through the bottom side of the map. And this drone is already going to open up the gold mineral line over here. That enables access to the bottom side. We've seen a lot of Zergs that seem to prefer expanding through the bottom side of the map so far. So that looks as though it's going to be one of the cases again, as the drone returns a few minerals back into the main base. Reaper and the orbital command coming online here from ByuN, the hatchery and the pool coming up as well. As we just have those couple of drones going to keep nibbling and, like I say, work their way through. So he wants a nice fast third hatchery, no delay at all. And obviously he has shown us exactly where he wants it to, being over here. As this drone will be the lucky one to become the hatchery, and our third base of Dark gets to start up right away here in game number 1. So the third hatch is starting. We do see on the other side, I mean, Reaper is going to start moving out. There's an Overlord that's going to come across to the left a little bit as well. Reaper will move over to the far right-hand side and, of course, go and harass. It is just a single barracks. ByuN, of course, very well known for his Reaper play. You know, you think back to the 2016 World Championship between ByuN and Dark in the Grand Finals, and Reapers were the story there. Funny that 8 years later, Reapers are still something we think of when it comes to ByuN. I think just the fact that this is still like a storied kind of series, and the fact that this series or matchup is still happening 8 years later is pretty incredible as well, as our Reaper will fight, and those Zerglings will take quite a bit of damage. First Zergling goes down, second Zergling. Oh, not quite going down, but the drone will go down instead, so Dark loses a worker. And not the prettiest of early games so far for our Zerg player, who is going to be off to a little bit of a rough start there, as we have the Reaper just escaping out. A couple of command centers building up from ByuN, so he's going to go triple CC back at home, even building his third CC towards the gold area, so he can kind of move towards the bottom side of the map himself. So that seems to be where ByuN wants to aim for in the foreseeable future. There's Queen coming across, pushing that Reaper back once again, and just going to be seen again. A few drones continue to build up, and ByuN going to try and poke in with this Reaper moving in toward the natural for a couple of moments. Aliens building by command center on the low ground. Tech lab will start up on the main base. He's going to drop all that creep tumor, all those creep tumors down. The additional drones all coming into play as well. So we just get all these little bits and pieces coming up for now here. We have got this Overlord of Dark continue to step forward as well. Stimpack building up. See the Marine already going to be there to push that Overlord back the other direction just a little bit. The two Hellions and a Reaper moving together will step forward as well. And they're going to threaten at the front. I mean, we've got a couple Queens here. The Hellions and the Reaper are going to turn back the other way. First drone building up, the extra drones in production. Overlord's coming through as well. Just have ourselves the extractors still building up this Dark. Obviously, with the Roach play being shown to us, I don't think that's surprising. He might open every game with Roaches. Opening Pearling Bane is not a thing that Dark does as much anymore. I mean, he never did in the first place, and then he kind of went back to kind of doing it a little bit. He actually saw a lot of success against Clem. with the pure Ling Bane stuff when Clem was really on that very hot TVZ streak way back when. I mean, in a best of 5, if it goes 5 games, maybe we do see Doc stretch out in some Ling Bane, but I think a lot of this is going to be him playing safe. He knows ByuN is preferably an aggressive player, and so if you can be aggressive yourself, you kind of take that aggression away from ByuN, and then you're taking away one of ByuN's strengths right from the start of the game, right? So I think that's one of the things that we'll probably see here as well. And the Hellions back in the middle, just going to see our Queen stepping away. Medevac Marines and the Stim Pack coming up. Double Engineering Bay drops down from ByuN in the back of his natural. So he gets the double Engineering Bay online. The Orbital Command is going to come and drop into the third base as well. So we do start to move bottom side of the map versus bottom side of the map. There's a potential for the Zerg to say, okay, well, if you're coming through the bottom, I'm actually going to focus a little bit more towards the top and start taking this base and this base. And if you start doing that, like I say, some potential there to maybe cause a little bit of trouble, throw a couple of hiccups into the plan of your opponent as our Marines will retake the Watchtower. And we're going to be seeing even more Marines coming to retake the Watchtower as well. ByuN will power up in the center here and just join everything together for the moment. Lings, Roaches, Queens gathering on up. +1 missile attack upgrade is coming through as well. As we will step forward and just knocked down one creep tumor already. Now going to stim up. Going to be seeing the Roaches and the Lings going to step forward as well. The hatchery on this forward gold is going to be safe, dark. And that means it's something that ByuN has to consider. How are we going to go about this hatch? Are we going to let that happen? Are we going to, try and do something about it? Definitely questions we have to ask ourselves here as a few more Marines and Medevacs will get back toward the Watchtower. And they're going to settle down here for a moment. Actually going to turn into this group of Roaches before loading up and backing it away, so we will fall away there in the end. Again, +1 missiles and carapace, Link speed and Roach speed, all building up so far. And these Marines are in a nice position to maybe hit the gold, but also in a nice position just to clean up some creep spread. Get some active tumors, get some non-active tumors, and just in general make this position more engageable later. The thing is, especially cleaning up creep here, it gives you access to the back of the gold, right? So it's definitely a good position to be cleaning up on. It's definitely somewhere you can work with. Pretty happy to see that ByuN is going to prioritize that somewhat, because I do think he's recognizing the importance of kind of just not letting this gold base be a factor right now. The more you can do that, the happier and better off you're going to end up being. Roach speed and Link speed on the way. 1-1 missile upgrades and carapace upgrades coming online. A whole bunch of Roaches coming up. Overlords are building. As you have those couple of Medevacs boosting back to the center a little bit. Roach Ravager on the Watchtower as we continue to move. Load back up. Upgrade's going to finish in a moment from ByuN. Dark is matching him. ByuN just continue to try and find a dropping location with these Medevacs. If you can find a way in, then brilliant. But Dark is making sure that that doesn't happen. And look at Dark stretching straight forward to the gold base in the bottom 6 o'clock. So he's going to take the gold base on the bottom again with this fairly aggressive army composition. We'll look to keep ByuN pinned back on his section of the lower portion of the map. I mean, ByuN might be able to take this gold base too. Can he push into this gold? I mean, it's not far away. You'd think he'd be able to, but I mean, we'll see how it all plays out as we do have the Roach Ravager now going to step forward. Here we go. A couple of shots coming about. The Ling's already taking a bunch of damage. Siege Tank Fire going off again as the Roach Ravager takes an absolute beating so far. On the right-hand side, the Medevac's going to come back through, load up those Marines once more, and just take them further into the main base. A few more Zerglings coming through the front. They are going to get taken down as well, so they're also just going to get knocked out of here. As our Marines load back into the Medevacs, they escape away just for now as... Oh, we lose a full one, though, so the Queens are able to get the grab. And that's a full Medevac going down, so that's a lot of units missing as... Yeah, Dog breaks into the natural, so ByuN has to pull a defense over here. He's already killed a bunch of workers. He needs to now protect his own. If he can protect his own, it starts to turn into a pretty good position for you based on the fact that you've done some damage yourself. You step forward there, that Ravager goes down. 2-2 upgrades on the way out, +1 vehicle weapon, Siege Tank on the way. Roach Ravager still moving into the center. We're going to see a few corrosive files will drop in as well. A few of those Roaches still getting nabbed. The Medevacs there healing. Turn around once again, and a couple of Roaches will take damage one more time here. +2 missiles, +2 carapace, all coming up. This Roach Ravager is still trying to step forward on the bottom side as well. Hits the Siege Tank down, but does pay for it with quite a few of the Roaches. They are not invincible, and they will be punished for having stepped into a Terran army there. Bane Nest and Infestation Pit both continuing online. The +2/+2 coming up on our Evolution Chambers. And we again take the middle of the map with this Roach Ravager army. Ready ourselves to see what we might do next as a scan comes in. Here we go. Ling Roach Ravager starts to step forward. Bio pulls back a little bit. A couple corrosive barrels coming down. We're going to turn with that Bio Force. So the Roach Ravager moves into that mineral line. That's a lot of Bio going to step up and just going to go straight after the Ravagers. Bile after Bile coming through. Dark 160, 170 supply to the 130. 14 SCVs have been killed there. Once again, Dark continues to get workers with these attacks. And I think as long as you're getting workers, you're going to be pretty happy. Anything you're doing to slow down the Terran's economy, I think is overall a pretty big plus for you. So, yeah, I think that's all heading in the right sort of a direction. As Bio here will turn some Zerglings around as well. Just going to try and fight. A few corrosive barrels coming down once more. Things turn back to the middle of the map, and I'm going to start morphing into Banes big time here. 20 Banelings begin to morph in. +1 melee, Baneling speed, +2 power pace. Coming up and online. Marine's still stepping forward, and a couple Creep Teamers will go down with him here. And as they Ling Roach Ravager charges on in. The Bioforce is going to have to keep stepping away from this. Siege Tank's doing what they can, as the Roach Ravager will try and break through. Now ByuN trying to get this gold base up in the front as well. Trying to get a gold of his own. I mean, all of this is happening while Dark mines off of a double gold. So Dark's economy is just insane, especially considering he's playing off of the 72 drones only. And that's the thing, it's like, it may not be off the charts, but because it's off 72 drones, he actually has more army supply in play than he usually would, while having this level of income. And I definitely think that that's doing a lot to help you out here, if you're Dark. I actually think that's doing a lot to help you out, so yeah, I think that goes a long way to helping. It just means that you have so much more army to keep trading with. Run-bys can be a little bit more committed to. And then ByuN has issues. Is this not even a completed wall still? Lings just stream into the natural. People at least raise to protect the main base. ByuN pulls back to deal with it. Has to also protect his incoming fourth base. If you don't get a fourth base, then you're in trouble. Dark really is just kind of starving ByuN out of this game so far. There's a couple more Banelings go down. The Lings are going to be about. They're going to be getting cleaned up as well. The Bio there will get all of those Zerglings. 10 SCVs did go down. So a chunk of workers did indeed fall here. As we have our adrenal glands and +3 carapace continuing to come up. +3 armor coming up on the engineering bay. +2 vehicle weapons coming by. Siege tank and marines in production still. Ling Bane Ravager Force comes back over. Coming through, just going to be seeing our 3-3 coming up as well. Just going to be seeing a few of those Lings going to get tapped away at. The Bio still coming through. A couple of Banes going to get jumped on. Focus coming over as well. Ling Bane still making their way about. Siege tanks going to get completely blinding clouded as the Ling Bane rolls on up. Those are nice blinding clouds. Those are going to completely coat the siege tanks right there. The rest of the Bio coming through. The Ling Ravager still being chased away. All the command coming about. +3 armor coming through. And this Bioforce continues to just chase on in. Vipers are going to consume up the hatchery. We take the watchtower. Now coming back through. 32 Lings in production. And Ravager coming around. Settling on the watchtower here for a few moments. Again, +2 melee, +3 carapace coming over. The extra Banes all morphing forwards. I've got the Vipers looking to step in. The Medivacs overhead. Here we go. A couple of parasitic bombs going off. Medivac's going to get hit. Fire going to start spreading out as the Ling Bane Ravager just pushes all the way through here. Dark is going to shove straight into this position. 10 SCVs, 11 SCVs going down at the moment. So damage will be, honestly, again, being taken by ByuN. I mean, he's just not coming out of any of these fights in any sort of an okay position, and that's the issue. Is he's just like, none of this is really going his way, none of this is really turning into his favor. ByuN has not really done anything on the other side of the map either. I mean, I'm going to look at the units lost here in a moment. We'll do it right now as the game comes to a close. GG called. We killed 13 drones. Remember that one attack ByuN had that killed some drones, and then instantly, you know, Dark was out there doing a whole bunch himself. I mean, kind of hard to really say much more than a dog just kind of got rolling here on El Dorado, and he just didn't stop. Once he got started, Dark was just all a go, and he takes a pretty comfortable game number one in a game that I don't think the rest of the series is going to look much like. I'd be kind of surprised the rest of the series kind of had a, such a similar vibe to it, so yeah. All right, we'll take a game number two then, I guess, in a couple of moments. So we're going to head into Neon Violet Square. Dark looking good for that ZVT to start us off. And like I say, a 1-0 start. I mean, Neon Violet Square, I mean, I look at this, I think, long map potentially for TVZ, especially if ByuN can't get much going and Dark once again becomes kind of a strong setup. Although I do think Dark will struggle to kind of take as much gold-based income, of course, and then, from there, maybe we see things go a little bit differently as well. So, yeah, let's see what happens as we kick on into our second game, Neon Violet Square. Yet, just yap. A few more seconds of time board. Let's get into it as we go into game number two of this best of 5. It is the final quarterfinal of the day here in the WardiTV Christmas Day games. After this, it's all about the semis and into the top 4 and the finals. Let's go into game 2, as we have got in the bottom right corner our blue Terran player who will trail this series by a map. It is done. Top left, our red Zerg is going to be Dark. Game 2 of our best of 5 as we get this going. Dark and ByuN get started up. Might be one of the last times we see Dark. He's been a permanent resident here in the WardiTV Christmas Day games. First did the Christmas Day games in 2021, by the way, where Dark was a runner-up to Rogue. This run back then was actually pretty cool. 3-1 Cure, 3-0 Clem. ByuN lost that one to Rogue in the semifinals. 2022 came around. This is the one where Dark did not actually play. Serral did play. Serral won that one 4-2 against MaxPax. Last year, 2023, our third edition of the event, Dark made the finals again. He actually took down ByuN 3-1 in the semis after Showtime fell in the quarterfinals to him. And then he fell to Clem in the finals. So Dark's had 2 runners-ups in these Christmas Day games. Has yet to grab that that final victory in this event series. Cool to see some history though, the Christmas Day games as well. I always like yeah, and I know our events are not the biggest events, they're not the most prestigious or anything like that. I do love just kind of, somewhat following the storylines of them, even if they're not the most important. Maybe, we're the only people that track them. I'm sure all the players aren't super, I'm sure all the players aren't necessarily super into kind of following who won this WardiTV tournament back then. But for us, it's very cool tracking kind of who has been partaking over the years, who has won a few of these. All that kind of stuff, I think, is very neat as our replay does make its way to the upper left-hand side. Factory coming online, command center coming in. We got ourselves settled in here for it. We're going to go shooting at a few of those Lings. Grenade pops a few of the Lings off over to the side. Lings will continue to chase on the Reaper. Does get pushed away. A couple more Queens coming now. Drones in production. Reactor and the factory coming through as well. Just a couple of Lings coming about right here. As the Lings continue onto a set of rocks. Rock's taking some damage. Again, the Queen's coming through. Starport in production as well. Bring this around. Rack's going to drop into place. Command center building through. Starport coming up. Refinery coming online. As the Reaper pulls away back down the bottom into the center. And Starport and a couple of Hellions. Command center as well. All coming through with this for the moment. Get settled down. couple of overlords coming up. The drones and the queen still coming through. Hellions and Banshee command center as well. Continue to add in as much of that as possible as those Hellions continue to just slip and slide through the middle of Neon Violet Square. Those squares making them take some interesting driving. Got to be a real top-tier driver to be able to navigate those. The Hellions knock it out of the park so far. As the Banshee, the SCVs, the Stim, all continues to come up and around. Just going to have ourselves a couple of the Hellions coming over, so Hellions and Reaper will gather in. And he's just going to chase. Creep team are going to go down, so going to be seeing a couple of those creep teamers getting fought upon, but I also lose a Hellion, so not exactly ideal for ByuN losing one Hellion for some creep teamer battling, nothing else really gained. And the creep is still there. The creep's also coming down in front of the third base over here. Dog takes the backward half base. There's only half a set of minerals, so that's why you don't really see this base being taken in a rush by most players. The Reaper still gather up. Just going to be seeing 1-1. Seeing the Stim pack coming through. And the additional barracks coming about. Reactor going to come on the starport over to the side. Factory gets going. And Roach is coming up. Missile and Carapace upgrades building. The Hellions and the Reaper continue to gather in. Let's go see the Banshees making their way to the top of the map for the moment. Away they go. 1-1 upgrade, Stim pack, Siege Tank, Marines, bit of everything coming online to get this set up. Yeah, those Banshees going to try and make a play. And like I say, it's been fairly passive with only that one Hellion going down so far. Dog get to even lose a unit. We use the Reaper to get rid of another creep tumor. Cute play there. Tries to find a creep teamer here. This is why he's attacking the rock, seeing if he can splash it, but it doesn't happen. The Banshees go around the back. Finally, some damage done to the Zerg. 2 drones go down, but the Banshee has already taken a little bit of damage, so not exactly ideal. As the Infestation Pit and the Hydra Den both continue through. The Banshees do escape through the top once more. Roaches in the center. I mean, Doc going to play Roaches with Hydras in the Infestation Pit this time. It's already looking towards... It was definitely a bit of a later game kind of setup than what he played last time, which was a bit more kind of aggressive in your face. I'm going to keep pushing you. Roach Ravager Ling. This is definitely looking like, hey, I get it. I'm not going to end the game on this one, but let's see what I can do. Those couple Banshees still float about here for the moment. Link speed coming through. The Roach speed is on the way in. Groove Spine's coming up. The Spore Crawler's coming by. And we do have the Banshee just going to whack onto one of those spores for a moment or so as well. Fire out around the bottom. Banshee's going to get rid of some creep tumors. Damage being done. Marines, tanks, medevacs. Moving up into the center. The little changeling going to step forward here from Dark as well. It's just going to bring that straight by. Again, the armory coming up. Siege tank and Marines coming over. Hydras and the Hive continue to build. Well, scan comes up. Some creep teamers will begin to get knocked down. The Overlord taking some damage as well, so that will fall. As we just see our Marines able to get rid of a few creep teamers there, so a little bit of damage dealt. Again, another creep teamer going down. Marines continue to settle in as the creep gets cleaned up once again. I mean, ByuN with a good little push to get rid of some creep. Do we have enough to really step forward and try and take more of a fight? I don't really think so. I don't think the Banshees necessarily did enough. I think it's one of those scenarios where you're probably just going to have to hold back a little bit and then wait for even more units so you can kind of multi-prong it a little bit more heavily. I think just trying to go right now is not exactly going to be super successful for you as the Marines step up. The Overlord is going to go down. The Hellbat in the front as Roaches and Hydras still coming by as well. Marines hitting a lot of those Roaches and Hydras, but I think the DPS available there is just a bit too much. ByuN makes a run for it. It's hard to chase through those blocks as well, right? So you can sit on the other side of these pretty comfortably and cozily as ByuN and be pretty much just fine. Don't think there's an issue with that after retreating away. We do have the Viper count continuing to build up on the side of Dark. So he's bringing those Vipers up, the Lurker down, Nidus network. A few bits and pieces there as the Marine tank continues back through the middle of the map for the moment. They'll scan, Roaches and Hydras, gonna take some shots, Sense Tower coming through. Additional Marines coming about, 2-2 upgrades, plus 1 vehicle weapons, all coming online. Those tanks will continue to press forward here. Let's just see the Roach Hydra force still trying to make its way by. Just gonna be seeing the Ghost Academy coming up, the factory coming about. Those two medevacs of ByuN are gonna load up and go to the right-hand side, unloading on the low ground. As our Marines step through, Roach is gonna take a lot of damage. Lurker gonna get jumped on as well, so one Lurker falls, the other Lurker is gonna try and get position once more. ByuN again going from high ground to low ground, making the Zerg run while he can kind of just drop across super easily. Has been the plan of our Terrans so far. This is what I wanted to see from ByuN, a little bit of action that tries to pull Dark around a little bit, and being just very smart with the positioning and movement. Fling's going down, the Vipers trying to do something, but they get turned back around again. They'll get chased away, plus 2 Carapace still coming up. Depth of Talon's going to give the Lurkers a better upgrade. We're going to see a Nidus right in the back of ByuN's base, but Marines show up, and that's going to be a denial. So nice attempt from Dark. Good to see that he's also thinking about what he can do around the map. ByuN is on top of it. And Overlord's sneaky. We're actually going to see another Nidus now in the main base. Do we have anything over here? A siege tank on its way. Looks as though that's going to be pretty well figured out as well, so no issues in cleaning that up. Alright, so the first Nidus attempts to not go anywhere as ByuN settling into 5 bases now for himself. Playing very defensively on the kind of front lines, if that makes sense, right? Like, just letting the kind of map do its thing. There's choke points you can hide behind and ledges. The Vipers do a great job to knock down a couple of those siege tanks, but it did come at the cost of one of the Vipers, so it wasn't free, and ByuN is able to at least get some value back out of it. Crate 3 coming up, plus 2 vehicle weapons is on the way in. The Nidus network will set up. The Overlords are still coming up as well. Let's just have Manson is still building through. The Marines actually going to fight here again. Roaches and Hydras taking some more shots. Manson is building up across the board. Going to see another Nidus network coming down. Bell gets that settled in as well. Just having ourselves the medevacs and CCs all coming through. And ByuN absolutely accepting the later stage of this game that it's heading to, in with regard to the fact he's building 4 command centers at once. Gonna catch this Nidus as it comes up. We'll get some snipes off, but actually it's not good enough. He loses a bunch of goals, loses a bunch of bio. Dark wins this. That is huge as one Roach gets knocked down. The Hydra's still pulling back. Ghosts, tanks, medevacs coming through together. 3-3 upgrades on the way through. 12 Lurkers will morph in for Dark. As we move to this far right-hand side, those Lurkers will continue to put some work in. Command Center taking damage, the Refinery taking a few shots as well. But the Knight is just going to come popping up. Our tanks will try and push forward once more. Lurker's going to go, Hydra's sorry, going to go diving forward, lunging through. Again, Ghosts and tanks continue into play as our Lurkers will hit those Refineries. Rocks on the left-hand side, going down as well, taking a lot more damage. The Overseers is going to fly straight in toward the main base. There's the new Nidus in the main. We are going to have units, just need to actually target down the Nidus. Get the changelings afterward, right? Priorities, priorities. Lurkers do get burrowed up and they're going to settle here. You see a couple snipes coming down. Surprised we didn't get a snipe on the Viper. Would have been nice to just knock that away. I feel like Dark continues to get very good trades. Resources lost is about 800 in his favor, about 1,000 now. Give or take in ByuN's favor. So it's pretty good trades for Dark, because a lot of the time you can see the Zerg be thousands of resources behind. And now putting himself into some very fun positions as he's threatening from this high ground, hitting this base on the low ground. And obviously, while he's keeping ByuN busy, he takes the map. ByuN is not dropping. He's not doing anything to try and oppose his opponent to kind of expanding here. And so Dark is going to get away with a lot of that for now. You see another Nidus at the bottom left. Double Lurkers coming up. Concussive shells coming through, plus 3 vehicle weapons on the way through. The siege tank still in production as well. Ghost's going to line up a couple more snipes. There goes a lurker. I mean, ByuN has built up for this stage of the game, right? We saw him out in the command centers. We saw him setting up to be in the later stages of this game. So ByuN is very ready to accept the fact that this has entered the later stages. I don't think that's a doubt in my mind right now. The question just becomes, how well can he then handle these later stages? Can he take the trades that he needs? This is a nice set of snipes. He actually got a lot of damage on lurkers there, including a few kills. So those are snipes that go a lot better than what we were seeing previously. The Nidus still coming up. The Nidus combo will continue through. All three of these Niduses coming in. Gonna get taken down. The lurkers is going to start spawning through. Just going to start fighting against those. The siege tank going to get taken out as well. The ByuN still fighting. Lurkers still dealing some damage, going back the other direction. 9 SCVs going down already, as again the factories and the tanks all continue to come on by. These workers will make their way through this main. And this is why it was so important before that ByuN was pretty on top of the Nidus networks, because the moment that lurkers get out in good numbers, your main base, you're in a lot of trouble, especially in a game where you're playing Ghost heavy and not Liberator heavy. Because with Liberators, you might have been able to siege this up and slowly push it back. With Ghosts, it's just that much more challenging, and already the main base orbital gone. Production up in the skies. You know, these are things which you can probably replace to some extent, but it's a heavy cost, and it slows you down in more ways than just the investment of money. It's going to slow you down massively in terms of time. It gives Dark so much freedom for the next minute or two while ByuN resettles down. And that means that, I mean, I don't think Dark was necessarily worried or concerned in the first place. Now the Niduses are going everywhere else as well. That's actually great. 2 Niduses here, then he's going to Nidus the right side for an escape route. He just doesn't have high ground vision, I believe, to actually shoot up onto the high ground to those ghosts that are attacking him, but just another base that gets hit, and again, Dark uses this as a distraction. Now he slams into the center of the map. The Lings running straight through. The siege tank's taking an absolute beating. The Hydra's getting there as well. The Lings off to the side. I mean, like I say, Dark is just starting to be everywhere. He will lose pretty much all these units. The last lurker or two will burrow in the corner and just force a scan even, right, to something extra. But yeah, just trying to get the absolute most out of everything. A new round of lurkers start up. Dark is not rich, and now resources lost is going to favor ByuN a lot more heavily. However, Dark has denied the main, he's denied this pocket base, and he's expanding massively in his own way. So it starts to get massively better. In fact, right now, as the tunnel of ducks brings that siege tank further forward too. The factory lifts off the tech lab, going to move over to another tech lab. As the high-tech order attacking, Neo steel plating continues to come about. Go snipe, hits the lurker there. Just going to see a couple of changelings will go down as well. So they will fall as the +2 melee upgrade continues in. That's a lot of Zerglings on the way up from Dark. On the far left side of the map, we've got Nidus networks galore here, there, and kind of everywhere as they set up as well. 13 creep teamers all spreading forward. The orbitals setting up. Barracks is going to drop into the front, drop down at Tech Lab, the rest of the Bioforce, the tanks as well. I'll try to go make something happen. Bio going to go, just going to grab a lurker already, just going to see these 3 ghosts, going to go after the Nidus as well. Snipe coming through. This Nidus network goes down also, so just going to be able to pick that off as, again, the +2 vehicle plane, the sensor tower, all coming online. The Hydras are going to go lurching forwards. We have ourselves +2 melee. Halfway done from Dark at this point as well. +2 vehicle plating also coming online. Now a lot of these Lings just going to run around the right-hand side here. Siege tanks are going to fire onto them, but the Lings are going to get a wraparound, and a lot of those tanks will continue to drop. Although, to be fair, the tanks did pretty good at cleanup. So I actually thought that was going to be a little bit worse. You do scan out one final lurker over here, going to get cleaned up now. So that lurker will go down also. Orbital lifts off again. The few changelings will step through. Just going to be having the siege tank whacking those changelings down, so they will fall. Again, +2 melee, 8 swarm host, 26 creep tumors. Holy goodness. All spreading forwards, all coming to the front. Once again, the refineries commence in this Hellbat Viking Liberator, +2 vehicle plating. Needs to come around. Nidus in the top right-hand side, going to get set up also. Bottom left, we're going to see another Nidus coming into place. Battery will take position also as, again, the Hydra Bane. CS2 coming across to the far right-hand side, ready to start pushing about as the siege tank fires, and a few Lings already taking some big hits. That are the Locusts jumping up into the sky, and they're going to come stepping forward too as the Hellbats pick their way through a whole chunk of Zerglings. The Locusts dropping in nice and quickly. Got some good damage done already on the right side. Another Lurker gets picked off also, so that is also going to drop here. Again, continue to have the Overseers, Hydras, Banes looking to step on forward. Changelings going to step in as well. A few of those Changelings already going down. Now the Bio comes through. Just going to go jumping onto the Nidus networks. That Nidus will fall. Bottom left-hand side, some more Niduses continuing up into place, and the Bio will get there for another Nidus as well. Siege tanks dropping as the Hydras and the Banes just work their way through, and Dark will not let the right-hand side of this map get heavily established at all. Gunnar on the other side might be able to work his way through this base and at least get this shut down. A chunk of these drones immediately going to be in some trouble as the Bio will sit here. This hatchery should indeed be dropping. It should go down without too much issue. Again, the rest of the army back around from the center over to the left. Multiple Niduses coming in here as the Ling Hydra again chases forwards. The siege tanks are going to get to work as we drop some of the Bio and Ghosts out once again. The Hydras are still stepping forward as well, and they're going to get wraparounds on these siege tanks. The Overseers continuing to try and step up. Same +3 melee coming over, 52 Lings, the Nidus networks building. Now we have swarm hosts. So funny. So now the swarm hosts are kind of being a factor as well, which didn't have my kind of name ideas on that one. Is yeah, sure. I mean, if you swarm hosts to harass efficiency at this stage of the game, if you can actually get efficiency out of them, then why the hell not? It is supply that gets taken up though that maybe could have done a lot better for you. We step forward again. The Ling Bane will come rolling through. The Ghosts are going to split apart. Those Banes are going to continue to try and chase forward. 10 drones going down for now. Again, we got the 5 siege tanks building up, +3 vehicle plating coming in. Let's just have the Hydras lunging about as the Lings are going to get there, clean up some of the siege tanks as well. We pull all the way back. A look goes down. You're going to see those Overseers still up in the sky, and we chase on forward down to the bottom right. One Festus continue to produce. Gonna see double Nidus network. Once again, the Nidus have been a big part of this game. How many have died in this game? 35 Nidus heads have been killed. It's a pretty ridiculous number, right? There's a lot of those Niduses that have been getting cleaned up. Neuroparasite coming in on the infestation pit. 9 more Infestors in production. Siege tanks and Hellbats producing through as well, +3 vehicle plating. Once again, the Ling's going to come chasing on forward. Siege tanks getting surrounded. A couple of Banes are going to sit nearby. Hydras are still getting through. The factories are going to get jumped on. Again, our Lurkers are still firing away. For the moment, as we just have the rest of the Lings pulling back. 14 SCVs go down. ByuN is now on 21 workers in this game. 23 minutes on the Unviolet Square. It's just a game where it feels like Dark is kind of dominated, right? Like, there's been moments where ByuN's cleaned up a base here or there, especially in the last 5 minutes. He's been getting across with some counterattacks, but outside of that, like, Dark has just been controlling this game start to finish. This has been kind of going to Dark's beats, and Dark has, like I said, set himself up very nicely throughout this, as that's a fungal growth going down in a bunch of those siege tanks, make it a second fungal as well. I mean, ByuN is trying to push, but pushing with unsieged tanks is not exactly the the dream scenario that I feel like we're holding out for. It's fair to say this is Not exactly looking pretty for ByuN. Is, yeah, you try and move forward with a bunch of tanks. The Logos are genuinely going to have a good fight here. The Fungals were very good. Yeah, I mean, even if you don't fully clean up, the reinforcements for the next wave should be more than good enough, as the Hydra's going to step forward again. Just going to be seeing the Ghost going down. The Siege tanks are still dropping. Don't think there's much to add to this. I mean, right, I mean, you're pushing forward with unsieged tanks. That's how desperate ByuN is at. Looks as though Dark is going to net himself a 2-0 lead in this best of 5. Just saying, guys, it's getting kind of a little bit crazy. I mean, Dark's going to be up 2-0. He's going to have to start spinning this around if he wants a chance to advance. And, I mean, to me, like, I think ByuN can do it. I do not come into this series. I don't know if I did favor ByuN coming into this, but I felt pretty good about him putting up a good fight for sure, because, like I say, never 100% sure where Dark is at right now. He's not playing as much as he did before, but obviously he was already at a very high level. This fight's extremely drawn out, but the point is going to be put across in the end, which is that it's GG, and Dark will take game number 2 and be one map away from a semi-final appearance. It's going to be so sad when Dark has to go to the military and leave us and not play any more StarCraft, because he is just a treat to watch, especially games like this where it's like he just grasps the game and he just chokes his opponent out of it. Like, ByuN is just not allowed to play StarCraft 2 here, right? Like, he can play StarCraft 2, but a lot of what ByuN wants to try and get done is just nullified so quickly. And Dark just deals with it so comfortably, glides through the early stages of the game, starts putting on pressure, then we're double Nidusing here, we're double Nidusing there. I mean, we're talking about 36 dead Niduses across the course of this game, or more probably by the time it actually ended. Like, just resilience in terms of just going for it, as Dark is going to take a 2-0 lead, and it's now a 1-map gap from him in the semi-finals. ByuN has to win 3 in a row. It's not impossible. ByuN has reverse swept people in the past. I think reverse sweeping Dark is particularly difficult, but let's not give up hope. Let's get some cheers in the chat for ByuN as we head into this game 3, which will be on Abyssal Reef. Man, these guys are playing a bunch of maps that really promote the potential to play a much longer game, actually. It doesn't necessarily mean it's going to happen, but El Dorado, Neon Violet, Abyssal, these are all maps where you can see 3, 4, 5 bases being taken very comfortably and just sort of, you know, end up sitting there. Let's see what we get here. As in the top left corner of the map, the blue Terran player representing the Shopify Rebellion. This is ByuN. He takes on the red Zerg in the bottom right corner. Dark, who is up 2-0, a map away from the semis. Again, Shin is waiting in that semi-final to play whoever wins this series. If Dark wins, we'll be going straight into Shin versus Dark for our first semi-final as well. By the way, guys, again, I mentioned this a couple times, but in case you're just joining, TLDR, this is the bottom portion of the bracket, but we'll do the semi-finals in order of what I think builds up a bit more hype toward the final. Clem Heroes are top semi-finals. It's kind of hard to top that, so especially if it's ZVZ. We will do the bottom semi-final first, and then go from there. At this plan, I do this a lot in my tournaments nowadays, where if I have the freedom of kind of being able to cover one or the other, we always try and do the maybe slightly less exciting one first, and then go from there. So yeah, just applying that to our Christmas Day games. As our hatch and our gas and our pool all coming online here from Dark, a couple of drones on the way out, the Marine and the Orbital Command will build as well. The SCV comes to the natural. It will move about and poke about for just a little bit. Drop a CC straight in here. So Command Center starts up, that gets underway. And that Orbital Command coming about, factoring the Command Center coming online as well. Continue to bring this CC through as take a couple of moments. A couple queens building up on the side of Dark, so we'll get that on the go. Overlord still poking towards the top, gonna get in toward the natural. A lot moving about. Solo just gets up to the top. Just gonna be seeing a few drones mining away. Hellion, just gonna come over. Couple of Marines coming about. Medevac is on the way through. Ling Speed, Queen will continue to produce for the moment as we get settled in. And Medevac, Hellion, and the Marines all building up. So ByuN will look for some pressure in these early stages here on Abyssal Reef. Following this Hellion around. There's a lot of Lings already heading around the left. If ByuN goes with the Medevac and the Hellions and he's across the map, these Lings could counterattack in for a huge amount of damage. It's one of these things where you're like, why the hell do you have Lings at this point? And Doc's like, well, but sometimes I catch you off guard. He's going to try and run into the main base. He gets in. Oh, no. Even worse. Now you're going to get the main base SCVs and you can get some damage on the natural. Everything has to turn around and run back here. 4 SCVs, 5 SCVs already. And again, one of the main parts of this is that all these units have to turn around and come back home, so it's going to delay you from attacking. And a bunch of the Lings get out alive as well. Doc took his moment to actually get out of there. Runs a couple Lings back up in the main, so keeps distracting the units as well. Go pick off that Overlord. Overlord will be going down. The rest of the Lings make their way across for the moment, heading down to the bottom. As we just start an armory here from ByuN, I think he's like, okay, well, I don't know if this was his initial intentions, but going to drop an armory down now. This was not a pretty start for him. Now he's going to try and hellbat it up. Once more, we've got Zerglings that are going to threaten. Up the left-hand side, a couple of Hellions are going to be there. Hellions are going to run over. Hellions going to take some damage. Not exactly ideal. Marines step back. A few more of these Zerglings coming around as well. Just going to be seeing the Lings continue to jump in. The Marines do fall away on that. The Hellions are going to defend. The SCVs pull in and get the cleanup as well, so that's going to be easily done. Doc is already been in such a good spot. Now, he does give up quite a few Lings. 24 of them went down. Rotor and Starn probably isn't here in time for the Hellbat time, but the Lings are going to threaten again, so Doc's going to buy himself even more time. Come on, man. ByuN, this is not it. This is not it at all. This is all going wrong for him, as this entire series at this point, I think it's fair to say, is kind of tippling away from him. Lings move across the bottom left side. Spore Crawler, Rotor, Blair. Continuing up 2. Marines and the Hellions make their way to the bottom. The Ling's going to run in the left also. Just going to come straight through. Going to jump onto the command center. SCV is going to go. Oh my god, that's a kill, not a cancel. Open access to the natural as well. There's a Banshee here that will eventually defend, but as ByuN presses forwards, he is in probably just all-in territory. I mean, he's going to take a bunch more damage to these Lings. He needs to do serious work, and there's an army of Queens waiting to greet him. Roaches spawning. ByuN's actually adding on a second armory and starting to go mech upgrades, but he's also just going to say GG. He lost so much. He got completely duped in this game, and he just is not going anywhere. Especially as Doc starts to spam out unit production. ByuN will not have a chance. And Doc 3-0 as ByuN comes in and makes a statement on this series. Yeah, you know what? I came in and I thought ByuN Doc, that's going to be a really fun match. I was really glad I paired them together because I did a little bit of pairing for the quarterfinals. You know, I was like, what makes a fun set of, round of 8? What makes a fun bracket? And in this case, I really thought ByuN Doc was going to be really, really cool. And just, yeah, it didn't happen. I mentioned right on there, like that they're extremely close in history. And if ByuN had found a 3-0 today, it would have been an all-time tied map score between them. But Doc's going to peel away a little bit further, just one more time. Seems to have ByuN's number the last couple of times that they have played. So maybe I shouldn't be discounting Doc so much right here. Maybe I should be putting a little bit more belief on my boy ByuN. Thank you so much for watching so far. This is the WardiTV Christmas Day games. We've finished up our quarterfinals. Up next, we are going to be headed to the semifinals. We're going to start on the bottom of the semis, which is going to be with Clem Shin versus Dark. So we're gonna go into that ZVZ first, and then we are gonna go to the top semi-final where Hero, who took out GuMiho to start the day, will take on Clem, who took out Solar earlier on as well. That's gonna be a TVP. So what's really cool is we're gonna have a ZVZ, a TVP, and then we're going to be guaranteed a non-mirror matchup best of 7 grand final because it's going to be Zerg versus Terran or Protoss, depending who comes out of that Hero and Clem series. If you're asking me, guys, I think we're in a great position to have a great rest of the day. We're about halfway through, right? I mean, 4 out of 7 series, but also 4 of these were best of 5s. We've got 2 best of 5s and a best of 7 to go, right? So we're just about halfway done, maybe a little bit over the halfway mark for the day. Super appreciate you all tuning in. Thank you so much, and I hope you're enjoying the games. We're going to be back in just a few moments when we return. It is that ZVZ between Shin and Dark. Up next, here in the WardiTV Christmas Day Games 2024. We're back for more Christmas Day games. It's the semi-finals as we are heading into a ZVZ followed by a TVP, and then a ZVT or P in the finals. It's going to be Shin versus Dark. It's going to be Clem versus Hero, and the winners of those two play each other in a best of 7 to be crowned the Christmas Day champion here in 2024. We appreciate you all tuning in so far. Thank you so much. Shin versus Dark, what a cool matchup coming up. I was actually just checking the history of these guys. Dark dominates Shin, 38-10 in series all time, 95-38 in maps. Recently, Dark is on a 6-match winning streak to Shin that goes all the way back to May this year, where they played in the Korean Royale by us. Shin won a couple of series then, and then Dark went back on his winning streak. So this year overall, Dark is something like, he actually lost the very first match of the year to Shin, but otherwise he's won 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, like 12 series this year against Shin. So he's like 12-3 against Shin in 2024. Yeah, this is a series which obviously Dark generally does beat Shin out in. The most recent meeting was not that long ago either. In the KSL, Dark got a 2-0. In the monthly finals, Dark beat Shin 4-1 in the grand final as well. Shin just can't seem to get it done against Dark, so we've definitely got a favorite based on recent stats coming into this. Can Shin shift that narrative? Can he find himself a big win against Dark here on the Christmas Day games and give himself a chance to play in the grand finals? He dispatched a MaxPax, which I think a lot of people will look at in this bracket and say, Shin, thank you so much. Let's be realistic. I don't think anybody in this bracket actually looks at MaxPax and thinks, oh yeah, we've got a good shot against him, because it's always dangerous. Hero against MaxPax doesn't go well for Hero. Clem against MaxPax, obviously we know how that goes, but it can be dangerous for Clem. I think Dog would struggle against MaxPax, so I think everyone is looking at Shin and being like, thank you so much. Please don't be as good versus me, though. So maybe an interesting storyline there as we get ready to go into our semifinals. I believe you guys will be ready to go, so let's just do it. I'm yapping on because today's a day of yapping. Chilling out together, hanging out together, enjoying some StarCraft. Thank you so much for being here, everybody. I'm so excited to be in the chat and join you guys to watch and enjoy some of these games as well. I think it's going to be a lot of fun as we head into the ZVZ. In the top right-hand corner, we do have our blue Zerg representing the Gaming Gladiators. It is Shin in the top right corner of Leylines. As in the bottom left, we have the red Zerg player Dark in the bottom semi-final first here in these Christmas Day games. Dark 3-0 ByuN, Shin 3-1 MaxPax. I mean, those are good results to come into the semi-finals with. Like I say, favoring Dark a little bit based purely on their recent history. Couple drones coming through as that Overlord heads to the bottom. Another Overlord on the other side heads to the top. We'll obviously take a few moments here to set up as no one's going early pool. It's hatchery apiece. And that should give us a few moments of calm before any kind of a storm. And then we'll be jingling our way into some ZVZ mid-game. To be fair, I mean, ZVZ can kind of take an aggressive turn at most points of the game. You know, we could go off 2 bases, 20 drones, Ling Float, right? So there are absolutely always going to be possibilities of, let's go be aggressive. We'll see if either of these players would like to activate that at any specific point right now. As again, these couple of Overlords just going to pass each other in the center, coming through. Hatch gas and pool, a couple of drones coming up, all of that coming online as we take a few moments here in this game 1. Getting set to go. Extra drones coming by, a couple of them jumping into the extractor already, so setting up over in the main base. The Overlord's going to kiss for a second as they move on through. This Overlord's over here, going to kiss as well. Wow, double Overlord kiss. I think this might be more of a brush of the cheek. Ooh, a French kiss from the Overlords on the bottom side of Leylines. Okay, a little bit less forward is... Yep, that's ZVZ for you guys. First minute, I'm going to watch the Overlords and give you all the updates and all the chatter and all the gossip from the Overlord love life. Really just waiting to see again where we take the game. Link speed from both. We're mirroring each other so far. I mean, 2 workers and gas as well versus 3. So a little bit more gas mining now from Dark. Maybe suggests maybe a faster Bane nest and some Ling Bane. This is looking like we're mostly, though, going to a 3rd hatchery. And as we take 3rd hatcheries, we will typically go into, like I say, a little bit of back and forth Ling Bane. Unless one player wants to try and skip through just directly and purely into roaches. That is possible. That is something you can do. So that is an option. As this Overlord of Dark pulls back just a little bit. There's the Baneling Nest from Shin. So he actually goes to the Baneling Nest. He was not mining as much gas. But if Dark keeps mining gas, because maybe it's not Ling Bane. I was about to say, maybe it's Ling Roach, and he's just mining the gas to get the Roaches ready to go. But nope, there is a Bane Nest. Oh, maybe it is Ling Roach, and the Bane Nest is just a mind game. So you show the Bane Nest, maybe could keep it and still, morph in some Banelings. He's going to have a lot of gas available. But getting that Roach Rowan in the back, ideally you do not let Shin see this. Shin sees the Bane Nest, and he's pretty happy. He doesn't even try and run through. He's like, okay, I'm content. I've seen your Baneling Nest. It looks like we're mirroring each other. I'll make a few links to kind of poke about with and keep an eye on things. But generally here, I'm just going to go and set up into, my lane bane. I'm happy to play my game, whereas Dark is about to build 8 roaches. Those roaches are going to walk across the map. We might get some baneling support with them, but mostly going to be joined by the Lings just in the front. This is really important right now for Dark to deny the scout, and he forces Shin to turn. Oh, Shin, he turned up into the main before scouting further onto the natural. This queen needs to get across and kill the Ling. Did it see it? No. Oh, the roach roaring gets hidden. Apparently, we have some fun voice acting on as the 9 roaches start up. Yeah, Shin didn't see it. He didn't see the roach roaring. So even worse for Shin is he feels like he's done a decent job scouting. He feels like he's looked around. He feels like he's done everything he should need to guarantee that he's okay to play this game. And the reality is roaches are going to come across the map. Shin's going to see this for the first time right now. And Shin, he's building his own roach roaring, but that is not exactly going to be good enough here. As a couple of Banes morphing in. We do see a Bane or 2 here from Dark. He's not going to have a ton of gas available, but whatever gas he does, he is going to put into the Bane lanes as a support you here, especially if your opponent is obviously Ling heavy. Having those Banes being able to kind of crash through is going to be nice. Let's see, the Roach is doing a decent job chasing down some Banes at the moment. The Bane actually goes for the lava. Wow. Interesting choice from Dark, just to knock the lava down, really trying to hit his opponent's production more than anything else. A couple more Lings go down. The Roaches are still chasing. Those Queens still being pushed away. Bane's really trying to hunt for something as the Zerglings will turn back the other direction. The Queens have to pull back into the natural. There is a Spine Crawler on this natural, but if it doesn't have enough support, that will not matter. Roaches are going to shove their way through. Baneling could explode on a few more Lings. Didn't get the chance, actually. Spines, 2 Spines up. Going to now begin to make a defense. Now Shin can start getting his own Roaches up as well. Is it enough? As the Queens and the Roaches continue to press into the front right here. Now we're going to see a few more Lings going down. That Spine Crawler still re-burrowing, and Ravager morphs in. Spine gets burrowed. There's really not much else apart from just a few units trailing into play. Can Shin hold on as the Lings and the Roaches are going to knock down a few more of these Roaches? Damage still being done. Spine Crawler still a poking away here. It's so close. Dark is saying at what? Down a lot of workers. His army supply is not really there. He doesn't have many Roaches left here. I think this is a hold from Shin. He might lose his 3rd hatchery. If he loses his 3rd hatchery, how much do we worry? I mean, these Lings are going to get a surrounded game. Morphs in one Ravager, pushes the Spine Crawler even further forward on the map. Dark is actually going to win this fight right here. Did Shin get a little bit ahead of himself? I wonder if he just, obviously in desperation, trying to save the hatch. I mean, losing the hatch is pretty bad. That's not going to feel good for Shin at all. Now he's going to lose the Spine. Dark's Lings keep on doing so much. Man, I felt like Shin was about to stabilize. Yeah, he was really, feeling as though he just had done just about enough. Been trying to defend the 3rd base. I think he's not going to have an answer to these last few Lings. 8 Roaches on the way. But yeah, with the 3rd base down, now these drones dying, it is indeed going to be Dark's game. Man, I really thought we were going to have Shin taking this first map with a pretty nutty defense, but it doesn't happen. It doesn't happen at all. It is going to go Dark's favor. He is going to take game number 1 of this best of 5 series. So Dark gets off to a game 1 victory. Okay. Exciting start to the ZVZ, and to be fair, that's what we expect from ZVZ. Feisty and fiery and jumping straight into action. Damage going about here, there, and everywhere. A little bit of cheesiness attached to it as well, for sure. That's kind of what makes ZVZ's ZVZ at the end of the day, right? So yeah, very cool stuff as we get ready for game number 2. We're going to go to Neon Violet Square for game 2. Interesting map with a pocket half base. Not sure how that plays out in ZVZ. I imagine you don't want to take it because it's a half base, but it can be kind of interesting for some mind games maybe. Big map as well, so Overlord movement is very difficult to just gather full information with right here too. So that's also going to be a somewhat of a factor, I'd imagine. Okay. Well, let's go into Neon Violet Square and see what happens as we go to game number 2 of Shin versus Dark. Best of 5 as we head into this semi-final game 2. Let's do it. Let's keep the games a-rolling, my friends, as Dark has taken the lead. We will start with him in the bottom right corner of the map. The red Zerg player with that 1-0 advantage to his name. This is Dark. Taking on the blue Zerg to the top left, we have Shin. Can he bounce back? He was actually, I really felt like he was actually very close to defending. The problem is he doesn't have a lot going for him if he loses the 3rd hatchery, right? So I understand he had to step forward to save the 3rd hatch because it's not like he has like a whole bunch of tech that his opponent doesn't have or upgrades. So I understand when he kind of looks at this and he was like, oh yeah, I kind of had to step into, try and defend the third base. And by trying to defend the third base, he maybe probably could have done a little bit extra than what he did. As we do see, a hatchery's coming up. So hatchery's coming through, drones coming around. Just going to be having ourselves game 2 going. Like I say, big map, so Overlord Scout is going to be limited in terms of how much information it can find and provide. Hatch Gas and Pool coming through. Just going to get this other hatchery coming in. Getting this set up for the moment. Yeah, and Hatch Gas and Pool just coming up. Drone's coming about. Overlord moving across, other Overlord moving down the right-hand side as well. I mean, we were just waiting to see where we go. It's going to be a third hatch from Shin super quickly. So he's going to go gasless, where Dark will take an extractor and get some gas mining going. Speed coming through, a couple of queens on the way, drones coming about. Going to be seeing our overlords gathering together. Overlords will gather. Again, the overlord on the left side joining up, Link Speed, and a few more Zerglings all coming into play. We got a bunch of that on the go. Again, queens, Evo Chamber. Coming about, just going to see those couple lings making their way down to the bottom right, so away they go for the mo. And over Chamber's halfway done, a few drones coming through, Link Speed building as well, extra lings on the way out, hatchery coming through, and online for the moment. Just seeing those Zerglings taking some hits as the extra lings come about, Link Speed got to come through. Evolution Chamber will be about halfway done as, yeah, Dog is just making a lot of lings. He's going to apply some pressure across the map. Remember, he has link speed and his opponent does not. So it is a possibility if these lings can start to come in good numbers that there's definitely some potential. 14 more lings coming through, just going to be hitting the front. Evo Chambers, Rotron going to be in position now to play defense initially, so we will get that all sorted out. The Carapace upgrade coming online as well. And the Zergling speed just continues to come in from Shin. We get that all on the go. Again, the Rotron and a couple more Overlords still building as the Zerglings trying to push their way and shove their way through here onto those queens. The drones are just going to pull. The Zerglings are going to still brute force their way forward as the drones try to protect the queens. Now they're going to give themselves up. Some good hold positioning here from Shin to try and minimize damage being taken. Queens are putting a lot of work in though. Those Zerglings continue to drop. 11 drones going down. Make it 12. Drones killed. Shin, 30 to 34 workers. He's not in that terrible of a space. Obviously has this hatch up as well, but the speed of this hatchery, again, it's a half base, and now Dark has a full base up and running anyway. And speed still coming through. 24 more lings coming out. The queens will sit here. They will fight. Those Zerglings continue to take some decent damage as queens will even drop a transfusion on each other. Rotron building up from Dark. More lings in the Carapace upgrade coming about. Drones coming over as well, as the queen continues to throw an inject down on the base. So I'm just going to knock that into place. Going to come up the left again. Bane Nest coming through. Lings and Ling Speed coming about. Queens will be there to push the Zerglings the other direction. 16 more Lings coming through from Dark. That's a lot of Lings from Shin. So because he went no Ling Speed initially, he then went late Ling Speed. He's looking to try and catch Dark a little bit off guard right now with this huge flood of Lings. Unfortunately, they're taking a while to go across the map as they get caught up fighting. I mean, now more Lings over here. These positions are so good for... I mean, this is just ridiculous. They're so good for kind of getting you caught up and making it difficult to move through. As Dark can take as good a fight as he can with less numbers, essentially, in this position, I would say. We will see the Lings should continue down the bottom right-hand side. They're going to move up this ramp. And in they go into this natural straight away as the Queen and the Roach is going to get surrounded. A couple of Banes are going to come morphing through as well. Just going to be having the Roach speeding out. Should make this a pretty clean defense. And I think Dark is just going to really take a massive advantage here on Neon Violet Square. Two more Zerglings going down. Lings get chased away. GG gets called and Dark takes a 2-0 lead. Wow, okay, so 2 6-minute games and Dark is off to a 2-0 start in this best of 5 semi. So Dark getting off to a fantastic beginning. Definitely looking rough for Shin. Plain and simple, not a great place for him to be at right now, as he will trail heading into, I believe, Amygdala for map number 3. Kind of one of the fun new maps. Another one of the maps that we seem to like quite a bit, just because it feels a bit different. It plays a little bit differently, so there's a lot of love out there for Amygdala right now. Is, like I say, just something that's coming through and hitting a little different, doing things in a little bit of a different manner. So we're going to go into game 3 of this, and Shin is going to have to turn it around. Man, is Dark just going to stomp his way through to the finals? He's like, by the way, guys, I'm still very good at StarCraft 2. 3-0, 3-0. I mean, he's on his way to doing that right now. And this was also kind of on the back of his own aggression game 1. Shin trying to do something a bit funky here in game 2. That doesn't really work out for him. Well, like I say, let's go into game number 3 and figure out if Shin can pull it back or if it's going to be all about Dark. I kind of hope it's not. I kind of want a little bit of a fight in our semifinals. I kind of want a little bit of a fight. I'm not getting there just yet. Fingers crossed. Maybe Shin can bring it back. He's down 2 games. He's in the top right. Let's send out some love if you're cheering on Shin. Our blue Zerg in the top right corner of the map. Bottom left, our red Zerg is Dark. Alright then, third map. As we get underway, the Overlord of Dark begins to move out into the center. Couple drones coming about, hatchery coming through. 3 drones on each side actually, so going to get that going from both players. To begin with, again the Overlord moving across in these early stages. The Overlord going to move around. The Overlord over here going to set up as well. Yeah, Magic Gas and Pool coming through. This Overlord of Dark has the upper right. Another couple Overlords in the bottom. Just going to cross each other's paths as well a little bit. No Overlord kissing this time. They're just going to wave from a distance. Ah, the Overlords in the last maps were so much better to gossip about, weren't they? Alright, well, no more Overlord love here on Christmas Day. Those will finish, hatches will finish. Right now we're mirroring, as we do have link speed going to be starting at the same time as well. And it's about a half second on the gas timing at the moment, so yeah, link speed will start up. We'll see if anyone pulls out a gas more than the other guy. There's Shin already pulling out 1 worker, and Dark will stay in with all 3, so that's what he did in the first game where he set up to be aggressive. Aggression on this map is a little bit harder to kind of pull off because A, you've got to kind of go all the way around, and also there's only 2 pathways, so it's going to be seen. It's going to be seen very easily by your opponent if they position the Overlords correctly. Speed going through. I'm just going to be seeing the drones coming about. Hatchery going down on the 3rd base here from Dark as well. And the Overlord will continue to this one move forward a little bit perhaps. A couple of Lings are going to nibble at the hatch. The other couple of Lings are coming over as well. Away we go. Queen's just going to move about also. Just going to have ourselves the Baneling Nest continue to come by for the moment. So yeah, Baneling Nest coming up. Just going to see that Link Speed still coming through. A couple of additional Links coming up as well. Dark Scout in here with his 2-0. I say skanking here. I just combined scouting and tanking. I was like, he's skanking. He's scouting here with his 2-0 lead. Obviously, just looking to make sure he's safe and not going to die to anything silly. But we're actually going to get a pretty normal game this time, right? Third hatcheries are coming up. No one's really been setting up to be the aggressor yet. In comparison to the previous games, where at this point we'd absolutely had aggression being set up into. This is going to look a little bit different as that Rotoron comes down at the front. The Zerglings will continue to move. A few Lings going to chase each other up around the top as well. Again, just try to see what we can maybe get done. Rotoron coming into play. Extractor building. Drones and Lings coming through. Banelings are going to morph in. And again, just the extra Ling Bane still coming about as the single Zergling going to get turned around. The other Lings come through. Chase that the other direction. That will produce the Evolution Chamber and Rotoron continue to come by. We actually have some Zerglings already approaching the front couple of Banes here. This is just kind of the beginning of the cat and mouse kind of Ling Bane game, right? I'm going to make Ling Bane. You have to make Ling Bane defensively. Then I'm going to have to make some more Ling Bane defensively. This should be kind of back and forth as you lose a couple of drones. Shin actually had a couple of workers advantage initially. Loses a few more, so that's going to be all of his worker advantage now completely gone. Shin actually doesn't have that much to go back across the map with. To be fair, he's already building roaches, so maybe not so much the cat and mouse of back and forth, but actually going to go into the roaches and so instead. 9 more roaches building up. Lair on the way. Extractors building. So having ourselves the couple of additional Banes coming about as Zerglings still making their way around the bottom side of the map. Zerglings will continue through the right side as well. And yeah, Queens and Lings are going to come stepping forward for just a moment or so. Just going to push the other units away. We're getting that +1 missile upgrade coming over. The Lair is coming through. The additional drones are producing. We have a Spire building up from Shin as well. So again, that Spire up and online. Things gather up. Again, Spire coming up. Drones building. Roach speed coming through. The Lings go moving around on the bottom. Gonna come over to the far left-hand side as well. Just gonna see the other Lings are moving about. Again, +1 melee, +1 missiles. All of that continuing to come in for the moment here. Do have our Lings continue up into the main base as the roaches move by. 2 more drones going down, and the rest of these Lings gonna go and hide in the corner. Just gonna see a lot of those Lings continue to be chased as Zerglings will do that thing, chasing about for the moment against Spire, melee upgrade, roach speed coming through, 12 additional drones building from Dark. The Queens will come about, they are going to get this Overlord, that Overlord will fall, so Overlord gets knocked away out here already. And again, the Spire about a finish from Shin, so we get that Spire completed. And we will have some Mutalisks available to play as Dark sets up into a Dropper Lord and all this kind of aggression. That's cute and all, buddy, but we're about to have mutas on the map, right? And Dog's going to have to deal with that. He's going to have to figure out a way to defend against it. Say, figuring that whole thing out is probably not going to be all too easy as our roaches come up this right-hand side. He's going to turn back around. And to the point where the roaches might have to commit just to buy time to set up a defense against the Mutalisks, though, right? Buy time for Spore Crawlers to come through and all that kind of stuff may actually be a necessity here fairly shortly in this game, plain and simple. So Lings are just going to come moving over. The Overseer going to be there. Again, +2 missiles is coming up as well from Dark. Hydrogen gets started. The Lings are going to just jump onto this 4th base already. Shin looking to play the cancellation. Mutas are chasing down some Overseers. And Dark's Hydrogen going to be the answer, or at least the attempted answer to the fact that this is going to be a group of Mutas up in the skies. Roaches go turning back. Again, Hydrogen coming through. The Mutalisks will continue to hit the Overlords a little bit here and there. So a couple of those Overlords will begin to go down. There goes one. Here goes the other. Zerglin's still being jumped on as well. Just going to be seeing a few more of those dropping as the Hydralisks continue to come through. +2 missiles and Groove Spines continuing in. The Dropper Lord has the Banelings in, so Dog is going to try and get some damage done. Shin's Queen just starts to auto-attack it. He should be able to get a bunch of drones here. Yep, it's going to be a pretty good connection. Gets 9. Honestly, wasted 1 because he kind of didn't target fire properly and he ran it into the Queen. That could have maybe been a full mineral line, so Dog does get some serious Baneling drop damage done. He's going to try and go for this Overlord, but now the Queens are pretty far forward. We're going to dive the Queen with the most energy here. We're going to deny the Transfusion. I actually think the Transfusion was available on that other Queen, but Dog just was not paying attention. 3 Queens go down, make it 4. We do lose a couple of meters so far, right? 3 meters go down. And losing some Queens is a little painful, but losing meters arguably more so, because the less meters, the less out of control this game gets for your opponent. And the more controlled they can maybe be, the more chance they actually have to properly fight against the Mutalisks. And I think that has and is going to have a huge role to play as we progress on through. And we just get back onto the extractors for a little bit longer. Turning around there, +2 missiles coming up on the Evolution Chamber. Muscular Augment still coming by. The Mutas are going to get the Drop Lord, which is empty at the top, but just clean that up so it doesn't come back again, or at least has to be reinvested into, again, trying to force your opponent into whatever possible right now. Roaches settle on the bottom side of the map, so they're going to join up as well. Still got the Burrow, Muscular Augments. Infestation Pit building from Dark in the back of the Natural. The Mutas are going to get rid of some of these Roaches and step a bit too far forward without the Hydra support. Shin is still just building Mutalisks. Now, he does have Banelings, right? And that's going to be a very important part of this game for him. He's going to need these Banes to crash into the Hydras so that then the Mutas can overwhelm everything else. That's the way he's building up to play this. As he just builds more and more Mutalisks, there's not really a way for him to do this without just kind of... He has to kill the Hydras of his opponent. And like I say, the Banes are going to be his way to do that, so he's making a lot of them. He's actually going to have some potentially able to run by into Minerals clients too. We just saw one set already running into the Natural. He is good enough to start taking down Spores here to maybe give themselves more harassing options, though the Hydras are doing a pretty decent job too. That's actually not enough Hydras. If Shin recognizes that, he can turn onto those easily. That's only 5 Hydras. He could have absolutely jumped on those and gotten rid of them. 12 drones went down across the course of this. Was that? I feel like I didn't see the 12 drones go down. Apologies. Maybe I did. I got a little bit caught up with those Hydras chasing the Mutalisks. These Banes here are going to get caught by Roaches, and Fungal Growth is available. Going to deny the Banes, and that's going to be one of the important interactions in this game. Dark is going to attempt to Fungal Growth the Banelings to stop the Banelings from connecting onto his Hydras. And if he can successfully defend his Hydras, then brilliant, you know? Amazing. If you can successfully do that, there's so much success basically waiting for you from there. You're still flying about. The Roaches are still coming over. Bottom side, these Banes are going to come back through as well. Again, the Mutalisks continue to move around in the skies. Just for now, the Lings continue to gather up. The Roaches are going to get chased. Things continuing by is actually, that's a huge fungal on the Mutalisks, but they're going to be far enough away that they're going to get out of here. We grab an Infestor. Lings running by into the Natural and Main, so they're going to try and cause some trouble and deal some damage as well. Away they go. There's 8 drones going down. The Lings in the main base continue to put some action through. On the other side of the map, the Mutas are playing cleanup on a few Roaches that have burrowed into some troubling positions. And Dark just trying to find damage with this. Is honestly pretty darn good matchup so far here. Again, Hydras and Infestors gathering around. The Roaches coming around the top. The Mutalisks as well. All the Banes ready to roll down through the bottom. Fungal Growth's going to go down. Bane's going to get jumped. Oh no! The Fungal Growths are good enough, and they do stop the Banes from connecting for the most part. Nicely done. Just going to get over to the other side, and Overlord goes down as well. Just going to see the Ultras getting chased. The Roach Hydra going to gather back up. Adrenal Glands, Evolution Chamber, Ultralisk Cavern continue to come about. More Mutas are going to head down the bottom as they're going to run through here. And of course, we can maybe try and jump onto a couple of these different sets of Roaches. Hydra's gathering together as well at the moment. Let's take the chance to knock down a few of those creep tumors so we get rid of a bunch of that creep spread. And +3 melee, adrenal glands, all of that coming through. The +2 carapace upgrade coming about also here. As the Hydras will fire back onto those meters once more. Shin controlling the map, has, you know, a comfortable 5-base setup of his own back at home, still keeping his opponent on 3 bases. The longer this goes, the tougher it's going to be, as Dark will have to win a fight extremely convincingly to make up for the bank that Shin has. I mean, moments like this where Shin's just trading roaches out is kind of good for him, because again, he can afford to rebuild. Dark really cannot, so, you know, we're definitely in a tale of 2 different players at the moment. The rich and the poor, as now Shin making ultras as well to try and help out against this ground army, so he's actually going to have a better answer on the ground than he's had before now as well. So that's also a major plus, as Roach Hydra Infester runs up the right, going to get the Queen, going to go after some more drones. 5 drones going down, the Banelings need to be careful, you need to pick that fight correctly, honestly. So many Infestors available too, the Mutas on the other side looking as though they get into a little bit of trouble. Shin, tournament life on the line as these ultras spawn. He's going to have to kill his own Roach Roarer to free himself from the base. Here we go. Ultra Bane going to run forward. The fungal growth land initially on the Banelings. Doesn't look like they're going to do much. The Infestors fly. The Infestors fly in. The Mutalists fly in. Looking for the Infestors as the ultras continue to chase. Ultras don't really care about the fungals as Shin's supply does not look pretty. Dark's army supply is up by 50. Shin does not have a lot more being added on either. The anti-air is getting low. I mean, we're at a point where I almost feel as though if Shin builds some more Mutalists, it might be good for him, because there's really not many Hydras left at this point. The Mutalists are going to be able to continue through this, and actually I think these Mutalists are going to, I mean, they're not going to clean up quickly, but they actually have a chance to clean up fairly quickly, as we do see those Ultras still chasing down. Roach is taking a lot of damage, Infestors moving about as well. Like I say, these Infestors doing what they can, but the Mutas should be able to go clean those up, and this is going to be Shin starting to really turn around the army supply. Ling's going to try and trap those Roaches so the Ultras can melee them down, swipe and jump through. The Roaches here have themselves that little bit of Christmas dinner Roach style, as Shin is actually going to defend this. And of course, Shin, all he has to do really is survive, because he's on 5 bases versus the 3. Dark is on 49 drones, is oversaturated still beyond that anyway, and is very much so well on his way to mining out, as the Roach is going to get back up over here. This hatchery will take even more damage. The Mutalists are still there as well, continuing to chase down some Roaches, so those Roaches are still taking some hits. Things moving over, back over that right-hand side. 2 more Ultras coming about. The +3 Carapace upgrade coming up as well. Let's see, our Mutalists are going to dive in for the hatchery here, and the hatchery will take some damage as well. It's just going to be jumping on this as the Hydras come about. And Ultra, Festers, Roaches continue to come into play. The Spine Crawler coming up in the back right-hand side base. Bane's going to come across, chasing those Roaches down. The Mutalisks are going to go after those Roaches as well. Just going to be seeing the hatchery. Going to get jumped on. So the hatchery will fall, and the Broodlings will chase. Things on this other side are going huge as this base is trying to rebuild back up. Shin apparently actually killed this off at some point. I missed that. I've been caught up in this game a little bit too heavily in different places apparently, but yeah, I mean, Shin again just killing drones, making sure that basically Dark can close this game out. And like I said, at this point, I don't think Dark can ever really afford too much more anti, although maybe it doesn't matter because the Mutalist count is being kept low. We're just building more Ultras. Here is Shin, which looks as though it's getting the job done to send Shin through to a game victory. And to keep him alive in this series, our semifinals are going to heat up a little bit, it seems, which is lovely. Infestor there from Shin getting caught as we try to fungal growth our way out of trouble. Obviously, the Infestors are nice because if you get Infestors and Ultras, you can obviously lock some of those, you know, some of those Roaches down, and then you can actually get the Ultras to really do maximum damage. Ling's going to slip through. The Ultras on the right-hand side with the Lings as well. Going to go after this Roach Hydra as well. Just going to keep hunting, pushing down the bottom. Main base is dying of Dark. And that is going to be G. We go back and double check how this base died, because maybe I'm just being crazy. I was casting a little bit earlier today already as well. It was already dead here. It's been being about here, right? It's already half HP. Yep, so while all this was happening, Bolt was chasing, Ling's coming through. I've turned around. There's just a few Lings running. Yeah, just a Ling run by in the bottom right while we're watching the Mutas play clean up on the Roaches. Okay. It wasn't that crazy then. It was literally just lings and they melted it down super quick. Yeah, because obviously, like I say, Shin just has to survive, and that's what he did. And then he's even going to put the cherry on top, which is kind of working his way through this base as well. I want to double check that one again, guys. Just wanted to double check that one again. GG's. All right. Cool. Game number 4 coming up. Yeah, obviously, I will just say I'm not the best observer, so obviously me having to observe everything today is not exactly ideal. So, yeah, if the observation's a little bit off, I apologize. I'm not the best. I'm really not. I get distracted. Sometimes just even within the game, I forget to look at the mini-map, so it happens. So if you miss some things, I'm sure you guys can shout about it, meme about it in the Twitch chat or the YouTube chat with each other. Where you can also hit the like button on the YouTube stream. You can also hit the follow button on the Twitch channel if you want to support us and keep on coming back for more StarCraft 2 action. Looking to end 2024 strong and then head into 2025 with a ton of action. WardiTV events, OSC Championship coming through in January as well. WardiTV Mondays are guaranteed to continue throughout January already. We've actually already guaranteed our funding for that, so there's a little announcement for you guys here on the Christmas Day games. So yeah, we're going to keep on bringing you guys the StarCraft 2 as best we can. As, yeah. Alright, let's go into Shin Dark. Game number 4. Shin brings it back a map. I'm so happy for him. I don't think this series deserved to be a 3-0. Dark is obviously playing well, playing some crazy ZVZ, but I'm actually happy we saw a longer game as well, because this could have absolutely been an absolute blast of a ZVZ that just went past us before we even really got into the matchup. So we actually get some back and forth now. Away we go. Pick this off. In the top left-hand corner, we have got ourselves our blue Zerg player. This is Shin. In the bottom right, our red Zerg is going to be Dark. Game 4. And I'm just say, kind of happy that we got here. As the Overlord moves up. Overlord moving through, Overlord going the other way. Overlord just gathers together. Overlord's coming through. Get ourselves settled in here for a couple of moments. Spawn pool's coming up, Extractor's coming in. As we come down to that bottom right. And the Hatchgasm pool coming through, the drones coming about. I like that we're seeing a lot of just hatch gas pools, so at least the first couple minutes we kind of mirror each other, and we do set up to at least potentially play the honest game as ZVZ. Obviously, there's a lot of ZVZ builds where you can just be even more aggressive and really go super quickly in the game and really try and start off with an absolute bang. So, yeah. I've not really seen that, just kind of seeing a little bit of macro between the guys so far. Here in this one, there's the Overlord. Gonna come about, Link Speed coming through, a couple queens on the way on both sides. The Overlord and the drones will continue to build as well. So, again, just some little bits and pieces coming up for the moment as we settle into game number 4. Overlord on the left side moves about, Link Speed coming up, drones all on the way through. And those drones keep moving up. Again, Link Speed coming in for the moment. As that over just moves about, link speed coming up as we've kind of already alluded to, not much going on. As the Baneling Nest comes in, pretty similar timings, a little bit faster from Shin. Dark gets his down as well. Pretty equal drone counts here as well. Just for the moment, again, our Baneling Nest is about to come about. So we'll see potentially some back and forth Ling Bane. Let's see just how aggressive each of these guys set up to be with that Ling Bane phase of this. The hatchery comes through, the evolution chamber going to be coming in here from Shin as well. A couple of Lings all the way down that right hand side. Yep, those Lings continue by and just going to keep on chasing. There's the Queen doing some damage. Putting some damage out there. Not bad at all. This +1 missile starts up. Drones, Lings, and the extractor coming on the line. We are going to morph in a Baneling up onto the top as well. Zerglin's still moving about. That Bane's still coming through. Keep on keeping on right here as the Roach Roaring comes up. The evolution chamber and the lag coming in. Drones and Lings producing as well. Bring a lot of this through as a couple of Lings going to jump onto the Roach Roaring there for a couple of moments. Again, the missile upgrade and the Overlords all coming by. The Zerglin's going to work their way around the far left-hand side also. Roaches, extractor, +1 missiles coming through. Have ourselves the Lings still gathering up as a couple of Banes are going to get morphing over on the left-hand side, so they are going to come about, roll their way into this third base. Roaches coming over. Again, a +1 missiles coming by. Flare and the extractors coming in. As Roach is all going to build, a couple of Banes are going to just run through. There's going to be a couple of drones killed, so 2 drones already going down here. The Zerglings get pushed back as well. Some Roaches, going to chase those other couple of Lings by into the middle of the map. Again, the drone in production. Yeah, I mean, we go back and forth here. Shin's done a lot less workers, as he has a big round of drones finishing up as Dark builds a big round of Roaches. Shin is the one to make a much later lair too. I mean, Dark's position so far seems pretty neat as a few Banes from Shin set up. It's just the Overseer from Dark scouting into the other side of the map. Again, he's going to be way faster to Roach speed, and it's definitely going to be a little bit concerning for Shin, right? Just be trailing in a few different ways already. Solid Spire coming up, and we do have our Overseer going to get taken out. So just going to see the Overseer falling. As the Lings and the Roaches come over. Oh, no. The Banes actually connect for 14 drones over on the right-hand side. My goodness. Right, you're going to kill the Evo Chamber as well. So +1 missiles gets denied. What a 1-2 punch from Shin. Those Banes we saw more from the right were actually extremely successful, and Dog just gets distracted. Loses the Evo Chamber at the same time. Oh no, well Shin is able to get a bunch of damage dealt right there. That's huge, absolutely massive. As extra Roaches continue to come in, the Roach speed is building from Shin, the Spire building from Dog, because he's going to try and play the Mutalisk here on Abyssal Reef, but man, he's going to be doing it from a deficit now, as the start of this game seemed as though it was going pretty nicely for Dog, and now it definitely kind of pings around the other direction, no? I definitely kind of like it a little bit more for Shin. I mean, that's just good damage done. Overseer will scout the Spire, surely. Yes, gets the scout there, so that's going to be a big deal. The Lings run up into the main. I mean, if you know the Spire is there, yep, Hydra Den can go down immediately, and you can start your preparations against that as well. So that's exactly what we will do. That's +2 missiles, Roach speed all coming up. Our Spire is about to complete. And again, more Roaches of Dark are just going to step forward into the middle of the map for the moment. 10 more Mutalisks coming through. The hatchery on the forward base going to be true for both players. Both players will take the same expansion for their 4th at the moment. It's not really any surprises there. Again, we just have our Hydras coming up, a few Spore Crawls coming over. Mutalisks out will start to knock down some of the nearby Overlords that were obviously setting up to scout around, so Mutalisks will busy themselves on those. I mean, if they're killing those Overlords, it gives you more time as Shin to prep up your defense. Hydras spawning, Spore Crawlers finishing. So you're not super upset at a couple of the Overlords going down. And yeah, the Hydras are now out, so we'll see what the Mutas can find. Another Overlord here is going to be their initial grab. They're going to be able to get that. A few Hydras coming up, Overlords coming in. Hydra's in position to try and push back those Mutalisks. Roach Hydra's still coming through. And the mutas just continue over. Again, 7 mutas, 14 lings, all coming by. Melee upgrade, overload speed coming up as well, plus 1 flyer attack. And the Baneling speed is also part of this right now. As again, extra Roach Hydra, all on the way. Hydra's going to get there. Mutalisk going to take some more damage. A few shots coming through. Hydra going to get grabbed as the mutas get there. The Roach is now taking damage as well. Few more shots on that one, plus 2 missiles on the evolution chamber. Roach Hydra through the center of the map to the bottom right. Knocking our way through this set of rocks. The rocks will get opened up. Roach Hydra will have to step up. Rocks will go down. And again, we aim our way toward the front base here initially. A couple of those drones will begin to drop. The hatchling extractor will fall pretty much immediately, so Hatcher goes down. The rest of the Broodlings getting picked away at here. The Mutalisks are going to try and run through. As the Roaches spread out a little bit, those few Banes are going to turn back into the Roaches, but that's going to be Shin already blasting through the front base. Bane's going to come in from the other side. They're going to try and crash into a bunch of these Hydras as well. So even more damage done there. The Muta's still overhead as the Roaches will just step in and try and play cleanup. Shin 156 to 116 supply, just absolute brute forcing it. The few Mutalisks that remain are going to take so long to clean out the rest of these Roaches. And I think that's probably going to do it for Shin to bring us back to a 2-2 scoreline. We're going to get evened up. We're actually going to get a 5th game out of this series, man. We were skyrocketing to a 3-0 earlier, and now, after a couple longer games, the third map definitely longest, this is definitely looking like Game 5. I mean, we're not there yet. This 4th hatch goes down. There's still a hatch over here, though, from Dark. We're not there yet, simply in the sense of... Yeah, simply in the sense of the fact that Shin has, like a 40-50 supply lead, but... I mean, you can never completely count out mutas, because there may be a chance that they can pick off enough Hydras and they just overwhelm. That's the only reason I'm saying it's not over just yet, basically, though. This muta's coming up to the top. Again, drones coming around. Just going to see the +2 flyer attack upgrade is coming in as well. Going to see the evolution chamber there. We'll take a few additional shots of damage off the Mutalisks. Infestor's producing through. A couple of spores coming online. The Lings are coming up. Carapace upgrade on the Evo chamber as well. He's going to go grab themselves a Spore Crawler. Spore Crawler will go down. Again, additional Overlords in the middle of the map setting up also. I mean, 8 Spores coming up. At this point, it's Shin you over-defend, right? Hydras, Infestors, Spores. Just make sure this Mutalisk count does not get out of control. If you can stop this Mutalisk count from getting out of control, then I think you're going to remain in a pretty good position at the end of the day. That's pretty much where we're going to for the moment. I'm just going to chase the mutas down over from the far left-hand side as well, by the way, so that's going to be a little bit of a chase. Roach in the center, going to fight against a few of those Zerglings too. And Doctor's going to say GG as he get caught on the left-hand side. He lost a few more Mutalisks, but yeah, I mean, this game was just heading towards being done. Did he actually just lose a few more mutas? I mean, at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter. Just losing so many kind of flying out. Turned in. Yeah, he got fungled and lost a bunch of the mutas. Yep, so that will pretty much be the game-ending move right there. But the game was kind of already done. We were just waiting for Dark to not be able to turn it around with the Mutalisks, basically. If you can't turn it around with the mutas, that game is indeed done. And we go to a Game 5 in the ZVZ semi-final. Actually really exciting. Genuinely very, very cool that we're going to make it all the way to the 5th game of this series. We are going to really be going the distance. Hell yeah. Alright, El Dorado is going to be the map as well. I mean, we talk about El Dorado as this very unique map, can play in a lot of different ways, and then you throw the ZVZ element into it, and you're like, oh yeah, this map could really play very differently, and you kind of wonder what sort of cheesiness or so we might see. Are we going to see players trying to take the gold base on the bottom side? Are we even going to go to the bottom, or are we going to play the top? I actually have seen very few ZVZs on this map, because Zerg versus Zerg is a pretty rare matchup nowadays. So yeah, we're probably going to see something a little bit unique here. I'm genuinely kind of excited to see how this goes. We will kick off into Game 5. Let's just do it then. Let's just go in. I don't think we need a delay for anything else as I just shuffle into a more comfortable spot. And we are going to head into El Dorado. In the bottom left-hand side, he was down 0-2, but don't count this guy out until he has said his final GG because he's brought it all the way back to a 5th game right here. Can he advance to the grand finals of the WardiTV Christmas Day games? In the bottom left corner of El Dorado, we have Shin. Bottom right corner, our red Zerg player. A 2-0 speedy start, but some of the games, once they go past 6 minutes, have not been trending in his favor. Can he turn it around right now? We've got Dark in the bottom right corner of El Dorado to try and take this series down and advance to his 3rd ever WardiTV Christmas Day game finals. Looking for a victory in an event which has been elusive to him. I don't know if he knows about that, but like I say, I like tracking these WardiTV results and histories and stuff. There's a little bit of a passion in me at some point where I'm like, I really feel like at some stage I might go through like every WardiTV tournament and get like, just compile like a bunch of stats, like who's won the most, who has played in the most, or, you know, stuff like this. I really feel like just going back and compiling that. Like, I don't know when I'm going to have time to just do that. so I don't know if that's really a thing, but in theory, I think it'd be really cool to do, to just go back through and be like, man, this is truly the history of WardiTV. I think it'd be pretty neat. Overlord coming across. We do have our hatch, gas, and pool all setting up here for game number 5. No surprises in the first minute or so. We've really stuck to the... yeah, we really have kind of stuck to the little bit of... mostly just kind of... hatchery first and so far, so... I've not really gotten too adventurous in that regard. We've been pretty true about getting set up onto the natural, and so at the very least in these games. Link speed will start from Shin. Docs is going to be a split second behind. All coming down at this. This is our first game 5 of the day, right? We obviously had 3-0, 3-1, 3-1, and a 3-0. So yeah, finally getting a game 5. Maybe ZVZ is all we needed, guys. Everyone hates on the ZVZ, but hey, what if ZVZ is the secret matchup to give us the best series? This has actually been pretty fun. A whole variety of different ways that the ZVZ's been playing out as well. It's been very enjoyable. Looks like we're going to the top side of the map for the 3rd hatcheries here. Start us off. I think the problem is if you open this side of the map, you're just so susceptible to run-bys and so on in ZVZ. If you have this base and this base, then you've got to defend this entrance and then this entrance, and instead, you can just be like, cool, I'll just leave that blocked off, and then I'm just defending here, and yeah, this base up here. I think that's just a lot more kind of amicable for both players in terms of just keeping their bases alive and kind of being very nicely and easily set up on the 3 bases. The Queen here is going to nabble at that Overlord, and the Overlord will get turned around a little bit, so Ovi gets turned back toward the center of the map. Failing that's coming through. Lings and Ling speed coming up. A few more Lings just going to be streaming out for the moment as the Queen's coming online, the extra drones in production. Those couple of Lings will go again through the top side of the map, and away they go. Try and see what they can do heading elsewhere. Couple Banes already morphed in. Both players head towards the Rotorons. Doesn't look like we're going to be stuck on Ling Bane aggression for long. Looks as though we'll probably go a little bit back and forth here instead. Let's just have... again, the Ling's going to fight through a little bit more. Ling Bane going to be showing up. We turn around, we go the other way just slightly. One sec, Ling's going to get a Baneling. Always nice. Ling for a Bane. It's always a good trade. Rotoron about to finish. Drones in production. Our Overlords building. Look, like I say, like there's going to be too much aggression here. Just a few Lings throwing themselves at each other. It's going to be about it for the very early stage. These couple Lings slip by into the main base. The Queen going to be there to greet them and to say hello and how you doing. Ling's going to get over into that corner. And yeah, Roger's just continuing through. The Overlord in production still. Queen is going to whack away at this Overlord as well. Ling's trying to wrap around. Actually, those Lings continue to slip by into the main base. So they're going to go straight through. Blood Banes are still morphing in. The Zerglings are going to get jumping through as well. We actually get 6 drones here, so Shin does take some fairly serious damage in a game that does not seem overly kind of aggressive from Dog. Just a few bits of a few pieces of Ling Bane running about, and he actually gets a fair amount out of this. The Ling's now going to run over, going to grab a drone. Roaches and the Bane is going to continue over for the moment, as we do have a bit of a push going by. 7 drones going down. Definitely seems like a little bit of an issue. And it's definitely, like I say, going to slow Shin. He's actually going to now drone up pretty nicely behind us. We're going to end up on 47 or so. Let's see how Zergling's going to run by and get another drone again as Shin backs away with his roaches that he made. Full drone mode now, though. Let's pull back over that right-hand side. Last still building. Roaches in production. +1 missiles will come up. Again, extra roaches incoming through. +1 missiles and the roach speed coming about as well. A couple of queens just going to get there. Going to go after the Overlord. Overlord will take some shots and will end up going down. So Overlord falls here. As again, the rest of our queens join back up again together. So still trying to see what else we can do. The Overseer moving about. Extra roaches will continue in. Again, +1 missiles, roach speed coming up. Extra drones in production as well. Dog ends up supply blocked. He's got a lot of roaches coming across the map, though. He really hasn't gone past 46 workers. Now, the army supply is not that crazy. I just worry that he's going to have roach speed and +1 missiles. That definitely feels like it gives you a little bit of an edge here, as those roaches are going to step up. A few of those roaches begin to go down already. Like I say, your roaches are just going to be straight up better right now, so your roaches are going to be looking very good. Let's just see our units coming over. I mean, Dog will sit in this concave. Obviously, remember that Shin can reinforce more quickly, but right now his supply is not really letting him do that, and this one looks as though we are going to have ourselves a little bit too much in favor of Dog. I mean, he's just going to push through, right? I mean, does Shin have anything on the way? 12 roaches. His +1 missile's about to finish. Does finish his roach speed as well. The problem is now his roaches are going to spawn split up, and as they spawn split up, that's going to continue to be an issue. Those roaches really do just continue in. GG. Dark takes it 3-2. He brings it back after dropping a couple maps in a row. You thought Dark was really going to drop out this tournament after being up 2-0. Hey, he made it exciting, though. Shin definitely put up a fight. It is a shame to lose Shin, because Shin to me has been such a flame in the off season, right? He's been a real Zerg hope. He's been the Zerg player in a lot of tournaments when no one else has played. To me, Shin has been this player that's done so much for us in the off season and been in so many of our events. I'm sad to see him fall, because I really do just wish the best for Shin every single time he plays, and I think he creates great matchups every single time that he plays as well. He just lost out to a Zerg player who is still tip-top shape in terms of ZVZ. Doc advances to the Grand Finals, where he will play a best-of-7 against either Hero or Clem. What a day we have lined up for you still. 2 series remain, and they are bangers. Clem versus Hero, which the last couple of times we've cast them has been definitely a back-and-forth affair. Clem wins a little bit, Hero wins a little bit. The series and the games themselves are very fun. And then the winner of that plays Dark. I'm extremely fascinated to see. I mean, Dark Hero is always a classic. They played so much in ESL Open Cups back over the past couple of years. They always play a very fun and different and kind of entertaining series. If Dark plays Clem, that's a rematch from last year's WardiTV Christmas Day games. You would think Clem should look great there, but Dark's honestly looking pretty good today too, so I'm not even 100% sure. I think we're in for a very good time no matter what happens. So guys, we are going to be back very shortly. More StarCraft 2 will continue when we return. It is going to be up next, that series between the wonderful, wonderful Hero and the Wonder Kid World Champion Clem, as we get into our second semi-final of the WardiTV Christmas Day Games 2024 when we return from this very quick break. We'll be right back. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the WardiTV Christmas Day games as we are getting down to the nitty and the gritty. Because it is the second semi-final, and it is Clem versus Hero coming up in a best of 5 that we're hoping is going to be awesome. The last couple times we've casted these two guys, it's been very fun games, very back and forth. Hero's been super competitive in the series, in a series where I think a lot of people would typically just trend towards favoring Clem. So with that all said, we are going to get ourselves into this TVP, like I say, best of 5 series between Clem and Hero. Let's see who can take it down. Let's see who can be the victor. Let's see who is going to be able to get us into the grand final to take on Dark, of course, in that grand final as well, which I think is just still super exciting that Dark is there as he takes down Shin in that previous semi-final. So semi-final number 2 coming up right here, Clem versus Hero, and it begins right now as we go into El Dorado for the opening map of this best of 5 series. In the bottom right corner, the blue Protoss player representing Dragon Gehazi Gaming. This is Hero. Taking on the red Terran in the bottom left corner of the map from Team Liquid, we have Clem. And excuse me one moment while I turn my health bars on. Yes, we have Clem down in this bottom left-hand corner of the map. For game number 1 of, again, what is a best of 5 series. Excited for a good time here as we get this up and rolling. Probe on the way through, Depot coming up, SCV in production as well. Gateway drops in, probe on the way, barracks continuing to produce also, as we just get our SCVs continue to build out of the command center for the moment, and get that up and ready to go. So, game number 1, like I said, the last couple of times we've casted Clem and Hero, it's been very fun, back and forth. There's definitely not, you know, to me, an outright favorite between these two at the moment either, so definitely think this is going to be a pretty entertaining series. Yeah, but hopefully it goes back and forth. Hopefully we get 5 games. I think we deserve 5 games of Clem Hero, and I do think they are absolutely capable of giving us 5 games. First barracks on the way up from Clem will let him set the tone for what he wants to do early. It is single gas, so a fairly fast expansion. Obviously, Hero will expand here shortly as well as we get that ready to go. Reaper in the orbital, continue to come on by. Cybernetics core, probe, and a Zealot on the gateway. SCV goes over to the far right. Let's just have, again, the Zealot, the Cyber core, the probe. Just coming across for the moment. As you have the Reaper continuing into play as well. So Reaper coming online, command center coming in. The SCV does go for a little bit of back and forth right there, trying to figure out what it exactly would like to do. Probe continues to chase the SCV just a little longer for the moment, and we push that around. So far, so good. So far, so good. SCV comes back around the top, just going to be seeing the Reaper of Clem, still moving down into the center for a little bit. Coming down the bottom right side, Twilight Council. Coming across, again, the hallucination coming over as well. Hallucination down at the bottom left-hand side. A couple of SCVs going to come across. Blink is going to begin. The Nexus is still coming out. The Reaper going to go in, and another probe going down. So that's 2 probes killed here already. It's going to be seeing the Reaper coming down the bottom side. It's going to escape away for a couple of moments and then get taken down. So that will be hunted and caught. So that will fall for the moment. And Stalker coming in, the gateway and a couple of probes. Continuing to come out, the Stalker and the Sentry roll out over the far left-hand side. Again, Blink coming up, Warp Gate coming through. Stalking the Sentry back into the center. The few Marines is going to come across, just going to go running over. So we're actually going to see Clem potentially able to apply some pressure, but I mean, until his medevac's out, I don't think we'll see too much. The hallucination of Hero provides him with all of the information that he needs right now, so he gets to see what's going on. Marines nibbling, hallucination taking damage. We are going to be seeing a couple of additional SCVs, the medevac and Marines, all continuing out as the Marines get back onto that hallucination for a few more moments. Obviously, hallucination fades. I'm waited until the hallucination fades to actually send stuff out on the map so you can figure out what is going where. Medevac is going to make its way around the bottom side. There's this hallucination is going to spot it. So Hero with great map control and presence and vision just so far, really identifying what Clem is up to, and Clem's attempts to get across the map and to make something happen are yet to really, prosper a real benefit for him. So up until now, definitely a beneficial scenario for Hero, because if he's keeping Clem at home, he can do his own thing, and that's typically very, very nice. As our few Stalkers gather together against Siege Tank, Marines, and the Raven all coming up, Charge Probes, and the Nexus coming online as well. On the bottom side, we have this medevac of Clem still moving through the south. I'm using the medevac ready to dive into the mineral line. Again, charge coming online here from Hero, so he's going to follow up from his blink straight at charge, play that gateway-centric style. Again, Stimpack and +1 coming up. It's going to be seeing the Marines and the Raven on the way as well, as the Siege Tank and the SCVs gather. Medevac would like to see maybe where we can go. I mean, it's nice to sit here because you obviously have access to the third and main mineral line, so you have a double strike position. Take advantage whichever way you feel like is going to be best for you, which right now apparently is going to be just chilling here with the meta. I mean, yeah, you don't want to give it up for nothing, but this threat at least keeps some Stalkers back, right? So it gives Clem a little bit more freedom to what he would have otherwise, as the Observer pulls back over to the left-hand side. And +1 attack, Stimpack, and Combat Shield will continue through. Marine Marauder Medevac still in production as well. And Medevac going to hang about on the bottom. Like I say, this really is just keeping a couple of units going. All our upgrades continuing about as we do have our probe taking the Watchtower. Yeah, Robobay coming online from Hero, so seeing him moving out of the gateway phase of this game. It's been super passive because of just how protective Hero has been able to be with his units against these medevacs and how good his scouting has been as well. So he's been able to really kind of protect himself and stop himself from taking any early damage. You're actually going to see a massive SCV pull from Clem. Wow. That is that's a decision, and that's not a very Clem thing to do. Well, Hero's going to run into this natural, and he's going to be like, oh my god, a bunker. Well, I can run past that and kill all the SCVs. Okay, he's pulled them away very quickly. And in a moment, Hero's going to realize that Clem is just completely committed on the other side of the map. He's going to show up, he will stim, he's going to kill the third base with immediate effect. How easily can he get up this ramp? Because there are going to be sentries there, and they're going to obviously cause issues. You kind of do need to just run in. You can't just split this up and drop because you're still relying somewhat on the SCVs. When the SCVs start going home, the Zealots and the Natural still doing their thing as the first force fields do come down. The Raven gets shot down without really achieving anything. And a Colossus is about to pop out. I mean, Clem lost a bunch of SCVs. Sending the SCVs home doesn't feel great. And obviously having enough force fields to force field this ramp keeps Clem from really moving up and doing much else. Those Zealots are still active, by the way, as the SCVs that return home will come and help surround, and they will remine on the Natural now. We're going to pop up a Guardian Shield as the Bio comes about. He's going to see a couple of those wooden lines are going to get burrowed as well. There goes a Zealot. Get picked off also as our Bio continues to trade. The Gateway can be taking some damage. Again, +1 armor. Extended thermal lance coming through. Colossus and the Zealot still coming by. We're going to burrow up these wooden lines once again as bang, bang, bang. A bunch of those Zealots going down. The Siege Tank will fall also. Another Zealot gets picked away out here. Sentry, Stalkers, and Colossus all making their way forward as the Stalkers go blinking in after those medevacs. So medevacs will get chased. On the top side, Clem is going to come across and try and hit the Natural. So he did reset Hero down to 2 bases. Obviously, he's on 2 bases himself. He's actually going to try and dive a Colossus here. The Marauder's going to struggle to get past the Zealots, but they make it. The Sentry's not there in time to protect. we have a blink to kill off those medevacs at all? It looks as though they are getting away, so Clem succeeds there. Oh, what a weird situation we find ourselves in after obviously both sides have kind of, you know, come out and dished out some damage right away here. Now these Stalkers will continue to chase these medevacs up top, but they're never going to catch them, so the medevacs actually do get away. Clem falls back to a natural where he's building a third CC. Meanwhile, Hero is building a Nexus on the top side of the map instead, so he's going to take his own third base. 44 to 58 workers favoring Hero. Right now, he can't really mine effectively with all of those. So it is definitely a worker lead, but that worker lead will not kick in properly until the third base is online. Clem just starts to build Vikings. As Hero actually steps onto the map, got to be careful. As Clem gets a Viking count up, if he can knock that Colossus down, then Hero's army is not really very much of anything, right? Then it is something that does just kind of fall apart and die off very quickly. Colossus Zealot Sentry moving over. The ByuNs are going to be pushing through the bottom side, coming up toward the Watchtower. A couple of these Stalkers already going down here as well. The Zealots are going to continue to charge up. Here come the Colossus. Marauders taking some more shots. They're going to go back and forth. A couple of force fields are going to catch those Marauders as well. And then we go back and forth. Clem has the drop onto that third base, but can he actually deal with this army? So far, it seems like he really cannot. Even a Disruptor now showing up as well from Hero helps zone Clem away. Command Center going to take a few more hits of damage. We continue to push forward. Stalkers and the Colossus coming by. The couple of extra Zealots showing up too. Disruptor shot going to land for a chunk of bio units. But as Clem had to pull the SCVs in, he is going to lose a lot of them. And Hero is going to strike first in our semi-finals here in the WardiTV Christmas Day games. This was a very weird game. He ends up winning it off of only the 2 bases, but his army was just good enough. And I actually thought Hero was going to struggle because I thought Clem's kind of Viking count was good enough there against the Colossus, but apparently not good enough. And that is going to be GG's. And it is going to be, like I say, Hero to take the first game, the opening map of this best of 5. Gets us into a fun place because I still think I favor Clem in these games. So for me, Hero taking the first map definitely gives us a bit more of a chance of seeing some back and forth, a tied-up series perhaps. More games in the series for sure. I'd be way more surprised if Hero 3-0'd Clem than if Clem 3-0'd Hero, right? So in that regard, I'm extremely happy to see it. Hero getting the first one. As we'll get into our game 2 in just a couple of moments. We're going to be heading into Ultra Love for the second map here as well. So Ultra Love for map number 2. And again, they're fighting for a spot in that grand final today to take on Dark, who, again, has had a great run so far. That ZVZ in the other semi was actually really entertaining. A lot more fun than I thought it was gonna be. I thought it was going to be, especially after the first 2 games, a very cheesy and quick series. It did not end up like that in the slightest. As up 1 in the top right of Ultra Love will be our blue Protoss player. It is Hero, looking to make it a PvZ grand final if he can advance through. He takes on the red Terran in the bottom left corner of the map from Team Liquid. This is Clem. Game 2 of our best of 5. Let's see where Clem sets up to. Just the barracks at home. No surprises in terms of a proxy or anything, so not going to do anything out of the ordinary there, to say the very least. Just continue through with this. The probe continue to move about a little bit as well. But we'll go trolling away. Cybercore coming up. Barracks about to finish from Clem also. Just going to get that completed as the SCV. We'll jump down to the natural. Just going to be setting up over here for a few moments. Again, our Nexus, our Pylon, and Cybercore all continue into play for the moment. Getting that up and rolling. We're just gonna come patrolling down the bottom. It's gonna come over. He's gonna be meeting a little critter. The Nexus building from here on the natural as well. We got a very standard game to start off with. It is going to be that second gas now as we set up onto the factory as well, so we can get that beginning. Again, a couple extra Marines continuing out. Command Center about to finish up. And yeah, the Twilight Council building in the back of the main base as well. So again, that Twilight Council online too. Stalker will just continue to patrol. And again, a couple Marines gather up. Ready for a chance to move out onto the map. Plane coming up, gateway coming through. We do have our battery just coming online again. The starboard building from Clem as well. As the Cyclone, Marines, all continuing to come forward here. Again, our starboard in production at the moment. Those Marines are going to continue to move around to the front also. And just little bits and pieces happening. Not too much crazy business. Have ourselves the blink building from here. So he's going to get himself that blink. That will come online. We have a hallucination to come and scout once again. We'll just patrol back and forward. Just going to be seeing the lift up happening. Obviously, there's up a tank and 2 Marines with the hallucinated Phoenix on it, so this is completely visible. The Marines are already moving onto the map. But Clem's committing to this despite his opponent knowing about it, as the few Stalkers and a Sentry try and chase the Cyclone away. And will stop. The hallucination fades. The Cyclone actually gets one more lock on here and will be good to chase forward a little further. Siege tank dropping down and actually continuing to push up. The Marine Cyclone tank continuing to come over. One Stalker goes down after taking some shots. Just going to be seeing the Adept going down. The other Stalker's taking some hits as well. Battery will fall. Tank's still flying away, just going to be seeing the gateway, and it's going to get picked away at again. A few Stalkers trying to fight back the other direction. Charge Stalker, extra gates and the batteries continue to come up. Just going to be seeing a couple more shots coming through. The racks and the gas coming online as we speak. We do have the Marine on the left-hand side. Also gathering and joining. The tanks will push up. A couple Stalkers going to take hits. Tanks will continue to siege as the batteries will be there to try and sustain this. I mean, Clem's with 2 tanks in position now as Hero is struggling. I mean, he only really has this handful of Stalkers, 8 of them. Charge halfway done. Batteries are going to get depowered as well. Tanks still shooting. Those Stalkers take some extra hits. Gateway going down. Just going to be seeing the tank, the Marines, the Viking continue to come up. Stalkers going to blink through as they are going to jump onto the siege tank here. They're going to try their absolute best, but it's just not going to be good enough. As that will be that for the moment. It's going to be seeing the Marines and the Vikings continue to push forward. I mean, this is obviously Hero just kind of hanging on for dear life, but there's nothing to hang on to. He's holding on to thin air, quite frankly. As Clem is going to tie this up, he's going to get the 1-1. We are going to get tied in this best of 5. And we are going to have our series on our hands, as it is going to go to a game 3 with everyone able to play. We're going to be heading to King's Cove as well. Potential for a big map, maybe. A chance to see Clem and Hero playing a little bit more of a macro game here now, because obviously we've seen them play. Yeah, you know, obviously game 1 was pretty weird as well. Clem SCV pulled, for goodness sake. And then game 2, Clem kills him pretty quickly as well. So definitely think we got something to kind of maybe look at for King's Cove. I would love to see at least a game where these guys get into some proper later game tech units, 3 bases each, extremely comfortable situation. Those two, you know, they can play great games from those positions. A lot of back and forth, a lot of, you know, very good army positioning required to figure out the opponents. So yeah, we'll see if we can get into any of that with King's Cove. Like I say, this game 3 now as we're tied at 1-1, and Clem versus Hero in the WardiTV Christmas Day Games 2024. Hope you are still enjoying. We have in the top left-hand side, it is going to be our Blue Protoss player Hero, while in the bottom right, sending an SCV on the map, we have Clem looking for a proxy. SCV just going to move about, just going to see the probe in the pylon. Coming up for the moment as we get ourselves the gateway started as well. Supply depot finishing, SCV on the way. And barracks just goes down on the back of this third base, so get that into position. Maxwell Star, a couple of gases on the way up as the SCV comes about. Max finishes, so we're going to have proxies on both sides of the map. Clem with the proxy, Hero with the proxy. Obviously, Hero realizing now that there's no barracks here, as his second gateway comes online on the bottom right-hand side. Just going to be having ourselves the barracks coming up as well. That's going to be popping a Reaper out into the main base in a few moments. There's similar coming through. Pylon dropping down as well. Does not, I wonder if he was trying to wall. Yeah, not sure what he was trying to do with that pylon. I think he was trying to block the factory maybe, but it didn't happen, so now the wall-off is available for Clem as his Reaper shows up on the other side. This will take some of the unit attention away as well. It will force Hero to keep a unit back at home to deal with this Reaper rather than going across the map to harass, so there is a benefit to this Reaper being over here already, as Clem comes in, gets himself a second probe kill actually. These guys apparently hosted the games without game hard 2 games in a row. I'm upset at them. I'd say I'd tell them off, but they're long gone. Hopefully gets resolved for the future games. As 2 Reapers out, I mean, across the map we've got 1 adept poking at a depot. We start to build the bunker up here. The factory gets a tech lab. We get to a cyclone, and this is a very comfortable defense as Clem just doesn't spot that this is a gateway right there. That bunker's still coming about. You have the adepts there. Reaper gets taken out. You'll be seeing the barracks still coming up. Again, Cyclone Command send a couple of stalkers in the warp gate. All being brought through for the moment. Yeah, I mean, this proxy gate of Hero will not do much, whereas Clem at least got some probes still early on, so that's neat. Just gonna get toward the main base. Just gonna hop up over there. Adept trying to shade after. Still going to get that too. Probes are going to pull in. The Reaper, of course, will get chased around. We just have ourselves a barracks still coming across. Twilight Council coming through. Barracks goes to the bottom. As we are going to be seeing the gateway coming online as well. So just going to get that gate coming up. Twilight Council building. Yeah, a couple more barracks continue to build into play for the moment. as Clem settles here. He will finally see that this proxy gate is here, so now he knows where it is to clear it out a bit further down the line, which is not a bad thing. Knowing where you should be going to try and, play cleanup is generally seen as a pretty big positive. Units gather together, adept, stalkers, sentries. Coming over, a couple of barracks are still on the way as well. Hallucination flies in, the Cyclones are going to be there. They're going to shoot, it's going to be seeing the Cyclones locking onto the Adepts. Siege tank is good to hit the hallucinated Colossus, but that's not going to do too much for you in the long run. And Clem still kind of pinned back on one base while we already see the expansion up now and beginning to mine from heroes, starting to chrono boost that. Good depths will step forward one more time. It's just see the siege tank. Turns onto its own tech lab. That's not good if it kept happening, but it doesn't. Your Depths still moving over here. The hallucinated Colossus moves to the high ground. Depths are going to commit. Cyclone's going to get some lock-ons. Tanks are going to fly away. Adepts taking shots. And Tanks doing very well. They're hitting the Stalkers, hitting the Sentries. We pull back to the right-hand side. Medevac will get to heal, and a few SDVs pull into the Cyclone as well. Focus on the sentries continue through. The Medevac going to go up to the top right-hand side. A couple of Cyclones going to boost along. The Adept is going to go for shade forward. Unless we look to get across there. A couple of siege tanks will have to unsiege. Max is going to lift off, going to drop onto the tech lab. Factory going to move over the side. Again, the Nexus is building on the third as our Cyclone locks to a probe. Nice little drop from Clem. We do have the Stalkers, though, in his main base as well, so both players are going to start taking damage here. SCVs taking shots again. They are going to be the Cyclones hitting the probes. Medevac lifting those Cyclones up again. Cyclones will get rid of this pylon, which is nice again, just keeping the harassment up. Where are we at so far here? I think we're at a point where, 4 or 5 Stalkers, 2 Adepts, 10 probes against 8 SCVs going down. Both players have been successful on their aggression. I mean, Hero lost a lot of the Stalkers, unfortunately. So that's going to be one of the problems as a few Marines get pushed back the other way. Still got Charge coming up, Robo Facility and probes, Forge as well, continuing to come by. The probes still mining about as the Medevac on the right side is going to get back home. Looks as though it will fall back without issue. The Medevac gets to the bottom. Again, Forge, Robo Facility, Charge continue to come up. Just going to be seeing the bio going to come through there as the gateway is going to get blasted. The gateway goes down. Hallucination still in the sky nearby. Medevac just off to the edge as well. So a little bit of bio will be left to pick away at that pylon. So the pylon taking some shots, going to be dropping. And +1 attack. And combat shield on the way in from Clem. At this point in time, where, I mean, who do we favor the position of at the moment? I think I like Clem's spot, right? Good army supply. Down a few workers, but obviously manageable with a triple CC about to be ready. Hero does have a third base, though, and he's on his way to the Temple Archive, so he's making the right steps of the tech and direction of the game to be in an alright place overall. Now we have a bit of bio and a bit of tank. Looking as though it was going to move out down the ramp and into the middle of the map, but does not commit through there. Still got our concussive shells and +1 attack coming in on the side of Clem, so bringing those up. Gain extra barracks and the orbital and the riddle mines. Continuing through also. Go back and forth. The Bioforce going to regather as Medevacs make their way toward the center. Those few Zealots on the bottom going to come about as well. It's going to actually grab a Marine pretty quickly. Colin +1 attack will continue by. Again, Immortal continuing up, +1 attack coming in for the moment. And again, Tech Lab and the Reactor continue to build up. Depot on the way through. More Widow Mines popping out of the factory. Big push from Clem, gets to the other side. He's going to find a few of the Zealots on the left. They're going to go down immediately, as now Clem takes position. Canary Corona Boost in a Forge, which doesn't have anything on it anymore. Upgrades are even here. It's a fun one because I don't think Clem's going to push up here easily, but the tanks can definitely control an area pretty nicely. We're going to try and run forward, leave some Marauders to tank this. Here, the High Templar from the right side, going for the Storm. We get a single Storm off. The Marines did a great job trying to zone the Prism. We'll get one more Storm off here, but Clem is still fine with an army on the bottom. All the High Templars will fall, and I think Hero will play cleanup, but it's going to come at a huge expense, right? He lost all his High Templars, he lost his Warp Prism. Hero loses a lot of what's going to really make, you know, the future of this game, or would have made the future of this game much more sustainable. Now, he does not have a lot of the tools he might have needed, as the Stalkers are unfortunate not to get that medevac kill. Clem is lucky to get that one out alive, although, yeah, I mean, it's definitely Hero that needed a little bit of fortune here at the moment. Medevacs regather to the top. The units coming through. And that's the ByuN just going to come over to the top side. Just going to be seeing this force of Clem getting over here. A couple of Zealots going to get shot at. The pylon is going to be taking some hits. Widow might as well go, and those Zealots are going to get absolutely blasted. Now a Storm coming down. I don't think Clem really needs to worry too much about those Storms. I mean, he's actually a little bit low HP on some of his units, so maybe a little bit of caution on the Storms would be nice, but I think generally speaking, he's looking to be pretty darn fine. As, yeah, the numbers obviously 152 to 81 supply. They aren't going to lie. This is just such an awkward fight for Hero. Breaking out, I mean, I understand why he feels like he has to break out of this position, because the tanks here can hit that kind of high ground gap between the bases. Actually becomes very awkward to defend, because like I say, Clem did a great job leaving the Marauders on the high ground to kind of act as a wall. It was such a good portion of that fight, right? And that really set him up for success. As he falls back now, probably gets healed up, picks up some ghost reinforcements, and then we'll probably go back across the map to look to finish off this game 3, because his position is astounding, and there's no way that Clem hasn't recognized that these fights have been so good for him. Stalkers blink back, Prism taking damage, and the extra Zealots coming through. And then Cinder lifts off. Widow Mine is going to go for those Stalkers, not quite going to be able to connect on him though. The Stalkers blink away for now. And the top right, the medevac of Marines will move over as well. So yeah, Marines back around the top, ByuN on the bottom. I mean, Clem is nigh on maxed out, so his position in this game does not really get that much stronger than it already is. To move up through the center toward the upper left. Let's see, the Stalker's going to hit the Vikings a little bit there, and you can see some of these Stalkers getting whacked away at as well, so a bit more damage being done. And back around the left-hand side, we'll chase down some additional Zealots. They're going to get pushed about as well. 2-2 upgrades still on the way up, plus one Marine Marauder in production. And Hero is on his way to his +2 attack, but will be lacking the armor upgrade, and most importantly, no Robo Base still. He is lacking the entire situation of just being able to afford stuff. you know, stuff that isn't like just gateway units. I mean, he has some High Templars and he has some Storms, but with Ghosts out, Storms are not the most reliable. He landed a decent Storm there, but we're pretty much down to no Storms now. Clem, I actually think, could have EMP'd these High Templars as well, but he wasn't being the most active toward that. So now we're just going to spread, now we're going to converge, now we're going to clean everything up as the Immortals go down, the Stalkers go down, Pylon and the Nexus falling as well. This is all going to get cleaned up, so there you go, Clem. I mean, should just be on the verge of picking this up. We do see SCVs in some trouble on the other side of the map. The Zealot counterattack would be nice if this game was any closer in this situation. It just doesn't matter. Just doesn't matter as we continue through. That really should just be that. Clem going to take the lead. His first lead of the series is going to take him up to match point. after you dropped map number 1. They're still flashing up. The Stalk is still taking a bunch more damage. A Storm comes down, forcing the Bio to split away a little bit. We see a couple of those Zealots dropping. The Stalk is being chased. GG says Hero, and Clem will indeed take game 3 of this best of 5. So Clem gets to a 2-1 lead. Again, bouncing back extremely strongly after that first game on El Dorado did not go his way. Has kind of kept it interesting though, right? Proxy to Rax to start out this game, and obviously Hero with a proxy of his own coming through and made the start of this game again interact in a bit of a different manner to how you might usually expect these guys to be interacting early on. I feel like I don't know, today I feel like I'm tripping over my own tongue a little bit. I don't know why. Sorry guys, my it's a little bit funky. As we will take a few moments, like I say, Clem Hero, game number 4. Like I've been saying, sometimes we got a yap for some ads to play and so on, and maybe we mentioned that you can follow the channel or like the YouTube stream or subscribe to the YouTube channel as well. Wherever you are watching, do consider supporting. We appreciate it. Yeah, going to be going into game number 4. It's going to be on ley lines. I've already mentioned probably 20 times. You tell you what's funny is that obviously I'm casting these games over like the course of a few days, fitting a match in here and a match in there around my other streams in the pre-recording of this. And so I kind of get to ley lines and I'm like, oh yeah, I'll tell them how I like ley lines. I've not said that today, but I've probably said that like 7 times in this broadcast. Because I probably just keep going to it as my like, oh, it's this map. Let me say my, Whereas if I'd already said it in today's stream or something, I'd probably be like, oh, no, I've already said that. Let's talk about something else, perhaps. So, yeah. Let's get into ley lines for game number 4. And top right, our blue Protoss is going to be Hero. And at the bottom left, our red Terran. Team Liquid is Clem. Oh, world champion of StarCraft 2. Potential for a world champion showdown. 2019 versus 2024. If Clem wins this series for our grand finals today. Double gas here from Clem, so we'll get that going. It's all gonna come about. Just gonna move over, Reaper in the factory. On the way up, the SCV coming over. Depth in the warp gate coming up, the Reaper in the factory coming over. SCV coming in, Nexus building. Watch this out then, a little bit of aggression from Hero, but this is a later CC. I mean, Reaper's going to be popping, factory on the way. Yeah, we got to deal with the Reaper, but the factory being a little bit faster, Clem will have an answer to the Zealot a little bit sooner as well. Something off the factory will go a long way to helping this. As the Reaper comes over, Zealot is going to get jumped on. 2 Reapers together are going to get onto the Zealots. It's actually not even going to take that long to clean this up, so this is such a very comfortable defense. We should even commit to the Zealot, I think. The Adept's a little bit too scary. We can start counting the Adept as well, right? And the Hellion just going to get there. Adept goes down. It's going to be seeing the Adept coming back over. Hellion's going to take a couple more shots. Blink coming up. As you see the Warp Gate coming by. Then Reapers, the Hellions continue to chase. The Adept will just take a little bit more damage. See that one Adept going down. Obviously, because it's that factory a little bit faster here, we can put some pressure on, and a probe goes down. Pylon at the front that becomes the wall is going to be an issue. The Adept actually gets bopped there. Pylon dies. Are we going to break through? We are going to go for it. We lose the Hellion, but we're going to be into this natural mineral line, and probes are in trouble. Clem is going to be unwrapping this present on a few probes here from Hero, as he just doesn't quite have the defense in place. Another good grenade actually helps to finish that probe off. We're going to get one more probe here at the very least. Clem has a healthy Hellion. If he micros it, it should be able to get at least one more worker, maybe even the two. He does get the two. Overall damage done, 7 probes, a Zealot, and 3 Adepts, plus the Pylon he killed on that natural. 2 Hellions and 3 Reapers. The efficiency early in this game for Clem is through the roof. As Hero now going to be marching across the map with his Stalkers that are about to have their Blink upgrade. Yeah, I mean, not exactly ideal, right? If you are a Hero, because that's just a lot of damage taken. And it's not just eco damage. Your army gets weakened as well a little bit. Now, yes, it's only the Adepts, and those are the early units, but there's still a role that they can play. Losing out on those definitely becomes a little bit sad overall. As the Stalkers get ready for a hop up into this main base. Just going to hop straight up here. A couple of SCVs will begin to go down. The Marines continue over. Hallucination flying about. We still see some SCVs getting shot at. As the Stalkers get down to business, we'll turn back onto these few Marines. Jump back down to the low ground. Going to be seeing the auto turret going to drop into place as well. The Stalkers still being chased. Going to see 1, 2 Stalkers both going down already. Get one more SCV here. The Marine tank will play cleanup. I mean, there's just no escape for these guys. Trying his absolute best to run around, and if nothing else, it will keep Clem a little bit busier. But overall, those Stalkers will drop in. Yep, not exactly much to fall in love with there. Let's just see our Marines and our tanks. Raven out of energy at least, so he did use some Raven energy on that one. I guess that is a minor win from Hero. Look, I'm digging deep right now. I'm digging deep right now to find reasons to like this as the hallucination gets dropped. The Stalkers are still stepping up and trying to move through, trying to fight against those few additional Marines. Step back and combat shield coming up. The tank will siege again. Stalkers still being kept at bay. We got the Raven, another Marine. Going down. I mean, the few Stalkers that are here from Hero are doing their absolute best to slow Clem down as much as possible. And still stepping forward. The tank will siege. The High Templars are producing. And again, Stimpack and Combat Shield both on the way out, with the Marine Marauder production coming through. Tank will unsiege. We step forward again. Couple of shots already. The Prism still nearby. Has a High Templar inside of it. And we find ourselves the feedback on the Raven. That's what he's looking for with the High Templar. Then he would just probably morph an Archon to try and help deal with the army, basically, as Clem is still just rallying across the map as well. So he has got, I mean, to be fair, rightly so, I think zero reason to chill out here, Clem. He absolutely is meant to be on a push. He's absolutely meant to be poking forward, and I 100% agree with the approach he takes to this at the moment as our Marines get the Prism for a few moments. The Stalkers on the right side going to get a couple of shots off on Marines as well. Bio tanks the Raven. Moving up. Stalkers. Just gonna kill the Raven. This High Templar's been flying around looking for a feedback, and in the end it's like, well, don't even need it. He's just gonna give me the Raven. Stalkers get pushed back. Our Bio going over that right side. And Storm coming online. The charge is coming up. A few more Zealots coming through. More shots coming about. The Bio's going to chase forward. Clem has obviously just been rallying to this forward position for a while. We're actually going to get to the point where this High Templar and the Prism is going to actually have a Storm to drop rather than hunting for a feedback. It's finally going to be able to drop a better ability. Clem is just refusing to give up this spot. To be fair, he's kept Hero on 2 bases throughout this. He has got a 3rd base building, so he will be able to take a 3rd of his own if he can keep Hero back. And see, Widowmine's already going to do that thing against the Zealots. Stalkers blink down onto the Siege tanks. The Immortal there to help. First Storm was split away from pretty nicely. As Clem does not have much of his splash damage left over here. That Widowmine hits the Archon. That's going to be low now. Can we capitalize on that, Clem? Will not find the kill on it just yet. Hero keeps it alive. As Hero pushes Clem back, but already struggling supply-wise. I mean, a 9-minute game where Pros does not have a 3rd does not really bode well. Whenever this upcoming fight happens, he is going to need some extremely, extremely good Storms to come into play. As the Bio splits out up to the top side. Widowmine shot here. Go towards the Stalkers. The Zealots going to go for the Widowmine. Prism still flying about. The Marauders are going to go after the High Templar for a moment or two as well. Widowmine is pulled away. The couple of Zealots are going to get jumped on. Bio on the top side going to split apart. Storms coming down. We're going to get a good wrap on this army as Clem tries to come in from all angles. Hero trying to dismiss it with the Storms, but Clem is not worried. He's going to push through. The Archon's dying. The Immortal saved by the Prism. This Archon will die before it finishes morphing. And warping of Zealots is good to what? Push Clem back a very minor amount. As overall, this is absolutely a victory for Clem. Again, Hero has a not built 3rd base to fall back to, right? I mean, no 3rd is going to put you into a lot of trouble. Fire comes across. A couple of Zealots will take shots. One more tank. A couple of snipes come through. You see the rest of the High Templar and the Zealots moving over. Zealots and High Templars. Immortal as well continue to come up. Just going to be seeing the Bio still pressing through. It's going to step up. A couple of Stalkers going down. Medivac's in the sky, ready to heal up a little bit. A few Zealots taking some more shots. We actually saved those from the Widowmine shot, which is neat because we're in a position where we probably do need to do everything we can in terms of trying to save things. A few more Stalkers coming up. The Archon in production. Bio Clem comes through again. Going to get another unit picked off. Armory and Engineering Bay coming through. The couple of Widowmines producing from Clem at the moment. Vikings, Marine, Marauder, Ghost all coming up as well. Nice Widowmine shot. That actually goes onto the Bio unit, or onto the Terran unit, so it's a nice Widowmine shot for Hero, who kind of needs it. Realistically, this fight isn't going to go his way without some miracle taking place. Unfortunately, it's not a Christmas miracle for Hero. He is just dead in this game as Clem gets so much done and is going to be able to maintain the lead. Interesting games where Clem really gets set up into some positions. I think of King's Cove as well, very similar. Just Clem got into a position and Hero really kind of dies from having to deal with Clem just being in position, which is obviously a little bit unfortunate. There's now the entire force coming through the middle of the map and toward the upper right hand side. It's going to see our Nexus going to get jumped on a little bit. A couple of Widowmines will burrow up. The Widowmine going to connect onto the Immortal there, so Immortal will go down. High Templar's going to drop some feedback. The Archon morphing, going to get killed with an EMP as well. Again, difficult to find positives for Hero right now as Clem takes game number 4 of this best of 5, and he sets up a rematch from last year's Christmas Day Games Finals here in this year's Christmas Day Game Finals. Clem will be taking on Dark in a best of 7 TVZ. And you know what? I'm a little worried for Dark. I think that's a really rough matchup for him. Clem is so good in the matchup, but I think it's rough for Dark, but at the same time, he did look very good against ByuN, so that gives me a bit of hope. That gives me a little bit of, okay, I can believe, I could see something happening here. Absolutely 100%. So, yeah, excited to get us going into that grand final. One more series for us all today. Okay, now, guys, it is kind of getting sad because we're actually getting towards the end of the day. But it has been an absolute pleasure to be bringing you guys these games. I hope you've been enjoying. At least the grand final is a best of 7. Let's hope for... I'm not going to be greedy and say 7 maps. Let's hope for at least 6 maps, right? A 4-1's kind of sad. A 4-2 is a pretty good final. 4-3 would be epic. Yeah, let's not get too greedy. Let's ask for the 4. Let's ask for the 6 games. Okay, we'll ask for 6 games. So it is going to be Clem versus Dark, and it is going to be best of 7, guys. That'll be coming up in just a few moments. We'll go into the little break that we do, and when we come back, it is time for the final best of 7 of the day. I hope you continue to have a great day, enjoying the StarCraft 2. Thank you again for joining us and watching the WardiTV Christmas Day game. Support if you can, but do not feel like it's required. We will go into a quick break, and those ads as they play will obviously be a great way to support as well. If you can watch those, it's also great. So, guys, we will be right back. More StarCraft with Clem versus Dark up next, straight after this. It is time for our grand finals here in the WardiTV Christmas Day Games 2024. 6 best of 5s have gone by, and now we have a best of 7 to decide who our champion is going to be. Clem has made his way through Solar and then Hero to make it to this final, while Dark has gone through ByuN and Shin. So everyone's kind of, both these players have showed their prowess in CVT so far today. Both looked good in the matchup. Should make for a fun grand final. My heart's got to be with Clem. My head's got to be with Clem. Is my heart with Clem? My head's definitely with Clem. Is my heart with Clem? Honestly, I'd love to see how these guys wins. Dark has been in the finals of this tournament 3 times now. He lost to Clem last year. He lost to Rogue 2 or 3 years ago. So he is just always so close to winning this event and just has not quite made it happen. Can he make it happen today? Because it would be a hell of a time to do it when Clem is arguably stronger than he was this time last year as well. That's a great question. We are going to get into it and figure out whether Clem or Dark will be crowned the WardiTV Christmas Day Games champ. Without further ado, let's head on into game number 1. We're going to be going to Ley Lines for our opening map of this grand final. It is best of 7, so sit back, relax, and enjoy. And let's get this party started as we go, as I say, to Ley Lines to open up in the top right corner. Our red Terran representing Team Liquid. This is Clem. Our current world champion of StarCraft 2 battles against the 29 world champion of StarCraft 2. 2019 world champion of StarCraft 2. I knew there was a syllable missing there. In the bottom left corner, our blue Zerg player is Dark. Game 1 of this best of 7, and Overlord starts to move out onto the map once we get set up here for a few moments. Ley lines for TVZ can definitely be interesting because you do have to kind of expand forward on this map, which makes it very interesting for the army movements. There's a few different pathways for the Zerg to utilize, a few different ways into each base, which obviously can make for very exciting fights. And there's also a lot of bases, which is good for Zerg, but they're not in such a campable, kind of defendable way that Terrans can't engage into them and deny. You know what I mean? Usually a map with a lot of bases feels so Zerg favored, but Ley Lines has not really had that to it because the bases do expand towards the opponent, right? And that's not to say that the game can't go long. It just doesn't feel as though it goes long artificially because it's difficult to take bases down. The Zerg just has the entire map, and how do you ever have a chance, right? So yeah. As we just have this SCV going to begin to move out, heading down to the bottom left as we speak. Command center coming through, orbital command, and a Reaper on the way up on the side of Clem. All of that coming by. Again, our hatchery, gas, and spawning pool coming in as we speak as well. So just bringing that through. As, yeah, Reaper starts up. Command center and an SCV being brought into play as well. So far, so good. As we just see our queen going to be starting up on that hatchery. This SCV just going to sit here and watch for a drone moving out to try and take the third base. Clem will try and block this one, basically force him into taking a different third, which would be one that Clem is more comfortable attacking into, or feels as though he can do a better job of attacking into. So that's exactly what Clem tries to do over here for the moment. Let's just have the... I'm going to move to the sides, drop down an extractor, get that started as well. But now, just going to be seeing the... Yeah, a little bit of an annoyance, right? I mean, you got to deal with that. Meanwhile, the Reaper comes in, going to start fighting against some of those Zerglings as well. And so, yeah, successful start here from Clem, who is pushing that away for a little bit. Now, the Reaper will come over, maybe try and support the SCV, as the SCV is low HP. Going to get the SCV to move around the extractor, try and block it. There is a world where if you get the SCV close enough at the right time, you can stop the extractor from coming back up, and that's going to happen there. Going to go for the other extractor, which will succeed. So a micro war at the start of this game between Clem and Dark. As Dark just wants a third hatchery, and Clem is really making that extremely difficult. That's the sort of level you're going to have to play at right now. If you're going to want to win this series, you're going to play for every little edge that you can get, essentially. As this Reaper pulls back around the bottom, the extractor cancels and rebuilds. The Zerglings will be taking some damage. Queen or two firing some shots, and the Reaper, kind of low HP, is going to move deeper into this main base. It's actually going to get caught in the corner, so the Reaper will go down. So for all the success that Clem got out of that Reaper, he does lose it in the end. But man, a very late hatchery compared to when Dark first aimed to take this. The Hellion of Clem moving to the middle of the map, heading to the bottom left side. Bunch of drones coming up, extractors, creep tumors, and queens on the way. The lair continues to build as well, so we just bring all of that through for the moment. Still got these Hellions poking about. Queens will fire, flanks will be nearby. And again, the refinery coming up from Clem as well, so bring that refinery through. The orbital command coming up. SCVs, Hellions, Viking, and Marine all building into play. Our Hellions still trying to poke around at the front just a little bit as our Hellions rejoin up once again at this point in time, getting settled in the game. That's a whole lot of speed coming through, so potential aggression from Dark, right? You can get to a point here where you drop with the Overlords. If you have that speed, it gives you that opportunity, if nothing else. Viking's going to get rid of that Overlord, so no scouting allowed. He's also building the Roach Roamer, which pushes me towards this idea of being like, okay, potentially like a big drop-a-lord play, drop the Queens, bring the Roaches, and just get aggressive here on ley lines. Maybe Dark does turn towards the, the aggression here in the ZVT against Clem as his way to try and maybe take an edge. Taking on Clem is not going to be easy. Battling against Clem is not something that's going to happen easily in the slightest. So maybe sneaking in some of the more aggressive plays, maybe sneaking in some more of that aggro is going to be the way in which he can see some success, as the Queen's going to be there as the Hellions do get rid of some creep tumors, so we'll be pretty happy about that. The Hellions start going out the other direction over the far right-hand side. Liberator will join up as well. It's going to be coming through. And with the Hellions together, try and see what we can do. The Viking spots the Dropper-Lord, by the way, so Clem sees this, immediately pulls the Hellions and the Liberator back home, as he recognizes he might just need anything and everything he can get to defend. As the Queens will drop out, but the Dropper-Lord, I think you commit to killing it, right? You get rid of that Dropper-Lord, and then it's going to remove so much further micro potential. The Hellions are going to wrap around the Queens. The Queens did get rid of the Liberator, which probably did not need to siege up on top of the Queens like that, but well, here's the issue Clem has, is he built a lot of Hellions. This is an 8 Hellion build. In fact, it was a 10 Hellion build, right? So he actually built 10 Hellions, which is more than usual. Hellions don't save you against the Roaches and the Ravagers. They're going to be great against the Zerglings, and they can be great to kind of soak up some damage. You're going to need something else to take down the rest of this. Siege Tank not ready yet, as Dark will start to push at the front. The Depot's going to be in trouble, as the SCV is already preemptively wrapping around the bunker. I like this, actually going to buy all the other depots, just so you can open up multiple depots at once. And that means he's got a full access into this natural. As he gets rid of all those depots, Clem will hit a supply block too. He did get a second siege tank started, which is important. This time he throws a file down the bunker, so that part of the defense is going to go down. The Lings run in. Hellions are not fully focusing the Lings. As the Ravagers take their chance to dive onto the siege tank, it will go down. New tank is only halfway built. And so Dark gets a lot done here already. 15 SCVs dropping is a big start to this game for our Zerg player, who knocks down another bunker now. Clem has one more bunker to the top side. Is Dark doing enough to justify this commitment? A few more corrosive files. This bunker will go down. We are streaming in with Zerglings behind this. New siege tank about to arrive. I mean, every Ravager that goes down right now is so costly, especially when you're at 3. You need 3 to one-shot a siege tank with the Biles. So we're at the point now where Dark can't really afford to lose much more. He will get the Biles off, though, and he will kill the tank. No! Yes, he will! The last Bile was delayed, but he gets it. So another siege tank goes down. Clem's on his way to 1-1 upgrades, but can Dark just do enough? Before then, I mean, he doesn't really have much left going on. He killed 32 SCVs. He's only ahead by 15 drones, though, and of course his tech is non-existent, where Clem has Stim. Clem has 1-1, about to finish up here, and they are going to be major aids in this, as Clem tries to fight. A few Lings with the Ravagers together will be a bit too much. No active creep tumors either, so yes, one more scan needed, but these creep tumors will go down. They will not be spreading anywhere else, which means that we can continue to play cleanup there, and that should not be a problem. A couple of Overlords forgotten about by Dark. This is the stage of the game where the Terran just starts to bounce back, and this is why you need to do game-ending damage as the Zerg player in these situations. This wasn't game-ending damage. This was a, knock Clem down a step on the ladder. This was a hurting. But Clem's not dead, and if Clem's not dead, then I'm very worried for Dark, because like I say, the tech of Clem comes online way faster, or way sooner, sorry, as the +1/+1 missiles start up back at home from Dark. There's the comparison upgrade timing-wise. He's a full set of upgrades behind. Now, Clem's not been rich enough and bothered enough to build an armory yet, so 2-2 will be delayed, but he's also going to have the mobility of these medevacs, and if he runs into this third base, I struggle to see Dark truly having the units he needs to pull out a defense, so I'm not immediately convinced. As our Marines will step up. So I see a couple of corrosive files go down. Medevacs load, going to head toward the main base. Just going to be seeing a Roach there, getting jumped on as well. Again, +1 missiles, +1 carapace, Roach speed coming through. Focus going down both sides as Doc still got a few more SCVs on the third. And we're just going to have to ping pong between bases. Clem is... Doc is, you know, stabilizing. He's getting more Roach Ravager up as one more missiles and Roach Speed kicks in. I could be a Dark Believer, right? I could be a Dark Believer as the the Drop Lord drops into the main. Just going to see those few Lings. Going to get ready to aim for the main mineral line. Medivacs have loaded up here. They're going to pull back a little bit as well. Those Lings run through, but they're going to get cleaned up very easily. I mean, Dark should not take any further damage here. He starts a Burrow and Tunneling Claw as well. I mean, he definitely realizes he needs to do something a little bit more drastic to kind of stay in this game. Now, I keep saying this as though Clem's in a great spot because he survived. I did think the supply was going to start getting a bit better for Clem. The only thing I will say, though, is that Dark has sustained this long enough that Clem has not overwhelmed him with the first wave of tech advantage. You know, 1-1 didn't do anything for Clem here necessarily, and he didn't have the chance to go into 2-2. So actually, Dark is starting to get to the stage where he's actually going to deal with all the advantages that Clem has coming out of this attack that Dark committed to. To me, Dark is maybe even past the scariest portion of this. Now his supply really is going to be able to do a lot. He's going to have Roach Speed as well, so his Roach Ravager is so much better. Tunneling Claws and Burrow will give him some aggressive opportunities too. But yeah, like you say, compared to a minute and a half ago, I feel like Dark has gotten through what I was going to think to be the scariest phase of this. As the corrosive bars keep coming down, Medivacs will take some shots. Roaches around the top are going to go and look for either a surround or a counter-attack. Take your pick. They can choose what they will get up to. A few Roaches here getting hits. I mean, we have a few Roaches already dropping into the natural, so Dark is going to be everywhere, hitting the third base in the natural with a Dropper Lord. Remember, he is now going to have Burrow and Tunneling Claws, so he can be very annoying with these Roaches. There's not a lot of units at home from Clem, who needs to break through on this other side of the map. But Dark, so far, is doing a great job of holding Clem off. Going to dive forward here, look for the siege tanks. Corrosive Vials coming down. At the same time, SCVs are getting absolutely murdered across the map. Dark capitalizing as the scan comes down. The Roaches will have to pop back up. They will start to get cleaned up there. Can he continue to hold here? I think so. The two tanks that remain are not enough, and they're also not close enough right now. Scared to step forward against the Roach Ravager army. As GG gets called by Clem, actually, he's not even going to stick around in this one, as Dark is going to do it and take the first game of this best of 7. Clem's been shaky today, no? Clem lost his first game in each of the series so far, and seems to power up after that, but this was just a cool game from Dark. The initial timing was very kind of cute, and then it did feel like he just had to do something extra to get to a good next stage, right? There was that 2-minute period where Dark had no upgrades, Dark had no tech, Dark didn't have a lot of units. He had the worker advantage, but even that was not a huge amount considering how much Clem had to work with, but Clem could not get anything done with his drops. And that is going to be Dark taking game number 1 of this best of 7 grand final. Yeah, you know what? As I said with the kind of Clem Hero series, that gets me excited because to me, that gives us much more chances of seeing a back and forth grand final here as Dark takes the first game, opens up strongly on ley lines. Going to be going to Frostline for map number 2, which is a very fun map, very unique base layout, so another question as to how this will go. But also a map that has no ramp across the map. You can go natural to natural with no ramp. So actually, you can just stay on the same level of ground, and that's a big deal for being aggressive, so I wonder if that's something that Dark kind of latches onto here and maybe tries to take advantage of as we get into a game number 2, like I say, going to be played on Frostline in our grand finals of the WardiTV Christmas Day games. Should we do it? Let's do it. I don't think we need to hold out too much here. Let's get into game number 2 on Frostline and see what we get. It's best of 7, remember. Clem down a map. Dark is 3 away from claiming the Christmas Day Games Championship. Don't call it a championship. I don't know what we really call it. As we do have in the bottom left-hand corner down a map, our Red Terran player from Team Liquid. This is Clem. And man, it is not very often you see this kid miss an opportunity with the tech advantage, with Medivacs and bio units, to miss a chance to do close to kind of, you know, damage to bring yourself back in the game. And he really just didn't find it this last map. Really just didn't find it. Top right side, our blue Zerg player is Dark. Overlord moves out in towards the middle of the map. Racks and a gas coming up. Hatchery, drones, building in as well for the moment. And yes, we just head down toward the bottom left-hand side with this Overlord for a few moments here. It's just going to follow that across, get into position, try to see what we may be able to do. Overlord heads down to the bottom left-hand side. Hatch, gas, and pool coming up. Couple drones on the way. The Reaper and the Orbital Command coming in on the side of Clem. Yeah, we'll follow this Overlord down to the bottom left for a few moments, just until we have something else to follow, such as this SCV. So Clem being very safe with the SCV Scout is not going to be taking any risks. So SCV Scouting going to be his plan. Gets toward the upper right-hand side of the map as we go. And we get ourselves set up. Hatchery finishes up there. The drone is going to come about. Just going to go chasing after that SCV as well. So SCV will potentially take some nibbles. Just has to be a little bit cautious. Drone gets onto the SCV and be able to push some damage back. Good amount of nibbling being done. SCV again playing that kind of blocking the third hatchery game. To say it's about Clem being safe, but it's also about Clem kind of dictating what happens early on. I mean, this happened last game too. He forces Dark into a very late third hatchery. And he's going to continue to try and play that game if Dark does not want to take the other bases. Clem is going to make this as difficult as possible for Dark, as Reaper will just pull away. Comes back over, just trying to decide what exactly it would like to do. Things that you get across the map though, and they're going to find the SCV. The Marine will have to fight against them. CC finishes, the SCV can jump in and jump out on the other direction. As the Queen gets there, the Extractor will cancel last second and build the hatchery. Still much sooner than the last game. Last game we delayed until what, about 3:20, 3:30 even? Now we get it down to 3 minutes exact, so hatchery does get going for Dark. I'm in the main base is building his third command center too, so he's playing a triple CC opener. A very macro-focused style from our Terran. SCV and a couple of Lings moving about. Let's see our Queen, our Creep Tumors. A couple of Queens and the Creep Tumors pushing forward. The third hatchery starting as well. The Hellions will be there. Chase the Lings back the other direction. Zergling speed. Finishing up and immediately effective as we get one SCV and then a couple of Lings will get cleaned up. For the fact it's only a couple of Lings, that is really not all that bad. Again, the lair coming through, the Lings and the Queen coming by. Hatchery, Hellions, Command Center, building. Again, our Reaper and Hellions continue to gather back over on the left side as well. Clem going to come back through with this. Figure out where we go. Figure out what is next. Again, Banshee and Hellions cloaking as well coming up. Order Command coming through. The Queen's going to be there to push the Hellions the other direction. They're halfway done. Overlords about to finish. Going to try and dive through once more as they go straight toward the natural. Things are in a good position here to shut those down though, and so Clem don't just lose these Hellions. I know Clem likes to be kind of aggressive with his Hellions and try to get a little bit divey with them, but that was not it. That was just a gift. Clem is taking the spirit of Christmas a little bit too literally for this game. Oh, what are we doing? Why are we just giving Hellions away? I don't understand what Clem's trying to do with these. Now a Knight's Network goes down. Doc's like, okay, great, well, you know what? I was kind of setting up to do this anyway, obviously, with the fast lair and so on, but you just gave away a bunch of units. That's going to make it so much harder to hold a Ling Queen Nidus attack because, well, the Hellions would have been great against the Lings, and now you've got none of them left. Banshee coming across the map, of course, because it's a lair already, we can have an Overseer to deal with the cloaking, so the Queens can handle the Banshees. That should not be too much of a problem. Things are going to get there. Banshee gets turned away. Again, Cloak coming up. The Stimp back on the way through. This is going to be there. Hitting the Zergling. Here go the Marines. Going to nibble onto the Nidus as well for a couple of moments. So the Nidus already going to start taking some damage. The Lings are going to run into the front. Not a full wall off there. We might be able to deny the Nidus, but the fact the Lings are in the natural is a big issue. That needs to finish this wall, I feel like, ASAP. Single Marine runs forward. He's going to build a bunker. 7 SCVs down. The Marine falls there. He did keep building Hellions, so in fact, a couple more Hellions show up is really good for him. This next Nidus is actually going to be getting out. Queens, do we have the transfusion? Do we have the transfusion? Yes, last second transfusions come down. Nidus is saved. Do we have the Overseer here? I do not think we do, actually. I think we're missing the detection to deal with the Banshees. That would have been great if we already had the Overseer available, but Dark was not thinking about it. The Lings continue to seep through, though. Maybe needs to wait. I would actually like to see these Lings wait for the Queen support. I feel like right now you're running into a meat grinder, as we did get a Nidus up in the main base, so maybe this was more a distraction than anything else. Now we just need to get some more Lings here, because Queens on their own may not get it done, but Clem's supply is not looking pretty. 45 workers for Dark, 28 workers for Clem, 37 to 17 army supply. And Clem types GG. Dark is going to absolutely get off to a murderous start in this best of 7 as he takes a 2-0 advantage over Clem, and just the aggression getting the job done. And this time, leaving no room for kind of second guessing as well. This was not a, okay, Clem survives, can he do damage on the cat? No, it doesn't matter. This time, Clem just straight up dies. Wow. Dark off to a 2-0 start. What a fantastic position that is for Dark, who is now 2 maps away from being our Christmas Day Games champ. Okay, if we get a 4-0 and it's Dark beating Clem, I kind of don't mind. You know, I'm like, oh, I want to see at least 6 maps. But you know what? If Dark beats Clem 4-0, that's such a cool result. I don't care that it's only 4 games. You know, at that point, that's acceptable. That's a 4-0, that's allowed. I feel like Clem beating Dark 4-0 would have been like, okay, well, Clem's TVZ's really good. Well, Clem, show us how you get to play TVZ when Dark keeps getting in your face like this. It did feel like, I mean, again, just those Hellions being given up was such a weird move. It's going to be fascinating to see if Clem can begin to bounce back as we get to El Dorado. I mean, if you don't win this, you're going to then have to win 4 in a row, so Clem is on the verge of being in kind of super dangerous territory. I mean, 2-0 down against Dark is dangerous territory. It's only not super dangerous because it's Clem, and we know Clem is extremely good, especially in this matchup. You know, sharpen up the early game a little bit and be a little bit better well-rounded again defensively against these builds, and you're probably going to still be okay. 2 games, you know, having 2 games for error instead of just having no room for error is a big difference, right? So let's see if Clem can at least start to chip away at the advantage of Dark here and start to bring this back a little bit as we get ready for this game number 3. Let's get this one on the go. Clem versus Dark. Grand Finals continues with El Dorado. Dark leads 2-0. Clem trails, looking to bounce back. Can he do it? In the bottom left-hand corner, we are going to have ourselves the red Terran player. And he's down 0-2. Our world champion of StarCraft 2 is Team Liquid's Clem. Bottom right-hand corner, our blue Zerg player. We have Dark. And he is... I mean, let's not forget, Dark was a semi-finalist at the World Championship this year. He fell to Serral. He had some great series there. Took down Maru in a very Dark versus Maru-esque matchup. You know, yeah, thinking back, Dark has definitely not been playing badly. He's definitely had a lot of good moments for himself, as we do have an Overlord of Dark. Let's start moving out over to the left-hand side. Here in El Dorado. That Overlord comes through at the bottom. Just going to be moving across for a little bit. And the barracks coming in. SCV in production. And we just follow this Overlord. I guess now we'll follow the SCV. Clem again. SCV, because we've seen just how successful our SCV can be in the early stages, just putting in pressure to deny the third base. That part of it's definitely going fine for Clem. Ain't nothing wrong with that. It's just the surviving afterwards where it's gone wrong. SCV going to come through the bottom side, is going to go and mine some minerals here in the center. It's just going to open up that space a little bit. Couple queens coming about, drone, hatchery coming over. Just going to be seeing the queen is going to push the Reaper around as well, so the Reaper will take a few shots, getting chased away. Queen's chasing, Reaper pushing back a little bit, so a bit more damage being done there for a few moments. Gonna be seeing that queen gonna get that. Just gonna push the Reaper around just for a couple. Reaper coming back over, so just trying to hop up. Flames are gonna chase that Reaper, and that Reaper is gonna be low HP. But alive, and that's the most important thing, because then the Reaper can continue to scout for danger, which is one of the main things right now. Scouting to see whether or not that there's going to be danger coming, and if you need to be a little bit cautious about it, or so on and so on. That information is very good to have very quickly here. As the Reaper and now the Hellions will try and step up. Some wall off, and the Reaper will go down. Of course, at this stage, you do have the Hellions to keep an eye on anything that starts to move out onto the map. As long as it doesn't move out through the bottom side and then come through the center and catch you off guard. So Clem has a couple directions to watch for. Nothing too serious overall, though. Should be fairly manageable for the moment. Hellions pull back around. Actually going to go through this bottom gold base for a little bit as well. And just going to take it down a creep tumor. Creep tumor will fall. Another couple of queens want to drop down. The creep will continue to get put in position. Stimpack Marines, Starport coming online. Marines going to continue to go after this Overlord. So again, will fall. That's the lair coming through from Dark in the main base. So he gets the lair coming up. The drones are still producing on in. And we got a couple of roaches going to chase some units back here. I'm not sure those roaches are really going to do anything more. We're droning for the most part. It looks like we're going to get past the 5-minute mark without anyone looking to kill the other guy, which, you know, based on this series so far, is an improvement for us. Maybe getting into a bit of a deeper game. People will create the wall. A couple of engineering bays coming online from Clem. The evolution chambers are coming up from Dark. Again, lair building, hatchery coming through. Overlord still producing. SCP is going to get repairing a little bit as well. Again, combat shield will come up for the moment. We'll get combat shield going, +1 missiles and carapace coming across. The 7 roaches in production as well. Medevac is still going to come boosting over too. Just going to see a roach going to get jumped on, going to get cleaned out. The Hellion's now on the top side of the map. Going to go over to the far right hand side, potentially get rid of some of the creep spread here. 1-1 missiles, roach speed coming in. The Hellion's going to dive in towards the naturals. And Marines want to poke at the front as well. Just going to see one drone going down. The roaches are going to play a bit of a blockade. Drone's getting cleaned out again. 1-1 upgrades, combat shield coming through. Our medevac's forced to lift off and back away. Still got our upgrades and our roach speed coming by as well, so we definitely know that that is important. Again, 5 drones being picked off. The medevac's around the bottom side. Again, 1-1 upgrades and the combat shield coming up. Just going to be seeing the roaches going to be accompanied by link speed and roach speed. So yeah, Doc really settling into his playstyle for the next few moments of this game. Again, with the 2-0 lead, Doc has the ball in his court. Can he shoot and score for a 3-0 advantage? I mean, I actually think from a 3-0 advantage, it's so difficult to reverse sweep Doc because he plays so dangerously. Like I say, there's no room for slipping up anymore. You've already used your slip-ups, right? Some Marines. Just gonna get hit. Roaches are gonna be there. Medevac's pull back. Again, the 1-1 carapace and missile upgrades. Link speed coming up. Again, 12 roaches in production. Just going to see the Hellions getting chased. 1-1 upgrade still coming through on the engineering base. Queen creates a bit of a blockade for that Hellion, unfortunately. Hellion will go down. Coming about, just going to cancel this hatcher on the bottom side as Dark attempting to get his second gold base of the game. I think it's important that Clem is active on this bottom side. You do not want to give Dark all the control where you can just mine off of both of those gold bases. Tanks will see Jub. ByuN's going to chase back. Roach Ravager going to get pushed back in the center. Again, concussive shells coming through. Ling Ravager on the way in. Ravager's continuing to build. Going to have our Marines going to sit there as well. The Roach Ravager's still taking some damage. Again, 2-2 upgrades. Concussive shells coming up. A couple siege tanks on the way by. Our Bio Force continues to settle. A few more Ravagers coming in. We're actually going to go diving in towards this Roach Ravager army. A couple tank shots hitting those Roaches as well. Good damage being done. The Roach Ravager still stepping up. Tanks are going to be there. Roach Ravager is... The problem is that Roach Ravager is not getting close enough to the tanks quickly enough to knock them down. Finally, we're going to get rid of one. There's a double kill potential over here. Those tanks are stacked, but we're not going to find it. And with the Roaches going down, the Ravagers are exposed. 3 Ravagers remain as Dark's trying a bit of a shove here, but it will not succeed. He's already on his way to his +2 missile upgrade, +2 carapace coming up as well. So yeah, this is not good enough at all. He got like 3 siege tanks, which is nice, but he lost pretty much everything. I mean, if he wants to rebuild Ravagers now, he has no gas. So Dark is not set up at all to replace what he has lost, and Clem makes a good hold on the bottom side of the map. Maybe doesn't have enough to necessarily go running across and dealing with this base, but actually should be able to deny this one if it just comes up. I think Clem just checked then it wasn't there yet. Dark tries to go around the top so he can deny the base from the other side, but Tank's in good position. The Ravagers actually died because Dark just wasn't expecting them to be in position apparently. So Ravagers morphing in, the bio units gathering up. Roach Ravager coming through as a hatchery and takes some shots for the moment. Couple Overlords will take some hits as well. Zerglings are still moving about. As I mean, at this point, I think Clem starts to trade very well. Remember, those Lings don't have a melee upgrade, so there's only so much they can do. Once more, Roach Ravager here going to try and fight SCVs, trying to repair the tanks up. We do have another tank, though, and that's the thing. The tanks have been well spread, so positioned well to keep Dark from being able to do too much. Stop him from getting too many of these SCVs. As Clem's supply equalizes Dark's, and that's obviously a very good position for Clem to be in, because that means that you are going to be able, with equal supply, to, you know, essentially have better trades, because you're playing against Roaches. Roaches on equal supply is not a good spot at all for the Zerg. It's pretty nasty for you, quite frankly. We do have our Medivac pulling back over to the left. Playing Roach, going to dive forward. Siege Tank's going to get jumped on as well. The bio will get back to the Roach Ravager. Just going to be seeing the rest of this Roach Ravager still going down, so that continues to be hunted. CC on the bottom side, going to be chilling. As we do have again 2-2 carapace, 2 and missiles on the way up. 13 Roaches in production as well. Bio will step through. The few Roaches taking hits. You're going to step back again. A couple of corrosive vials dropping down once more. Roach Ravager looking to move forward as another scan comes about. We will have our Bio just going to dive up. And again, a couple of corrosive files coming in there. The Medivac's taking some shots. Just going to be seeing the Ravagers continue to morph in as the extra Lings producing. Marines will fight. Liberator will get sieged up. Again, just going to be seeing the 3-3 upgrades coming through from Clem as well, as we have our Roach Ravager still trying to push on forward. Forth continues, another tank will siege. Queens are going to get grabbed a little bit. More Zerglings coming about. Just going to see even more of those Lings dropping down. The Ravager and the Roach are still trying to step into this, as we are just going to see the Bioforce, though, stepping through, getting on top of the Ravagers, and Dark's supply obviously is just absolutely melting away. I mean, we knew that Clem's army was looking way better, way larger, and in this case, is going to be able to be good enough to take a game back. So Dark will not be off to a 3-0 start. He will still have an advantage in this series, but definitely not quite running away with it as much as it initially seemed as though he was going to be. The aggression does start to fall out. And Clem is able to take a map. So Clem, our world champ, is going to be back on the scoreboard. Incredibly, again, like I said, it took a while for him to get there in the first place. We'll get into our game number 4 very soon here. We're going to be heading to Whispers of Gold. This map actually kind of small, so this is the kind of map where I think maybe Dark's aggression could actually have a big thing, you know, a big role in the game. So maybe, just maybe, we'll get back to that for Dark. I feel like Dark has kind of shown us that he is just going to play roaches every game so far. Maybe just not comfortable playing like a Ling Bane Mechanics War against Clem. Is that surprising? No, not really, right? At the end of the day, it's not surprising at all, actually. In fact, it makes a lot of sense. So yeah, it's not really surprising in the slightest. As we'll get ourselves ready for map 4 of this best of 7. I'm just gonna give it a moment to give it a second to breathe. Like I say, we used to do little ad breaks with the break screen during these this event, but I'm just gonna do it with me just kind of sitting here yapping. That's kind of how I do it on my stream nowadays as well. We don't really go to the break screen unless we really need to nowadays. So, hey, good news about this as well, by the way, is that we're at least guaranteed 5 maps. I asked for 6, okay? So, Clem wins one more, we're guaranteed 6. I feel like we're in a good position to maybe see 6 maps. Maybe even a good position to see 7. Maybe Dog needs to win another and then Clem makes the comeback. Maybe that makes me feel the best about seeing 7 games. But I still do think I favor Clem overall. Maybe this is the map that Dog can get it done on aggression-wise. Let's just go find out. I'm done yapping. I'm done buying time. Let's go into Whispers of Gold and see whether Clem or Dark have the Whispers on their side. Bottom right, making his first stand of the series, our red Terran player is going to be from Team Liquid. It is Clem. In the top left, our blue Zerg is going to be Dark. Overlord heading down toward the bottom side. Barracks and an SCV on the way up as well. Barracks and the gas coming up. SCV on the way as mentioned. Just going to see a couple of drones and the hatchery coming over as well. The Overlord will step down toward the bottom right too. Just gonna start moving about here for a little bit. SCV moves across the map. We've seen the SCV scout each game so far, because like I say, Clem has been getting a lot out of it by putting himself in good positions and blocking that third base and delaying that for as much as he possibly can. We'll look to do that again here, it would seem, for the next few moments as we move across the other direction, other side of the map. Getting set up. Draw nibbles. SCV will take a couple of shots. Reaper going to come over. SCV is... Oh, we've got it this time. We've got it. We've got the block. There's no way you get the extracted down. This time, Clem succeeds in getting the kill. So the drone goes down and just causing such issues with this early on. He is really making this a fairly miserable experience for Dark, I gotta say. Dark not having a good time having to handle this at the slightest. Let's see, this Reaper will move back, so yeah, much later third hatchery coming down, and once again what Dark was initially intending on trying to get. Wing coming about, Lingsby coming through, a couple of drones are building. These two Zerglings of Dark head to the bottom right side where Command Center finishes up, and Marine's going to turn onto some of those Lings as well, a couple of SCVs pulling about. Lings will go down. Command Center and the orbital commands continue to come online as well. So far, so good. Factory on the reactor. Barracks to a tech lab. Queens, Lings, Ling speed. Reaper gonna shoot the Zergling for a couple of moments. Moving back around, the Zerglings are going to get the Reaper here in a moment. Just going to be seeing the grenade going down as well. And the Queen coming up, just going to be seeing a Command Center coming in, the Rax and the Hellions and the Marine coming over also. Still got ourselves the Hellions moving up through the middle of the map here. That stim pack just getting built up here as well, as bringing that stim in as the lag comes through. A few drones are coming about. Again, a couple drones, a couple Lings, a Queen. Continue to build for the moment. Our Overlord will step forward into the main base, just having a little bit of a peek to see what's going on. A couple Hellions moving about. Hellions actually going here, there, and everywhere as the Queens of Dark will gather in. Queens of Dark gather up. Just going to be having ourselves the Roadrunner, Hatchery, and Lair all building through. Overlord still in production for the moment. Has been so aggressive with the Italians, and two are wrong so far, right? So definitely would like to see him taking a little bit more care of these as Dark heads into his Roadrunner, as we've seen many a game now. It really does seem like that's something he is just absolutely going to stick to, so not really too surprising. As again, we make our way back over to the top. Overlord going to keep an eye on those Hellions once again, so we'll see what's up. Approach speed, evolution chambers, and drones all coming by. And the Hellions make their way up to the top. There's going to be a creep tumor that gets taken out as well, so the creep tumor will fall. Taken out immediately. Once again, the rest of these Hellions coming around the right-hand side. Roaches, Roach Speed, and Carapace building as well. The Armory and the Engineering Base coming up from Clem. Barracks and Marines and the Combat Shield. Balls are coming through as our Hellions just getting towards the edge of the creep spread. Not going to go too much further. The rest of the Lings will come back around as well. Marines are going to morph in again to the center. Hellions morph into Hellbats. As we step up, we will just see that Overlord already taking damage. Potential to go all the way through here. So those couple of Roaches are going to get jumped on. Two Roaches going down. Queens are now dropping. And a couple more of those Roaches still falling down as well. Going to grab ourselves the rest of these Queens. Medivacs load back up. Moving in toward the main base. Drop one more Hellbat down on the low ground. Those drones will take damage once again, as now we stim forward. Now we get ourselves a couple of these drones. Clem is on a roll as he works his way through 5, 6, 7 workers. Nice start from Clem. I mean, that's a lot of damage done. Dark's Roaches obviously a little bit lacking mobility. He will catch some Marines here. Good catch. Clem just rallying forward and being punished for it. So Dark stepping forward and doing very well there. Roaches is going to run into this mineral line, and those SCVs will begin to drop. So 2-3 SCVs going to go down pretty quickly. Siege tank going to fire away. Roaches taking shots. The Medivacs will unload back toward the Marines. As the Roaches do back away. Again, missile and carapace upgrades. Burrow and tunneling claws coming through. SCVs going down. Not really that big of an issue, as the supply is already looking good for Clem. Dark is trying to do a lot of things. Burrow, tunneling claws, upgrades, Hydroden. That's all great, but he needs to actually just have units to survive. And right now, I mean, Clem even just taking a decent trade here with the Marines. He will have himself, obviously, if he gets a Marine tank push going, I'm very afraid for Dark, because like I say, I feel like he's doing a little bit too much right now as these Marines step forward. The Queen will go down. Hopefully it gets taken out as well. Marines on a little note on the bottom. Just going to see a couple of Marines over on the far right side as well. 2-2 missiles and carapace upgrades still coming in. Burrow and tunneling claws coming up. Roof spines on the way. Well, that crypt team is still going to go down. Roaches going to get chased. Queen falls. Just going to be seeing those Marines still stepping forward. Again, 1-1 upgrades coming about. Concussive shells is coming through as well. Just going to be seeing the Roach Ravager still chasing those medevacs, and those Marines are going to lift back up and fall back away down to the bottom side. And we got that 2-2 on the way through. As the Hydra's coming up, the Roach is on the way. Hive in production. +2 attack, +1 vehicle weapons coming over. Again, a couple of Roaches is going to be chilling over there. Marine stepping about. Roach moving through. I see a couple of Roaches still chilling underground. Obviously, with tunneling claws, at least gives you some opportunities to maybe strike as dark and maybe get some more damage done. At this point, we're a little bit behind on supply. As there is a Roach or two over here, getting a few SCVs. Clem's main army. I mean, this is not even with tanks. All of his tanks are at home, and he's just going to jump on these Roaches. Moments away from +2 carapace for the Zerg. That should help. Some medevacs pull back, a few of them boosting downwards, a few of them boosting to the right. That +2 missile upgrade continue to come about. Hydra's Lings and the Hive coming over as well. Planetary Fortress building. Medevacs still in production. Siege tanks as well. Marine Marauder 2-2 coming up as well. The Bio getting into the center, as we will have ourselves a chance to knock down some rocks and press on through. A couple of tanks get sieged. And we will push on forward. Roaches, the Hydras, the Ling's going to come up. It's going to be seeing the couple of SCVs going down. Drones, 2 SCVs dropping. Hatchery going to be taking some damage. Overlord goes down. Dark ends up supply blocked. Hatchery will fall. The Groove Spines, the nanomuscular swell upgrade coming up to the lunge for the Hydras, but I don't think Dark's going to get much of a chance to use it. Destructor goes down. Just going to be seeing a couple of creep teamers going down as well, so again, we get a little bit more done. Still got our 2-2 upgrades coming about, +2 vehicle weapons on the way in. Siege tank producing Marines on the way. Viper's going to look around the left-hand side as Blinding Cloud's going to drop pretty much immediately. As nice Blinding Clouds, but again, tell me how you're going to fight the Bioforce. Oh wait, you're not going to fight the Bioforce. GG gets called, and Clem is going to tie it up 2-2, and our grand finals is going to be equalize. Nice. Okay, you know what? Equalize. Clem definitely feeling it right now. I actually get a little worried for Doc because I feel like at the moment, game by game, we're seeing him have less chance to really... Yeah, we're seeing him have less chance to really get the Roaches going. Clem seems to be really getting comfortable in this matchup. He seems to be getting cozy with what Doc is doing and how he's playing it, so... Alright, well, we are going to head into King's Cove for map number 5. This could be a long one, you know? Maybe if Doc can survive through Clem's pressure, if Clem can not die to a cheesy all-in, it's the sort of map that does lend itself to a longer game. So maybe. This has been a series of like 5 to 10 minute games so far. We've not really seen that kind of longer game, but like I say, it's not like Doc's really setting up much for it, or when he has been, it's been a struggle to really get settled, so maybe King's Cove, just the layout of the map and the defendability of those bases will give us something to cling on to when it comes to maybe possibly getting ourselves a little bit of a longer game in this grand finals. It's game number 5. At the very least, we're guaranteed up to 6 maps, so that is great news. With it being 2-2, we have at least 2 maps remaining. The winner of this game is going to be on match and tournament point, though, so opportunities abound all over the place. Let's get into map 5 as we head to King's Cove here today. In this grand final of Clem vs. Dark in the WardiTV Christmas Day Games 2024. In the top left-hand corner, our red Terran player representing Team Liquid. This is Clem, and he has done enough now to tie this up after a rocky start. He is getting his footing, and he seems to be stabilizing in the series. Bottom right, maybe losing grip of the series a little bit. It's going to be Dark, our blue Zerg player, here for Game 5 of this best of 7. Who will have the first chance at winning it all by winning this game. Again, they would be up 3-2. They would have a chance to win it out in Game 6. Tracks and the gas coming online. A couple of drones coming by from Dark. Battery coming online as well. Get this going. Overlord. I mean, this has been the start of every game for us so far. We follow the Overlord, and then we follow the SCV. Is the SCV going to come across on this map as well? A bit of a larger map? Yes, is the answer. Of course it is. Why wouldn't he? I mean, he has honestly had a lot of success with the SCV just wandering across the other side. And he's going to begin to do that right now as the Reaper in the orbital coming up, hatch gas and pool coming in, the drone in production. Again, orbital command coming online. The Reaper is going to be coming about. And the SCV just goes all the way down to the bottom right side for now. Two Queens, 4 Zerglings. As the SCV will just patrol out the front and keep an eye on where the drone might move to. And we'll try and get a jump on blocking this hatchery. Really not a fun map to have to take a different location on, as we've just seen this play out on repeat lately, and here's the Reaper about to show up to force the extractor from Mr. Drone. And again, we will just get this delay. Now, Dog didn't necessarily have immediately the money to necessarily build the hatch this time around, as the Reaper jumps into the main, very aggressively going to try and get a drone there. Drone below ground becomes a extractor once more. And again, this dance continues. We've danced it a couple of times so far in these games. They'll be keeping on dancing right now as the Reaper gets turned around. Link speed, drones, command centers, still all building up. The factory building in the main base. Again, our third CC coming online too as a couple of links get across. SCV turns around. It's going to be 4 Zerglings getting into the natural. They are all going to be moving across there. And the Ling's just going to head into the main base where a Marine is already waiting. The factory gets a going as well. Starport building. Just going to have ourselves a few Lings down the left-hand side. The SCV going to get jumped on by those Zerglings as well, so that will fall. Those Lings will continue to go back down to the bottom. It's going to be a Reaper that can intercept these Lings at least, so now the Lings will struggle to get back home until Link speed is done, which is about to be now. Is the Reaper in trouble? The ledge not available. Reaper goes down, so Dark actually getting rid of the Reaper here in the early stages. That will be dealt with just like that. Queens, a couple of Hellions coming over as well. Let's continue to bring those Hellions up. And a couple of Hellions heading down to the bottom side. Drones building, Queens on the way. Hatchery coming up. Creep team is building as well. Banshee and the Cloak can continue to come through. Queen steps down to the low ground. A few Zerglings jump onto the rocks. And those Hellions get turned the other direction for a little bit as, again, the Cloaking coming about, banishing the Hellions on the way through, a couple of SCVs coming over, and a tech lab building on this barracks as well. Well, just follow the Banshee. as it makes its way over to the bottom right-hand side. Baneling Nest, drones and the Queen all coming about. It's going to be having the Evolution Chamber. Going to come into position there as the Hellions join up on the left side. The Queens are going to be nearby. And they're going to be able to keep the Hellions a little bit at bay. The Engineering Base and the Barracks both continuing up. The Cloaking coming through. Banshee is going to fly across, and a couple of drones are going to get chased. No Spore Crawlers ready, no Lair ready. Uh-oh. Well, I mean, already just lost mining time from all of those drones. The Hellions are like, uh-oh, we see a jackpot right now as there's an oversaturated mineral line we heard. So they're going to come diving through. The Queens and the Drillings doing what they can to stop the Hellions, but the Hellions help to get up to 12 workers killed, all forced by this Banshee, forcing the drones to move over. 13 drones dead. It costs you all the Hellions, but it's also a ton of lost mining time. The third base not mining, the Natural not mining, the Banshee now in the main bases, all the Queens are out of position. I love it. Clem just, like I say, I think he saw like dollar signs lighting up his eyes, right? Because all of a sudden, he was just like, oh my goodness, all those drones are going to the third base. Guess what my Hellions are in front of the third base? The Banshee goes down. We have another Banshee on the third that's still coming about. We've killed 20 drones now. And Clem gets off to a monstrous start in this game number 5. And Dark, look at him go with a Bane Nest and Evo Chambers and upgrades. And I'm so sad because we're about to see Dark not play a Roach style. We're about to see Dark play Ling Bane. Right? So we're about to see Dark play Ling Bane. And then he dies because the Hellions and the Banshees do too much. And so just as we kind of see Dark stepping out of and away from what he's done for 4 games in a row so far, it's all going to start going wrong as the Banshee turns back around, moving up the left. What a shame, really. What a shame that kind of becomes as our melee upgrades coming through. The Lings and the Overlord still coming up as well. Damn. 1-1 upgrades, combat shield producing refineries are on the way. Let's have ourselves the couple of reactors building up. And the Baneling speed will start as well. Still got a couple of those changelings. Gonna sneak to the top side of the map. So yeah, changelings will go sneaking across. The Bane speed coming through. Melee and carapace upgrades coming online. On the bottom, we actually have the Marines going to step forward as well. He's going to go after a couple of those creep tumors. So a little bit of creep getting cleaned up here. Queens and jumped on a little bit. Tank already in good position. I mean, this is going to be a struggle for Dog. Bane speed not ready. Slowed down heavily from the worker losses. The siege tank is going to surely shoot at those Banelings. Actually didn't target fire initially. Will now start to do pretty well. Turn back around. The Ling's going down. Queen's still getting jumped on. The Zerglings are falling. These Marines just continue to chase after the Queens at the moment. So again, damage being done. Melee and carapace upgrades coming through. The Bane speed about to finish up as well. Wolfseer, Zerglings all building as the Marines of Clem will work their way down the left-hand side. Away we go. An attempt to just keep on rallying to victory. I mean, he's up 30 supply at the moment. I would like to make this game more exciting for you all, but it's probably not looking like we're going to get the lengthy game that I was kind of insinuating we might get on King's Cove. Dark attempting to go Hive and Hydra Den. I mean, you got to give him some credits for, like, attempts or belief, because I don't think there should be any belief right now, and he clearly still believes at least a little bit. Hatchery here on the bottom side goes down, so that will just melt away. The Ling Bane splits apart, going a couple of different directions as well. Marines still just going at it. A few more creep teamers taking shots. Ling's on the other side trying to do something. Morphing in some Banelings. I mean, Clem now pushing his position forward with the siege tanks over here. The units on the other side are going to decide to come back home and maybe just try and flank this army. So here we go. Clem will get trapped in a corner, and the Banelings are going to connect. So we get a bit of a better fight for Dark than was probably scripted, but even with that, Dark is still down 30 supply. This is actually a pretty serious fight for Dark, because without it, he's absolutely dead. Now you can maybe pray that somehow Clem loses another group of units just like that, and then maybe you're alive and fighting in this game, right? Like, at least now you can have a dream, whereas before you're already kind of just being told to leave the game. That is not the fight we're talking about. I mean, it's unlikely. It's still like an extremely low percentage chance. It's just, like I say, there is a percentage chance now, whereas before Clem was just going to wander across the map and kill you while dropping all those units back into a different base. Then you have zero chance at all, right? GG's gets called, though. Clem does finish it up, and it's going to be a 3-2 advantage for Clem in this best of 7. So Clem, from 0-2 down, is now feeling it. It's been kind of the story of the day, right? Like you say, drops the map, bounces back all the way. This time in the best 7, he dropped a couple of maps, and so far is bouncing back all the way. As it might be time, though, to turn our cheers over to Dark, because he's a map away from tying it up again and taking us to an ace match. That would be pretty incredible. I would take a Game 7 as we get ready for Clem Dark Game 6. It'll be Amygdala for our 6th map of this series, so pretty interesting map as well. I wonder how Dark feels about potentially being aggressive on this one. Only a couple of real avenues to move around, so pretty easy to keep track of things and to scout things. So yeah, definitely a little question mark in that regard, as Amygdala will be our 6th map of this grand final. Also, it's the very first time that we might have our final map of the day. It has been a lot of fun casting these games, guys. I'm sure I'll be having a lot of fun in the chat, hanging out with you guys and watching the games as well. So, hope you guys are just, again, having a great day, and hopefully the StarCraft has helped to fill some downtime or to help fill some joy or whatever it does for you. Hopefully it's been somewhat successful in that regard. And, yeah, thank you so much for watching and supporting. Again, these tournaments happen because you guys support throughout the year. You guys are amazing. You guys keep the stream going. Without you guys, we would not be able to make all of this happen. So, hopefully, you guys are enjoying the event and have enjoyed the games. We thank you for supporting, and we take us into game number 6. In the bottom left-hand side, looking to close it out, our Red Terran player from Team Liquid is Clem. Looking to get back onto the scoreboard after a few maps of disaster. Our Blue Zerg player Dark, he was so ready to play some Ling Bane Hydra, and he just slips away from him before he can even get going, sadly. That's very sad. Very, very sad. But not to worry as we get ourselves ready to roll. Game number 6 coming up right here as Clem and Dark get underway here on Amygdala. Let's watch the SCV build in the barracks instead of watching the Overlord fly across the map for once, shall we? I feel like I've observed every single one of these games in the same way. We follow the Overlord, then the SCV goes to scout. So this time we're going to intently watch this barracks build to fill the first few moments of what could be our last game of the day. I'm really hoping it isn't. I'm really, really hoping that this is actually going to go to a Game 7. I still feel like we're due, like, I'm clinging on hope for a longer game as well. Like, give me something that hits 15, 20 minutes. Maybe it's asking for a bit too much, especially with the way that they're playing. I think last game was the best chance of it if Dark hadn't just lost all those workers. Obviously, Dark loses all those workers, and then the chance of that obviously is going to disappear pretty easily and pretty quickly. As the SCV moves around at the bottom side. Reaper, Orbital, Command Center all continue to come online here. Hatch, Gas, and Pool building up as well. A couple of additional drones coming about as we speak. So just getting a lot of these little bits and pieces up and rolling as the SCV continues to the top of the map here for the moment. Just bringing that straight across into the upper right. And away we go. Drone chasing the SCV. Once again, we are seeing the blockade of this hatchery. This has got to be frustrating. Dog's like, bro, look, we get it. You're already very good. Can I at least play off of my 3rd hatch? I'm just like, no, you will have no advantage in this matchup. People will fight. A few drones will be taking some shots. As our Zergling speed comes online, a few drones coming about. The Spore Crawler will begin to build. Get that all going. A hatchery starting up on the side of Dogs. Just going to get that hatchery up and rolling as well. 3rd hatch coming through. For a few moments. Command Center's coming in. Factory still building. Reactor on the way up as well. We're just going to move around and see if there's anything to be done. And speed coming through. The Overlord and the drone is on the way. The Queen coming about. Keep bringing that in as well. So a little bit of action getting set up here. for now, as the Reaper comes back over again. The Rax and the Command Center coming over. The Orbital Command's about to finish. A couple of Hellions coming by. And again, the Zergling speed. We'll be finishing in just a moment here as well from Darks. Again, that wing speed completed. Queens, Lings, drones, hatchery. Build all of that up. We do see the refinery coming through as well. The Rax is building with a triple CC behind it all. So Clem happy to play the economy and going to go into a nice fast stim pack. So Eco 2-1-1 build. So you'll have the pressure of a 2-1-1. There's going to be off a lot less Hellions, and that's why you can afford the triple CC and the barracks production. So a few less Hellions, so it's a little bit less safe in that regard. Dark has been building, again, a lot of Roach styles, and so Roaches do negate the Hellions in a big way too, so it can be a bit more understandable that Clem says, oh, okay then, never mind with the, never mind in that regard to some extent. Let's kind of cut the Hellions a little bit. Of course, there's certain builds where the Hellions are very nice to have defensively, but I don't mind it, because obviously a fast stim also does a lot to deal with a lot of the aggression a Zerg can throw at you. You know, if you have a fast stim, as long as you have a decent Marine count, those Marines will start to trade very well. So, yeah, we're going to get to stim long before anything happens, as Dark does start up the lair. Going Amygdala. 4.5 minutes in, no sign of anything else from him just yet, as we get a depot cancel and he gets an SCV, so the few Lings are able to succeed. Dark showing up and doing very well for himself for a moment right there. So just going to be able to get that little grab going. Zerglings continue back out onto the map on the right-hand side and going towards the upper right general. As again, engineering base, medevacs, marines, and stim pack all continuing through for the moment as our units gather on the front of the natural there. So units gathering up, Lings and Queens. Over here, going to see those Lings especially going to start nibbling up through the rocks. The rocks will take a chunk of damage already. Again, combat shield coming through, the couple of marines still building up. Again, Evo chambers and Baneling Nest coming online, the hatchery and the lag coming over. Engineering base building as we speak. As Clem just sets into a nice solid macro game. Obviously, we'll have the double medevac of marines moving across the map, and we'll try and see what we can do with those as we head toward the upper right corner to begin with. So we get all of that going. Marines will unload in the middle. It's going to be coming up at the top. It's going to have a couple of those creep tumors potentially get knocked at. It's going to turn into the Marines. The medevacs load up. They're going to back away. Gain speed coming up. Melee upgrades coming through. The Zerglings on the way out as well. And yeah, the medevacs continue to come across. At the moment here, heading through the center of the map. See the rest of the Marines unloading out. Medevacs will continue over. This hatchery definitely a target that we can try and jump to. So hatchery will take some shots. Going to go down. Now some creep tumors going to get grabbed as well. We do see the Queen moving about also. Another hatch going to go down in a moment or two. Marines still gathering together as the Ling Bane Queen will set up. A couple more of those creep tumors go down once more. And armory building through. The barracks are all coming online. The Marines will unload behind this gold mineral line where a little bit of stimming will go towards the hatchery, and the hatch will take a few shots of damage. Again, melee upgrades coming about. Bane speed about to finish. The groove spines coming in as well as we now load the medevacs up, and the Marines will unload to the top side. I mean, Dark is going to get towards the 5th base here. Infestation pit coming through. Hydra Den producing the Hydras. I'm starting to get what I wanted all this time. A little bit of a longer game. Dark playing Ling Bane, no roaches in sight. And yeah, Ling Bane Hydra going to be his choice with the infestation pit setting up for the future. It'll take a moment to open up these rocks. They stop taking damage once the creep touches them. So just kill those rocks off, finish them, and open up the middle area of the map. As Clem is already pushing up the left-hand side. He needs to get down to the right and deflect those couple of medevacs. So Dark protects his gold for the moment, but will also have to move over, like I say, to protect the Marine tank push coming in from the left-hand side as well. So we will set up over here. Those Marines are going to hit the hatchery. There you go. Ling Bane Hydra going to go running forward. The Lings and the Hydra's going to get there. The siege tanks go down. Our Lings will continue to push, and a couple of those Banes really trying to get into the center of those Marines as well. Just trying to get a little bit more done for the moment. Bio chasing. Hydras have to run. We are going to see a chunk of additional Banelings morphing in as well here. +2 attack. 12 Marines. The medevac coming about. Queen's going to get rid of one of the medevacs, and a second medevac going down, so actually denies the drop to some extent. Clem is winning out on the top side, though, as Marines are able to stand and do a lot of Hellbat there to tank as well, and Dog thinks about it, backs away, losing some Banelings to that Hellbat. But Hellbat actually way more successful than I thought it would have been. As we continue back and forth. Looks as though that hatchery's going to go down. The Marines over here ended up getting, like I say, they lost their medevacs. Not sure what actually ended up trading with them. Not sure if it was just the Queens that were fighting them for a long time. That was the case originally, and it does look like it may have been the case throughout. As the Marines medevacs get back into the center. I think we just killed our own medevac. I'm not going to say that that was the smartest play of all time, but it was something that happened. To say the least. It was definitely something that happened, yep. Hivelings, Hydras, all coming through. Just going to be seeing the Marines and the medevac still moving over to the right side as well. 2 melee upgrades producing on the side of Dark. Yeah, we get over here. A couple of those group tumors will begin to drop. The Lings are going to head all the way down the left-hand side. As we are going to raise a depot and just block those Lings from getting through onto that position. The SCV is still running. The rest of the Lings are going to get there. All of those SCVs taking damage. Marines will continue to stim it up and just hit those Lings in a big way. The Lings take a lot of damage. 16 SCVs going down. Queens are getting chased down. Hatchery taking damage as well. Press these Banes start to step forward. A couple of tank shots helping. We are going to set ourselves up in the middle. Hydras, Lings, Banes coming through. The medevac's going to lift up once again. They're going to move away one more time. It's going to be seen on the top side. A hatchery getting cancelled. The drones pull back into the bottom. And you see a few of those Marines getting shot down by the Hydras as well. Drones taking some damage too. Not exactly what we want to see is Dog. You just got put down to 4 bases. The problem is your 4th base is this gold, which is half HP, and is obviously struggling to mine because Clem is controlling the middle of the map. So you've got to, what, be able to control the middle of the map to mine your 4th base at the moment? It's not exactly fun. I mean, this was not his intention. Originally he had this base set up, right, but now has to try and replace that one as Clem has definitely just kind of heated up in this series, right? Game 1 a bit shaky, Game 2 a silly decision, Game 3 a lot more solid, Game 4 even better. It feels like Game 5 and Game 6 were basically not even getting a chance to play anymore as Dog. Like, this really seems as though this is going to be a little bit too much of a problem. As the hatchery here will go down. I mean, Clem just, I mean, as Dog tries to play more normal games, Clem is just getting the better of him, right? And, I counterattack here, but I'm just, yeah, I'm just already looking at the fact that Dog is down a lot of supply, and uh-oh. Yeah, he does find a way out with those Lings. I was worried they were going to get caught. A few Marines chase a few of them down, but not as bad as it maybe could have been. I thought that was going to be a whole lot worse, honestly, but like I say, it was not as bad as it maybe could have been. Nanomuscular as well about to finish up on the Hydra Den, so we're going to give those Hydras their ability to kind of get involved once again here. There's a few more Zerglings still moving about. Lings and Banes gathered together. And we do have Marine tanks in general pushing up the top side. Lings, Hydras, and Banes going to be taking some damage already. As you do see, the Marines are just going to knock down a couple more creep tumors. Here comes the Ling Bane Hydra running straight forward. Marines are just going to stim. The Ling Bane is going to get pushed back immediately. Marines get back onto this hatchery, so we're going to be able to put our way through this one. The hatchery is going to go down, and Dark is down almost 50 supply. Clem is going to make Dark a runner-up of the Christmas Day games once more, as Clem is looking to win it back-to-back years. It was the same finals last year, and Clem won it then. It looks as though Clem's going to win it now as he pushes forward. The Lurkers are trying to get up and online, but Clem says no. You will never get these Lurkers to really do anything. They will burrow, and I think 1, 2, 3 Lurker shots fired, and that will be all that was written for this grand final as Clem gets their 4-2 victory over Dog in the best of 7. And Clem does what Clem has been doing all year long. Since the Christmas Day games last year, and obviously won Atlanta last year, he has just been on fire. And obviously, I mean, he wins a lot of our WardiTV tournaments. It's not always the case. He gets knocked out here and there as well, but lately he's been even more on fire again. And this is just another one of those times where Clem comes through and wins it out. And you know what, though? I'm very happy with the result because I did think when I made the bracket up, I was like, am I just inviting a Clem MaxPax finals? Is that going to happen again? And don't get me wrong, it's great to watch Clem versus MaxPax, but I think we actually had just really fun results all day long. You know, MaxPax falling to Shin. Dark Shin was actually a really good ZVZ. Honestly, hard to say that we had a bad series. I mean, Hero GuMiho was a 3-0, where I feel like Hero just played super well, though. So it wasn't like a bad series. I feel like ByuN Dark was kind of similar, where I feel like Dark just played very well. I wouldn't say any of the 3-0s were like, oh my goodness, you got destroyed. Like, that was that. I feel like we had a very good day. So, yeah. Amazing. Congratulations, Clem, champion of the WardiTV Christmas Day Games 2024. Guys, that is it for us today. Thank you so much for watching. I appreciate you. There's probably a final set of ads running right now. But just in general, what will happen here is that we're going to go to an end screen. In theory, I am watching this right now on my phone with some family, and I'll just be tapping into remote desktop and turning the stream off. If for some reason that does not happen, the stream does not go off, I'll probably be working on it. You don't have to worry. I'll get it figured out. Nothing bad is going to happen if the stream stays on, not doing anything for a little while. But yeah, basically a set of ads, and then the stream will be turning off. I'll probably not be at home. I don't think I'll be at home at this time that this finishes, so I'll not be at home to come and wrap this up and to say goodbye to you guys, but I will have had an absolute blast watching with you guys in the chat. I hope you guys have had a fantastic day. Like I say, I honestly think we had some great games, so I had a great time myself. And yeah, thank you so much everybody for watching. Again, amazing to be able to do another day of these Christmas Day games. I'm really hoping that, you know, we get to next year and we can do the Christmas Day games again, right? I hope we can do this next year with another set of great players. Hopefully we'll, you know, at some point we will have some news about a StarCraft 2 circuit. That would be really lovely. Because right now we're just sat waiting, so yeah. Apart from that, guys, thank you so much for watching. I've said it a few times, so I'll say it again. Obviously, do consider following and liking and subscribing, but yeah, I hope you guys have a great Christmas. I hope you guys have a great rest of your day, night, evening, or whatever. And I hope you guys have a merry holidays. I will not be live the next day or two, and then we'll come back and we'll start casting again. So a couple of days off. I hope you guys have a great holiday period. Bye. Merry Christmas. Alright, guys. Hello. How are we doing? Hope you've all had an enjoyable time watching the WardiTV Christmas Day games. That was past Wardy. Present Wardy is actually here and able to close out the stream. So yes, hello. Hi. Actually live Wardy right here instead of just fake Wardy. True live Wardy. Hello. Just want to take a moment to thank everyone for the generosity throughout the day. Because it has been a pretty generous day over the course of it. I'm pretty sure these were set to 0 at the start, or very close to it. I mean, we have had some ridiculous donations. I think Whoosh specifically came through with a £250 donation. But I'm just going to run through it all right now, because I'm here, so why not? So, Kalev gifting us up to Liquid Clem. Ketchupy came in with the £10 super chat on the YouTube, where, by the way, today we broke our all-time viewership record on YouTube, so thank you so much if you watched on YouTube today. Milk Gaming on the resub, Master Bomb, Hobbit Kabul, Freakster on the £8 donation, Userman SC on the 14-month resub, Zugulat on the donation, Dave Tester on the bits, Creator Moon on a resub, Fear Dragon gifted 5 subs, Fantasy TY Fanboy, Valinoriano on the resubs, Andy Figueroa on the 5 gifted subs, Whoosh donated £250, which is a ridiculous donation. Soulman with 1,000 bits, V Wintermute on the resub, Dynapath on the donation, Edgar over on the YouTube with the super chat, thank you so much. Ivy coming in with the big resub. Pogolisk, Yuan2250 came in with the £25 donation. Wurzag with the £50 donation on the YouTube, on the super chat. Andy Figueroa dropped some bits as well earlier on. I think that is pretty much everything, at least from what I can see. So, yeah, thank you so much for the generosity. Thank you so much for some extra subs. Right there, Vara91, apparently about to start a hype train as the stream ends up. Vara91 gifting 5 subs and getting 3 subs bonus from Valorant. Going out to Van Steen, Marquez, Van Hinton, RDG, Prime Butterfly, Aljerko, Giant Shrimp, Shilba, San, Mines4726. Thank you so much, Vara, for the gifted subs as always. And also Scorpion SC3, plus the +1 from the Valorant on the 5 gifted subs. Going out to Faris, Reprodux, Bocati49, Project Perfect Gamers, Solo Flock, and Korana. Thank you so much. Apparently, we're on the verge of a hype train, guys. I haven't sold out all day. It was a lot of fun watching the games with you guys. I had a lot of fun casting them, but obviously it's pretty crazy. That's a big donation as well. That's a £40 donation right there. Oh my goodness, I don't even have sounds on for them to make sounds. Jeez. This is a £40 donation for Merry Christmas. Thank you so much. I'll play that one again with the sounds. Boom. There you go. Thank you so very much. Appreciate it. Thank you. Was that you, Rex? Oh, thank you so much, mate. I appreciate it. Thank you so much for casting it. Sorry I got back to you late. I didn't realize people would want to cast this today. um, so yeah, thank you so much. And yeah, thank you so much everyone for tuning in and hanging out and watching. I know the viewership's been great all day. We peaked at like 2.5K here on Twitch. Like I say, it was like 600, which is our YouTube all-time viewership record as well. So we had over 3K people watching at the end, which again is amazing. Not as many as last year, but what's important is that we still have a heck of a lot of people watching. I'm gonna be taking a couple of days off. When I say a couple of days, I'm gonna be taking tomorrow off, and then on Friday I'm gonna be covering the Basilisk Big Brain bouts because they're doing an open tournament. Also on Friday, we're gonna be starting a string of sponsored content. We got a bunch of sponsorships come through on Stream Elements, and we were told we can do as many of them as possible, as long as because the only problem is you do one and then it's got like a few days where it has to like simmer down. So we're gonna try and do as many as possible while they last. So on Friday, we're going to be starting off with Star Trek Fleet Command, which was actually one that you guys really enjoyed last time. But if we can do about one of these a week, it basically funds all of the StarCraft 2 we will do for the first 2 to 3 months of the year. So the sponsorships are a big deal. We're going to be starting with those on Friday. And pretty much just going sponsor as best as possible. So we're just going to make the most of those. And yeah, thank you so much everyone for watching and hanging out and joining in. Like I said, I'll be here on Friday for the Big Brain bouts. Over the weekend, Saturday and Sunday is Master Coliseum, but on Saturday we also have a 3v3 tournament. So, yeah. What time on Friday? 4 p.m. CET, I believe. So, minus 5 hours from now. So that's when I'll next be live. Merry Christmas, Puri. How you doing, mate? And yeah, I think that's it, guys. So thank you so much for watching. Thank you for making the Christmas Day games amazing again. It's always only possible with you guys. If you're looking for even more StarCraft, there's a whole bunch of VODs over on the YouTube channel. We used to do this event as like a promotion for the YouTube channel because we used to do it so that every day from Christmas to New Year's we put up one of these matches on the YouTube, and so it'd be like, yeah, it was something that we originally did to kind of promote the YouTube. Obviously it's kind of evolved from that now, and we actually live stream on YouTube. But do check out the YouTube as well if you can drop a sub there. Super awesome, or follow the Twitch channel, etc. So yeah. I hope you guys have had a great day. It's been a very chill day for us. We kind of sat back and we didn't really go, and we went out for a couple hours to see Helen's dad, but it's been super chill for us. So it's been really nice because if you've been following the stream lately, life's been kind of chaotic because Ellie had a bad leg and there's just a bunch of stuff going on and so on. So it's been a nice chill day. So I got a badass jacket. Yeah, look freaking cool. You guys want? It's so cool. You guys ready for this? I hope I'm standing in the right place. Freaking cool, right? If you guys could actually see it, freaking cool. So, yeah, I hope you guys have a great rest of your day. And happy Christmas. Like I say, I won't see you tomorrow, but I'll see you guys on Friday. Awesome. You guys have a great rest of your day. I'll see you guys on Friday. There'll be some sponsored content too. And already making plans for WardiTV tournaments going into January. So, you guys have a great rest of your day. And is Ellie here? Oh, I can sneak you guys a little bit of cheeky Ellie webcam, I think. Give me 1 sec to check. Ellie? Ellie? Hi. She's got a new toy in her mouth. There you go, guys. A little bit of Ellie count to close out the day. Alright. Thanks so much, guys. You guys have a great rest of your day. And I'll see you guys on Friday for the Big Brain Bouts Open Tournament. Bye. Oh, do we have anyone to host? Is anyone actually streaming? No food, no interest. Oh yeah, that's super true. Nobody's really streaming that I would typically host, especially not in StarCraft 2, so Rain will stream in Elden Ring. Yeah.
I usually do that when it's like
Yes, we host Reno. He's the only guy I would usually host, I guess. Cool. All right, you guys have a great rest of your day, guys. Happy Christmas. Thanks so much for supporting the Christmas Day games. Hope you had fun. Congrats to Clem on winning it all. By the way, loads of people all week have been like, "Oh my God, it's gonna be another Clem MaxPax finals," and I'm just like, because I knew that Shin beat MaxPax in the first round. I just been like, "Oh, will it be? Oh yeah, I'm so excited for the Clem MaxPax finals, guys!" And I was also thinking in my head, I was like, did you go also at the start? Last little thing. So at the very start, I was like, if the series line up differently or like something weird happens, will like change the order of the semis. I had no idea it was going to be the ZVZ in the semifinals, and like I feel like that entire speech at the start feels as though like I knew there was going to be a ZVZ. But even worse is then the ZVZ actually turned out to be freaking awesome. After the first couple of games were super quick, it turned out to be a really fun series. That was kind of funny too. All right, you guys have a great rest of your day. Goodbye, good night, and I'll see you guys on Friday.